This is Audible.
The Forgotten. Alastair Stone Chronicles Volume 2. Written by R.L. King. Performed by Will M. Watt. Chapter 1. Alastair Stone felt the doctor's gaze on him the moment he entered the office. Its intensity was almost a physical thing. He couldn't blame the man, not really. It was hardly an orthodox course of treatment, calling in an occult expert to examine an 8-year-old girl. Next to him, looking hunched and stressed and somehow diminished, was the girl's aunt. Nancy McLean was 40-ish and comfortably chubby, with bad skin and an expensive skirt suit that somehow didn't quite fit her properly. She kept glancing at Stone as if she wanted nothing more than to take his hand and squeeze it. To Stone's relief, she had so far refrained from doing so. The doctor didn't rise from behind his desk. He, too, was in his 40s, shrewd-eyed and harried-looking. He probably had too many cases to handle any of them with more than the minimal amount of attention, but gave the impression that he at least tried. He looked Stone up and down, then glanced at Nancy. "Miss McLean, how are you?"
Holding up,"
she said, voice quavering a bit, hands clutching at the strap of her leather bag. She had heavy, dark circles under her eyes. She indicated Stone.
"This is Dr. Alastair Stone. He's the expert I wanted to bring in to talk to Madison. Dr. Stone, this is Dr. Eric Barnett. He's looking after her."
Stone nodded and offered his hand. "Doctor?" He kept his voice even. This was no place for his usual sardonic charm. He'd even worn a suit, as opposed to his more typical black t-shirt, jeans, and ubiquitous black overcoat. He didn't think he would be any help in this situation, but at least he could give these people the courtesy of appearing to take his involvement seriously. To be fair, there weren't too many situations where an 8-year-old girl murdering her mother by stabbing a pencil so far into the woman's eye that it pierced her brain didn't require a certain degree of seriousness. The doctor hesitated a moment, then rose and shook Stone's hand, eyes narrowed. "Dr. Stone, I hope you'll forgive me for saying so, but I want to be up front with you. I was against this course of action." "Of course you were," Stone said, nodding. "I understand." In truth, he felt the same way. It was a horrific situation. But horrific situations were happening all over the world, every day. It didn't mean that the occult was involved. He was convinced that the girl had simply snapped her tether. That happened too. It was particularly unfortunate when it occurred with someone so young and innocent, but in his experience, the universe rarely had much sympathy for either youth or innocence.
"I want him to talk to her,"
Nancy McLean insisted. The murdered woman had been her sister, a single mother raising Madison with no help from the girl's absent father.
"I know it might not do any good, but I'm willing to try anything at this point."
She looked as if she might begin to cry, and rummaged in her handbag for a tissue. Dr. Barnett managed not to look either uncomfortable or skeptical. To give Nancy a moment of privacy to get herself back together, he turned his attention back to Stone. "I must admit, you're not what I expected." Stone smiled a little. "You were expecting someone a bit more unusual?" "That's one way to put it," he said. "You do come highly recommended, though. I checked your credentials before allowing this. I had no idea they even had an occult department at Stanford." "We are rather small," Stone admitted. He'd been surprised a few days ago when Nancy McLean had shown up in his office on campus and made her entreaty. Apparently one of the administrative assistants was a friend of hers, and pointed her at Stone when, after a few drinks, the topic had turned to things like demonic possession. It had taken some convincing on her part, but finally Stone had agreed to talk to the girl if Nancy could get permission from the appropriate people. He figured there was no way any self-respecting physician or psychiatrist would allow someone like him anywhere near a fragile young patient. Apparently, though, either Nancy's skill at persuasion exceeded Stone's estimation, or else the doctors on the case were more desperate than they were willing to admit. Either way, he'd gotten the call early this week, and a packet of papers had arrived by overnight mail a day later. "You're familiar with the case, I take it?" Barnett asked, glancing down at a thick folder on his desk. Several similar folders were stacked off to the side. Stone thought he might be correct about Barnett's caseload. He nodded. "I read through the information you sent me." The details had made for an uncomfortable read. The little girl had apparently gone into her sleeping mother's room and, with no hesitation, taken a sharpened pencil and jammed it into the woman's eye so hard that it had pierced not only the eye, but the brain, almost to the back of the skull. They hadn't found her until the next day, when the mother hadn't shown up for work, nor the girl for school. When Nancy McLean had gone in to check on them, she'd found Madison seated on the floor next to the bed, nearly catatonic. When asked what had happened, she'd said, "I hurt Mommy," and then broken into sobs. "No signs of any prior indications that something like this might occur, yes?" "Not that we're aware of," Barnett said, opening his folder. "According to her teachers, friends, and Ms. McLean, she seemed to be a normal, healthy, happy little girl up until 2 weeks ago." Nancy swallowed and dabbed at her eyes, nodding. "She was. I tried to visit when I could, since Amy worked so hard just to make ends meet. She and Madison got along great. Amy was always bringing home little things for her, doing her best to give her a happy childhood. She even got her into a ballet class recently, which Madison had been wanting for a long time. I can't see how—" She dissolved into sniffles again. "I'm sorry." "It's all right, Miss McLean," Barnett said gently. He looked at Stone again, his expression stern. "I want you to understand before we go in, Dr. Stone, that I can't allow you to do anything to upset Madison. No talk of demons or ghosts or whatever it is you people talk about. If I think she's getting too agitated or uncomfortable, I'll end the interview immediately. Understood?" "Of course," Stone said. "All right, then. Please come with me." He rose and started toward the office door. Nancy rose as well, but Barnett came around the desk and put a hand on her arm. "Miss McLean, I think it might be best if Dr. Stone and I talk to Madison alone." The door opened and a nurse entered. "If you'll go with Nurse Edmonds, she'll take you to a place where you can observe, all right?" Nancy nodded, still looking miserable, and allowed herself to be led off. She paused in the doorway, turning back toward Stone. "Please, Dr. Stone, if you find anything—" "I'll let you know, of course," he assured her. She nodded again, and she and the nurse exited. When she was gone, Barnett paused. "Dr. Stone, I know, you think I'm a fraud and that this is pointless. Frankly, I do too. It's much rarer than the general public believes to have the occult involved in situations like this." Barnett looked like he was about to say something, then visibly switched gears. Yes, but I agreed to humour Miss McLean as a favour to a friend, and unless you see any harm in my chatting with the girl for a few minutes, it might be best to just do it and get it over with, so you can move on with your treatment." "All right, then." Barnett seemed relieved at Stone's pragmatism. "Let's go." Stone's first impression of Madison McLean was of abject misery. The room Barnett led him to was decorated with brightly colored posters, soft furniture, and cheerful stuffed animals. The little girl, dressed in a pink My Little Pony t-shirt and red jeans, sat curled up in an armchair, clutching a tattered stuffed zebra. She didn't look up as the door opened. "Hello, Madison," Barnett said, his low voice full of kindness. "How are you today?"
"Okay,"
she murmured into the zebra's stuffed flank. "I brought someone to talk with you," he said. "Will you talk with him?" She shrugged, still not looking up. "I guess so." Barnet motioned for Stone to take the chair next to Madison. With a glance that clearly said, "Remember what I told you," he moved over and settled into another chair out of her line of sight. Stone did as directed, taking a deep breath. He had little cause to interact with children, and he wasn't entirely certain how to begin here. With an eye toward what was obviously a one-way mirror on the other side of the room, he smiled and said, "Hello, Madison. My name is Dr. Stone. You can call me Alastair if you like. I'm pleased to meet you." He tried hard to maintain the same even, gentle tone Barnet had used. Her eyes came up. They were blue, sunken into deep hollows.
"You talk funny," she said.
He chuckled. "I'm sure I do. I'm from England. Do you know where that is?" She shook her head and clutched the zebra tighter. Stone studied her for a moment, then switched to magical sight. Her strong, solid aura was streaked with darker spots. Clearly she was troubled, which wasn't at all unexpected. He would have been more surprised if her aura didn't show any disturbance. "Is it all right if I ask you a few questions?" He continued watching her aura, examining it for any changes as they spoke.
"I guess so."
There was no animation in her voice at all. She sounded beaten. It was a tone of voice that Stone, even with his self-imposed ignorance about how children behaved, was sure should never come from the mouth of someone this young. Not in a proper world, anyway. He leaned forward a little. "Who's your friend there?" She hugged the zebra tighter, as if expecting Stone to try to take it.
"Stripey. My mom gave him to me when I was little."
"I see," he murmured.
"I hurt her."
The little voice was full of misery. The dark spots in her aura shifted and roiled, clouding its brilliant gold. He paused. Why did I agree to this? "Madison, can you tell me about what happened? I know that Dr. Barnett's probably asked you before, but can you tell me, too?" Tears swam in her eyes. She pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around them, sandwiching Stripey close.
"I don't remember,"
she whispered. "You don't remember?" She shook her head.
"That's what I told Dr. Barnett."
He focused his scrutiny further, hoping to see anything odd about her aura. He'd dealt with possessions before, usually some rogue spirit that had been summoned to the material plane and couldn't find its way back home, so it attached itself to a convenient body for a while. But possessing spirits always left signs in the host's aura, usually a second, fainter echo of another aura. Hard to spot if you weren't looking for it, but Stone knew what to look for. He saw nothing. "Can you tell me anything you do remember?"
"I had a bad dream,"
she said, head buried in Stripey's neck. It was hard for Stone to make out what she said. He tuned out everything in the room except the little girl in front of him. "I see," he said softly. "I have those sometimes too. What sort of bad dream was it?"
"I don't know."
She sniffled.
"I got up to go to the bathroom. I had to pee."
At that point, she began to shake.
"And I don't remember anything until...
"It's all right," he said. "Take your time." Her aura was a mess now, the dark spots rising up to nearly blot out the normal gold. Clearly her thoughts were agitating her. Behind her, Barnet started to rise from his chair, but Stone waved him back down. Madison pulled in a deep, shuddering breath and met his eyes.
I was standing next to Mommy's bed. She had something in her eye. There was blood."
Without warning, she leaped from her chair, flinging Stripey aside and launching herself into Stone's lap. Her back shook as she dissolved into tears. Stone, startled, for a moment did nothing. He glanced up at Barnet. "Help me," and hesitantly put his arms around the little girl, feeling her racking sobs. "Shh," he whispered.
It's all right. Of course it's not all right. You murdered your mother and you don't even remember it. How can anything ever be all right for you again?
Barnet got up from his chair and put his hand on Madison's shoulder. Come on, sweetheart. That's enough for now. I'm sorry if Dr. Stone upset you. I'm sure he didn't mean to.
Of course not,
Stone said. He allowed Barnet to lift Madison from him, continuing to watch her aura for changes.
For the briefest of seconds, he thought he caught a glimpse of something, a sort of red flaring around the edges of the gold, but then it was gone.
Barnet carried Madison toward the door, which had opened to admit a nurse. As they reached it, the little girl raised her head and met Stone's eyes over Barnet's shoulder.
I lied about not remembering. I watched it,
she said in a small voice.
I watched it like I was in a robot. I couldn't stop myself. I tried, but I couldn't. I'm sorry, Mommy. I'm sorry.
Then she broke into sobs again. Barnet handed her to the nurse, who carried her out. The door closed. Stone stood, running a hand back through his hair. He watched the closed door and said nothing. "Well?" Barnet asked, turning back to him. "Did you get any insights?" Stone shook his head. He had to give the doctor credit for the fact that the question sounded reasonable, not sarcastic. It was more than he got from most professionals. He sighed. "I've never seen anything like that." "So you're saying she's not possessed by a demon or something? I can set Miss McLean's mind at ease about that?" That time a little bit of the sarcasm did get through. "Doctor," Stone said, shrugging, "I study the occult. I don't practice it." The lie came easily, as it always did. "Based on what I've studied about so-called possessions, this doesn't look like one. I'm inclined to believe that this case is more related to your expertise than mine." Barnet looked troubled, but didn't reply. "What I wonder, though," Stone continued, "is why you allowed me here at all. I understand that Miss McLean requested it, but you could easily have turned down the request as preposterous, which is what I expected you to do when she approached me. The fact that you did allow me here suggests that you might be at a loss about how to classify her case, or proceed with her treatment. Is that true?" Barnet's gaze came up sharply, as if he hadn't expected Stone to catch on to that. For several long seconds he said nothing. Then he sighed, opened the door, and motioned Stone out. "I'll admit it, Dr. Stone. I and my colleagues are stumped. This isn't a typical case by any means. I can't discuss the details with you, you understand, but I will say this. We haven't been able to find any of the indicators that usually lead to such a violent outcome. Literally everyone we've talked to in this little girl's life tells the same story. She was happy, well-adjusted, and adored her mother." Stone's mind went back to that brief flare of red around Madison's aura. Had he really seen that, or was it just a momentary glitch? "I wish I could be of more help, Dr. Barnet. Even if only to help Miss McLean to put a supernatural explanation out of her mind." "What do you suppose she meant? I felt like I was in a robot," Barnet asked suddenly. "She's never said anything like that before." "I thought you might know." He followed Barnet back to his office. Through the door's small window he could see Nancy McLean sitting in a chair in front of the desk, waiting. Barnet paused before opening the door. "We'll have to do more tests. Again, I can't discuss details with you, but that does provide a bit more insight. It sounds as if she thinks she was in some sort of dissociative state. We see that sometimes. A person will feel as though they're watching themselves do something without any conscious control." He sighed again, opening the door. "It's something, anyway. So your trip wasn't a complete waste of time. I appreciate you coming by, Dr. Stone." Stone said his goodbyes to Nancy McLean and got out of there. He didn't think she would call him back. In fact, he suspected that her calling him at all was a last grasp at an unlikely straw. But as he headed back to his car in the light rain, he couldn't get Madison McLean's face and her aura out of his mind. Chapter 2. Stone forced himself to focus on his work over the next few days, hoping it would help him to stop thinking about Madison McLean's case. It worked for a while. He had classes to teach, assignments to grade, meetings to attend. He even tried going out with his usual pub-crawling group to see if getting good and drunk would work to dispel the image of the miserable little girl. All he got for that was a wicked hangover and a series of uncomfortable dreams featuring a red-eyed, demonic little girl poking a pencil into a zebra's eye until it screamed and woke him up. He almost wished he hadn't even agreed to talk to the girl. It would have made things a lot easier. He'd been so good, too, up until now, concentrating on his work and his magical studies, publishing papers both in prestigious academic journals and in repositories of magical scholarship. In short, aside from a couple of brief side trips into the land of weird, he'd managed to avoid involving himself in any sort of real-world supernatural situations. 4 years. That was how long it had been since the whole mess down in Los Gatos. Sometimes it didn't seem like that long, and sometimes it seemed like the whole thing had happened to someone else a lifetime ago. He tried to put it out of his mind as best he could. Most of the principals were gone now, or out of communication. Adelaide Bonham was still alive, but at 93, even her sharp mind had faded. Iona Lee had left for another job after Adelaide entered the elegant care home in Saratoga 2 years ago. Tommy, of course, was dead, as was Ethan, and Megan Whitney had long since taken another position at a small university in the Midwest. She'd left less than a month after they'd returned from the visit to his home in England. As was the case with all of his former relationships, they'd parted on good terms, but he'd gotten the strong impression she'd prefer that he didn't call her. He heard later that she'd married a lawyer. There had been several other women since then, but none of them had lasted longer than 6 months. The most recent had ended earlier this year. Despite Stone's best efforts to the contrary, it was just a fact of life that mages tended to attract oddness, and oddness tended to repel mundanes. At this point, he wasn't in any hurry to start the process again with someone new. At least the nightmares had mostly stopped, until he'd met Madison McLean anyway. He thought he might have managed 8 hours sleep over the last 3 days. After a week passed with no success in his attempts to put the matter out of his mind, he reluctantly bowed to the inevitable. He went to the Stanford Library during a midday break, gathered some back issues of several of the local newspapers, and settled down in an out-of-the-way corner of the faculty area to see if any new information had come to light about the case. He decided that perhaps if he could find some closure, his restless mind might stop insisting on chewing the whole business over like a tough steak. Normally, the fact that his brain refused to stop processing any sort of puzzling or intriguing information in the background worked to his advantage, as it often presented him with solutions to problems he'd long given up on. Sure, it sometimes did so at inopportune times, but on the whole he considered it a positive trait. The only time it wasn't was when he genuinely wanted to put something aside. His brain didn't have an off switch, and it was a perverse bastard, too. The things he wanted most to forget about were usually the ones it spent the bulk of its spare cycles grinding on. He found nothing else about Madison's case, past the initial articles that had appeared after the killing had occurred. Even those were quite light on facts. They included no concrete details beyond the fact that a little girl had killed her mother in North San Jose, and that she was now under psychiatric observation. After that, nothing. It was as if the press had been forbidden to print anything else. Stone figured it was probably because once Dr. Barnett got involved, he'd put the whole case on lockdown to protect Madison's privacy. He sighed and prepared to close the paper. That was that, then. There was no chance Dr. Barnett would let him talk to Madison again, he was sure of that. It hadn't been hard to read the expression on the man's face. As Stone had suspected, he'd only allowed the conversation to humor Nancy McLean, and now that it had taken place, that was the end of any occult connections, respected professor or not. As he turned the page over, another headline caught his eye. Man held in train murder of local woman. Intrigued, he stopped and focused on the article. As he skimmed it, he felt a chill. A 53-year-old man had inexplicably pushed a 61-year-old woman in front of an oncoming commuter train only a week after Madison had killed her mother. The man had made no attempt to run afterward. Other people on the platform grabbed him, and he'd waited docilely for the police to arrive. He had no history of mental illness. When questioned, he became distraught and told them he hadn't meant to do it, and that he'd felt as if someone else had taken over his body. Stone said, tapping his pen on the table. Interesting. He pulled out his notebook and jotted down the details of the case, then put the paper aside to photocopy the article before he left. I wonder if there are other cases like this. He had been specifically scanning the paper for anything about Madison's case, paying no particular attention to anything else. Now he started at the top of the stack and paged through them again, this time looking for any unusual or violent murders in the past few weeks. He found 2 others, both intriguing in different ways. The first was a young man found murdered in an alley behind an East San Jose bar. The paper didn't go into details about the killing, but Stone got the impression that the body had been found in a particularly horrific state. Now that he saw the article, he had a vague memory of hearing something about the murder on the news when it had happened. The second murder, or murders, were even more interesting, partially for where Stone found them described. The other 3, Madison, the man in the alley, and the train murder, had all been on or near the front page. This case was on the back page of the front section, reported in only a few sketchy paragraphs. The details were scarce, but the article described a case where 6 men at a homeless camp in San Jose had been murdered and arranged around their campfire. The only other thing mentioned was that police were investigating, had no leads as yet, and requested the help of the public to call in if they'd seen anything suspicious. In other words, the standard boilerplate, mysterious murder text. Stone frowned at the article, jotting more notes in his notebook. Arranged. What did that even mean? He thought it odd that the paper included so little detail, given that it was a multiple murder. Did the homeless get so little regard around here that even killing a half-dozen of them didn't rate front-page news? He knew the police were busy. Crime, particularly violent crime, had increased dramatically in the area in the last few years. But even so, murder should still be a top priority, regardless of who the victims were. He sighed, tossed the paper onto his pile to photocopy, and grabbed the next one. It took him another half-hour to get through the rest, and by the time he finished, he had found numerous other murders and violent assaults. But the rest of them were gang-related, common muggings, domestic violence, and other explainable crimes. He made his copies, stuffed them into his old leather briefcase, and headed back to his next class. So, he thought as he walked, you've got this information. What are you going to do with it? It was a good question, and a perfectly legitimate answer would be nothing. It certainly wasn't his job to investigate mysterious murders. Even with his magical ability, it could be dangerous to poke his nose into things he didn't understand. And besides, he had courses to teach. He didn't have time to play junior detective, fascinating as the cases could potentially be, especially if they had an occult connection. He'd had quite enough of that. Between the nasty business in Los Gatos and the whole affair just after he'd arrived in the USA, best to leave it to the proper authorities. That was the thing, of course. If any of these crimes had some sort of magical component, Madison's perhaps, or the man who'd pushed the woman in front of the train, then leaving them to the police to deal with probably meant they would never be solved. They might be good at their jobs, he was sure they were, but he'd dealt with mundane police before, and they were hopeless when it came to supernatural crime. He reached his classroom and paused outside the door, nodding to a couple students as they passed him on their way inside. Still, I suppose it wouldn't do any harm to just poke around a bit at the murder sites, he decided. By now it had been long enough that it probably wouldn't look suspicious for him to be there. It wouldn't take long. He could do it whenever he had free time, and with any luck, it would convince him that there was nothing spooky associated with the murders. That way he could let the police handle them with a clear conscience. That decided, he pushed the door open and forced himself to put the matter out of his mind and concentrate on the day's lesson on the Salem witch trials. Chapter 3. Stone felt out of place in the small, hole-in-the-wall bar. To be fair, he often felt out of place. But in this case, he was keenly aware of the clientele's eyes on him as he sat at one end of the long bar under a buzzing TV tuned to a soccer game in Spanish. The bar was in East San Jose, anchoring one end of a decaying strip mall that was mostly defunct, except for a taqueria and a combination liquor store and check-cashing place at the other end. The other customers were almost all male and Hispanic, working-class men stopping by to unwind with a few brews after their shift. It was obvious this was the sort of neighborhood bar where everybody knew everybody else, and newcomers were noticed immediately. Many of the men watched Stone now with varying expressions: curiosity, suspicion, wariness. A few had surreptitiously slipped out the back door. Stone wondered what they thought about why some skinny white guy had shown up at their watering hole alone. He also wondered if any of them knew the man who had been eviscerated in an alley behind the place a few weeks back. So far, the bartender, a beefy man with a salt and pepper brush cut, an impressive mustache, and an SJSU Spartans t-shirt, had ignored Stone except to ask him what he wanted to drink. They didn't have Guinness, so he settled for trying a local microbrew. He was halfway through it now, perusing a folded copy of the Mercury News. There didn't seem to be any new reports of odd murders. When he looked up, the bartender was standing in front of him. "I'm fine," he said, indicating his half-full beer glass with a head tilt. "Thank you." The bartender didn't move. "Mind if I ask what you're doing here?" His accent was thick, but his English was flawless. "Do I need a reason?" Stone asked. "Perhaps I was in the area and wanted to stop in for a drink." The bartender shook his head. "Dudes like you don't stop in places like this without a reason. You INS? 'Cause I know these guys. They're all nice and legal." "Ah, so that's it." Stone chuckled, shaking his head. No, I'm not from immigration, nor am I a policeman. Actually, if you have a moment, I had a couple of questions I'd like to ask you. Why don't you give me another of these?" He slid a $20 bill next to his beer glass. "Keep the change. Excellent service." The bartender eyed him like he didn't know what to make of him, but took the 20 and returned with another beer, which he put in front of Stone. "What kind of questions?" Stone didn't miss the fact that several of the other men were watching him over their own beers. He shifted for a moment to magical sight to read the room's aura. So far it was still wary and suspicious, but not overly hostile. In fact, he thought it might have calmed a bit since he revealed he wasn't here hunting for illegals. "A man was murdered here a few weeks ago. I assume you heard about it?" The bartender's eyes narrowed. "What about it? Why do you want to know?" Stone shrugged. "Curiosity, mostly." "You a reporter?" "No. Actually, I'm a university professor doing a bit of research." He hoped the man didn't ask him to prove it. He did have his Stanford ID on him, but he didn't want to reveal either his name or his departmental affiliation. "Research on a dead guy? What are you, criminal justice or something?" "Not exactly. Did you know the man who was killed? Was he perhaps a regular here? If so, you have my condolences. Terrible thing." The bartender paused, clearly considering whether to just tell Stone to take a hike. Finally, he shrugged. "Nah, he wasn't a regular. I've seen him round there a few times, trying to beg drinks. Sometimes one of the guys would take pity on him, you know. I think maybe he was homeless." "I see." Stone, playing his part, pulled out a small notebook and jotted that down. "I understand this might be uncomfortable for you, and I apologize for that, but could you tell me a bit about what happened? I got the impression from the paper that it was rather horrific, but Yeah, I didn't see it. Just heard about it after. He hooked a thumb off to his right. Ben over there saw it. I don't know if he wants to talk about it. It messed him up pretty bad. But maybe if you buy him a beer or two... Of course. Stone glanced over in the direction he was pointing to see 3 men in paint-spattered T-shirts around a large table. One of them, a stocky young man in his mid-20s, glanced up when the bartender called his name, then came over when he beckoned. Hey, Ben, this guy wants to know about the dead guy in the alley. He's some kind of professor. You want to help him out? Ben looked dubious, looking Stone over. I dunno, man. That whole thing was bad news. I kinda just want to forget about it. I'd appreciate any help you could give me, Stone said, and to the bartender, please get him one of whatever he's drinking. Still reluctant, but a bit less so, Ben took his free beer and led Stone over to an unoccupied table. What do you want to know? I ain't kidding, it was bad. It happened like a month ago, and I still have nightmares about it. I promise I won't ask for much of your time. If you could just tell me what you saw. Yeah, okay. Ben rubbed the back of his neck and took a long pull from his beer. I'd pick up a little extra cash cleaning up the bar, he said. I come early in the morning before my regular construction shift starts, park in the alley in the back. He gestured toward the back door. Anyways, I showed up that day and... Hesitating, he looked away. Stone waited. Ben swallowed. And I saw this guy in the alley, like, all over the alley. You mean the body was in pieces? Stone asked, leaning forward. Not exactly in pieces. He took another drink. Sorry, man. It was hard. It was like somebody had ripped his stomach open and pulled his guts out, you know? Real Jack the Ripper stuff. There was blood everywhere. Scared the shit out of me. What did you do then? Stone asked. What do you think I did? First I puked on my breakfast in a dumpster, then I went inside and called the cops. I didn't touch nothing. I was afraid they'd think I did it, you know? Stone nodded. Would it be possible for you to show me where you saw the man? Was it directly in back of the bar? Nah, it was down a little ways. Only reason I saw it was 'cause I come in that way. He tilted his head at Stone. What kind of professor are you, anyway, wanting to know about freaky murders? It's something for a paper I'm writing. Stone stood. How about it? Will you show me? Yeah, I guess so, he said reluctantly. But only for a minute. I'm watching the game. Come on. Ben led him out through the back door. A couple other men were out there, leaning against an overflowing dumpster and smoking cigarettes. They glanced up as Ben and Stone went by, but didn't comment. Ben led him down past a couple of doors until they stood in front of one that was locked, next to a boarded-up rear window. It was here, he said, pointing. The guy was over there in the middle of the alley. Stone was already examining the area, crouching down to get a better look. And you say the body was eviscerated? What? It was cut open and the intestines were pulled out. Ben looked a little pale. Yeah. They were sort of spread out around the body, you know? Like whoever did it was really getting into what they were doing. I didn't exactly look for a long time, though, you know? He shifted back and forth, stuffing his hands in his pockets and then removing them. Anything else? What? Oh, no. Thank you. You were very helpful. He handed Ben another 20. Please buy a round for your friends to help make up for the inconvenience. Hey, thanks, man. Good luck with your paper. Ben quickly made himself scarce, trotting back toward the door. It was obvious he didn't want to be in that alley any longer than he had to. Alone now, except for the 2 smokers by the dumpster, Stone began to examine the area. There was enough light back here that he didn't need a flashlight. He rose and paced around, then stopped and shifted over to magical sight. It had been long enough since the murder had occurred that he didn't expect to see much in the way of unusual auras, and he was right. The killing had been grotesque enough that vestiges still lingered. Traces of terror and pain hung in the alley and would probably do so for some time. However the man had died, it had been neither quick nor painless. Stone swayed a little, putting a hand on the side of the building to balance himself as he swept his gaze over the area. That was odd. The terror and pain weren't strong, but they were strong enough that they were easy to pick out for anyone who knew what they were looking for. But there was something else there, too. Stone focused his perception, narrowing it until he was fixed on the place where Ben had pointed out the body. The feelings intensified a little, and a new one appeared. Pleasure. Satisfaction. Stone took a deep breath. Whoever had killed the man had enjoyed it. This was no crime of passion. This had been fun for whoever had done it. His mind traveled back to when he'd first come to the Bay Area a few years ago. He'd seen killings similar to this before, but those killers had been dealt with a long time ago. Were more of them back? Shifting back to normal sight, he pondered what he'd discovered. There wasn't anything else he could gather from this area, and he didn't think he'd be able to talk to anyone who'd seen the actual murder. No doubt, if there had been such a person, the police had already questioned him. He didn't think there was, though. Something caught his eye as he prepared to go back through the bar to his car. The strip mall's entire back wall, as well as the fence along the other side of the alley, were scrawled with colorful graffiti of the type typically produced by gangs and other youthful taggers. But over top of that, on both the fence and the wall, were a series of symbols in white paint, small and close to the ground. All of them looked the same, an upright oval crossed with an X and a wavy line bisecting it horizontally. Stone moved closer to the ones on the fence, crouching again. The symbols didn't look like normal graffiti, nor any language he'd ever seen before, especially since they were all the same. He pulled out his notebook again and jotted it down. He thought it odd that he should see them here. They weren't by any means the first such symbols he'd seen. In fact, he had a notebook at home containing numerous others of the same general type that he'd noticed and marked down over the course of the last 2 or 3 years. This particular one wasn't common, but he'd seen it before in his travels. He'd have to add this sighting to his list when he got home. He stowed the notebook in his overcoat pocket and started to rise. Something slammed hard into him from behind, propelling him forward into the fence with a crash. What the hell? He didn't have time to get his shield up before he hit, but he barely managed to twist sideways, so he smashed into the rickety fence with his shoulder and his arm instead of his head. Still, the impact unbalanced him, and he landed hard in a pile of trash. He flung himself around to get a look at what had hit him. The 2 smokers stood where he'd left them, but they were watching him now. They wore identical predatory grins. They also wore black leather jackets with identical round red and black symbols. Stone wasn't that familiar with area gangs, but everybody had heard of dead men walking. The DMW were all over the Bay Area, and they were bad news. Stone tried to scramble to his feet, but the taller of the 2 gangers waved a hand at him, still grinning. The kid's grin soon faded, though. Stone was prepared this time. With a flick of his mind, he pulled up a glowing shield an instant before the spell hit him. The bright ball of energy fizzled against the barrier and dissipated. "Not so good when it's not an ambush, then, are you?" Stone muttered, breathing hard. His heart thudded fast, and his shoulder flared with pain where he'd hit the fence. If they were both mages, or if they had friends lurking nearby, he could still be in trouble if he wasn't careful. But he wasn't planning on letting them know that. "What the fuck?" One of them stared wide-eyed at Stone's shield. Stone grinned, trying to project a confidence he didn't fully feel, and got the rest of the way back to his feet. "You picked the wrong target, gentlemen." "Get him!" yelled the other one, and raised his hands to fling another bolt of energy at Stone. The other one ran forward, pulling a knife from his pocket. Only one of them was a mage, then. Good. Stone's shield flared pink where the bolt hit. The kid had some power, but no discipline. Stone waved a negligent hand, sending the one with the knife flying across the alley to land neatly in the dumpster they'd been smoking next to. He turned to the other one. "I can do this all day," he said, trying not to breathe hard and ruin the effect. "You're cool." Scrabbling sounds emerged from the dumpster as the second ganger fought his way out. The first one roared and pointed at Stone with glowing hands. "Die, motherfucker!" he screamed. He didn't even sound close to sane. This time, nothing hit the shield directly. Instead, Stone felt both the shield and the bubble of air it protected beginning to heat up. Okay, enough playtime. "I warned you," Stone growled. "Damned wild talents." He concentrated, forming a pattern in his mind, and raised both hands, spread as if he were conducting an orchestra. He pointed one at the ganger in the dumpster and the other at the mage. Both of them lifted off the ground, flew toward each other, and slammed together about 6 feet off the ground. When Stone let them go, they crashed to the pavement in a scramble of arms and legs and lay there, stunned. "They didn't teach you a shield yet, I see," he said with contempt. Tires squealed, and headlights appeared at the end of the alleyway. Stone risked a quick glance sideways, in time to see a car bearing down on them fast. "Time to go, then," he said, and levitated himself upward. The car roared by the spot where he'd been standing, clearly intending to hit him. Its brakes screeched, and it barely missed the sprawled gangers. The driver flung open the door and screamed something at Stone, but he was already up and over the top of the bar and didn't hear the specifics. He did hear more squealing tires, though, and after a moment the car erupted out of the other end of the alley and disappeared into the night. When he walked back into the bar, through the front door this time, a few minutes later, his heart was still pounding. His body still thrumming with adrenaline, his shoulder still throbbing. The bartender looked up, then glanced toward the back door, clearly surprised that Stone had come in from the front. "You found what you were looking for?" "Yes. Thank you for your help." When he drove off in his car a few minutes later, hands shaking on the steering wheel, eyes alert for any sign of the DMW gangers returning in their car, he knew that wasn't entirely true. He'd arrived with a mystery, and now he was leaving with at least 3. This whole situation was getting more and more interesting, and potentially more dangerous. He wasn't yet convinced that something supernatural was involved with either this or the murder of Madison McLean's mother, or even if the two were connected, despite the presence of a wild talent DMW mage. He'd heard there were a few in the area, but the DMW were bullies, nothing more. It could easily have been a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but then again, maybe not. Right now, there was still no definitive evidence of supernatural involvement, but he had to admit that the clues were starting to move in that direction. Chapter 4. Stone wasn't able to pursue his investigation further until the weekend, due to work commitments. He had 2 more murder sites to check out, the train death and the place where the homeless people had been discovered. He left the latter for last, trying to convince himself that it was because there were more victims there, so he'd likely have to spend more time analyzing any vestiges of energy that might remain. The real reason was because he felt utterly unprepared to visit a homeless camp. Not because he was afraid. He doubted that any of the people there were any threat to him, and even if anyone bothered him, he was sure he could deal with them. No, it was just a stronger version of the way he'd felt at the bar in East San Jose, like he was an interloper in a place he didn't understand and didn't belong. Still, it had to be done if he wanted to get anywhere. He dressed in old clothes and his most battered Doc Martens, stuck a notebook and pen in his overcoat pocket, along with a few $5 and $10 bills to use as bribes if necessary, and set off early Saturday morning. At least his minimal healing skill had been able to sort out his shoulder the other night, so he didn't have to deal with that. His first stop, the platform in Mountain View where the man had inexplicably pushed a woman he'd never met in front of a commuter train, didn't yield much information. There wasn't anyone there he could talk to. Only a few early morning tourists, probably on their way up to San Francisco for the day. He sat on a bench and reached out with his magical senses, trying to pick up any traces. It took him a while to find them. The woman had probably died much faster than the man at the bar, and thus Any psychic energy her terror might have generated would be less intense by nature. That, and the sheer volume of people who had passed across the platform since the murder occurred, would dilute even the most potent traces of strong emotion over time. He was able to sense something after a few minutes' worth of trying, but it was inconclusive. He also glanced around, hoping he might spot some of the odd graffiti he'd seen in the alley behind the bar. He saw nothing but the standard scrawls furtive teenagers made while waiting for trains. Finally, he got up and headed back to his car. No more stalling. The papers hadn't listed the exact location of the homeless people's murders. In fact, the story had warranted only a few paragraphs on a back page, where the other two murders had been front-page news. However, one of the early articles mentioned a large vacant area near the intersection of two streets, not far from the San Jose airport. Stone had obtained a map of the vicinity and thought he had a reasonable idea of where he was going. Despite his reluctance, Stone had to admit that this group of murders did represent his best chance at getting some decent data. He'd found out a bit more information. 6 men found dead around a spent campfire, their bodies arranged in a wheel-spoke pattern, with their feet pointing toward the center. The papers didn't include any specific details about how they were killed, but to arrange them in that configuration suggested a lot of things to Stone. That there was some thought behind the murders, that an occult connection wasn't an outside possibility, and, most strongly, that the killer, or killers, hadn't been concerned about being caught. There was a certain arrogance to arranging bodies like that. As he approached the location on the map, Stone pictured a shadowy figure carefully placing the bodies like a demented artist trying to make a statement. If he could only figure out what that statement was, he might be closer to figuring out whether the murders were all connected, and if so, how. He parked his black Jaguar near the main drag, weaving a quick spell around it to make it blend into its surroundings. The spell wouldn't last long, but he figured he had at least an hour or so before it faded. Taking the map with him, he started in the direction of the intersection. He quickly realized that he was in the right place, or at least that the tangled, trash-strewn vacant lot had been occupied by a fair number of homeless people in the past. The ground was muddy, with what little vegetation remained stomped flat by hundreds of feet. As he ventured farther in, he could see the remains of campfires, along with bunkers formed of old shopping carts, bags of trash, and cast-off building materials. Refuse, mostly fast food wrappers and empty liquor bottles and beer cans, littered the area. The smell of human waste wasn't strong, but it was definitely present. What he didn't see were people, at least not nearby. He stopped a moment, reached out with his magical senses. He wondered if perhaps the police hadn't come through and rousted the temporary residents out, sending them off in search of other squatting locations after the murders had occurred. Or possibly they had left on their own, voluntarily, as word spread of what had befallen some of their own. The area's aura was full of despair, hopelessness, and fear. Clearly, most of the people who had lived here hadn't wanted to, and Stone got the impression that life in the camp was neither safe nor pleasant. What he didn't get, though, was the telltale aura that so many murders would leave behind. He stood, turning slowly in place as he focused on making his senses more directional. For a while, he got nothing. But then, there it was, a faint trace of the same terror he'd gotten at the train station. It was farther in, over a rise. He started heading that direction. He'd gone only a quarter mile or so when he began to see evidence of more recent inhabitation. The camps looked a bit more orderly, the fire pits more tended. Occasionally he would catch a glimpse of a head poking out from behind the flap of a tent, and the feeling of dread and terror was getting stronger. He shifted direction a bit and continued, moving carefully to avoid tripping or being cut by the bits of corrugated siding poking up from the muddy ground. When he reached ground zero, he knew it. It came on fast, the area's aura fairly pulsing with energy. These murders had been more recent than the others, only a couple weeks ago. Stone stopped as a solid wall of pain and fear hit him full on. For a moment, gray flashes appeared in his vision, and he thought he might faint. But he got a hold of himself and looked around. There was nothing remarkable about the site, with the exception of how clean it was. In contrast to the rest of the trash-scattered lot, this part looked like someone had swept through and picked up all the litter and anything else that might have been left behind. Even the remains of the fire pit were gone. If Stone hadn't known what he was looking for and was specifically searching for it, likely he would have simply walked on past it in the direction of the inhabited areas in the distance. He remained there for perhaps 10 minutes, carefully examining the energy and making notes in his book. The feelings were much stronger here than they had been at the train station, but essentially the same: fear and pain. He sensed no trace of magic, nor any sort of presence in the area. Nothing, in other words, that would lead him to assume that anything supernatural was connected to these murders. He didn't believe it, though. Even in the absence of evidence, his experience and a gut feeling that was stronger than a mere hunch told him that there was something strange about both this murder and the one in Mountain View. A deranged killer didn't simply show up and start hacking up homeless people. Something else was going on here. He decided he needed to speak with someone who lived in the area. Maybe they could tell him more. If they'd even talk to him, of course. He doubted the area's homeless population would be in a hurry to give any sort of information to some random stranger who showed up asking odd questions. "Well," he said under his breath, "I won't find out if I don't try, will I?" With a last glance around, he started off in the direction where he'd seen smoke rising and signs of movement. "You don't live here," said a voice from off to his right, followed by a harsh "shh." He turned to see the tops of 2 small, tousled heads, one blonde, one dark, and 2 pairs of bright eyes watching him from behind an ancient refrigerator. "Hello," he called, staying where he was so he didn't spook the children. "You're right. I don't live here, but you needn't worry, I won't hurt you." They rose up hesitantly, a white girl and a Hispanic boy, maybe 7 or 8 years old, both dirt-streaked and skinny. "Are you a policeman?" the boy asked. About the same age as Madison McLean, Stone thought. He didn't miss the wary fear in both children's eyes. For these kids, he was sure that policemen didn't represent a source of help and kindness. They'd probably watched the police coming through and evicting their parents from their last home. "No, nothing like that. I'm just visiting. Are your parents around?" "Are we in trouble?" the girl asked. She looked a little younger than the boy and ducked behind him, suddenly shy. "I told you we shouldn't have taken that stuff, Pedro." Stone shook his head. No, you're not in trouble at all." He indicated the refrigerator. "You shouldn't play in that, you know. The old ones are dangerous when they have the doors on them. You can get stuck inside." The 2 children exchanged glances. They looked back at him, then both their gazes shifted abruptly to something behind him, and their eyes widened with fear. "What is it?" he asked, quickly turning. A man was approaching, still some distance away. "It's Dario," the little girl said in a small voice. "He yells at us sometimes when he's drunk." "Sometimes he tries to hit us," the boy, Pedro, added. Stone's expression hardened. "You just hide," he told them. "I'll get rid of him." "Careful, mister," the girl said. "Dario's mean. He'll beat you up." "Don't you worry," Stone assured her. "I'm tougher than I look. Just stay out of sight." The 2 kids ducked back behind the refrigerator, and Stone turned to face Dario. As the man drew closer, Stone took in his hitching gait, stained wife-beater tank top and ripped jeans, and belligerent, not-quite-there expression. He wasn't as tall as Stone, but wider. It was hard to tell how old he was. "Morning," Stone said, standing his ground. Dario glared at him as if trying to lock in focus. "Who the hell are you?" he asked, in a slurred voice. It was obvious he was either drunk, high, or both. "Just a visitor," Stone said. "Something I can do for you?" Even from where he was standing, the fumes issuing from the man's mouth were eye-watering. "Get the hell out of my way," he said, taking a step forward. "Where's them fucking kids?" "What kids?" Stone still didn't move. "I say get the fuck out of my way." Dario took a clumsy swing at Stone, who sidestepped easily. He was no fighter, but unlike the drunk Dario, he was quick and in possession of all of his faculties. It would have been enough, but a quick application of magical power, in the form of a hard shove, sealed the deal. Dario staggered forward, lost his balance, and nearly fell on his face. "Fucking kids took my stash." "Look," Stone said, keeping his tone reasonable. "There aren't any children here, just me. Do I look like a child?" "You look like a fag," Dario growled, trying to reorient himself for another swing. "Well, even if I were, I'd hardly be interested in the likes of you." Stone couldn't keep the contempt out of his voice. Bullies like this man tended to bring out qualities that had, on occasion, gotten him punched in the face. But he considered it a reasonable price to pay. "Now suppose you move along, yes? Off you go." He made a shooing gesture. Something seemed to come over the man. Rage darkened his features. His eyes blazed with hatred, and he launched himself forward, not at Stone, but toward the kids hiding behind the refrigerator. Stone, preparing to sidestep another attack, was almost too slow to react. The man moved faster than he'd expected a drunken stoner to. The two children, wide-eyed, shrieked and scrambled backward. Stone acted without thinking. As Dario was about to leap over the refrigerator, he made a small gesture, and the fridge's door flew open, standing up like a shield in front of the raving man. It worked just like Stone hoped it would. Dario, unable to slow his forward momentum, smashed into the door with a loud thud and an inarticulate scream of rage and pain. He hit the ground, but got up fast, blood from his nose joining the dirt on his face, spinning around as if trying to figure out what the hell had just happened to him. "What the fuck?" he yelled. Stone shrugged. Dario wheeled away from him again and spotted the kids. "You do this?" he screamed. "You took my fucking stash, and I'm gonna kill you." Once again, he lunged at the two children. "You can't run. I know where you live, you little fuckers." "Stop it!" Stone yelled. He gestured again, and Dario's feet went out from under him, slamming him to the hard-packed, trash-strewn ground with enough impact to knock the wind out of him. He rolled over on his back, gasping for air, and stared up at Stone with bulging, bloodshot eyes. It was clear he was struggling against something. "What the fuck?" he spluttered, unable to get enough breath to scream. Stone held the spell on him, pressing down on his chest with enough magical force to keep him in one place, but not enough to completely prevent him from breathing. He stood towering over the man, glaring down on him. "Now, you're going to go off wherever it is you go and sleep off your little party. Understood?" Tears of frustration and rage cut tracks down Dario's dirt-streaked face. He tried to spit at Stone, but the glob only flew up a couple of inches and landed back on his own face.
"Oh, fuck, kids."
Yes, very articulate. Stone increased the pressure a bit. "Understood? Nod, if you understand. If I find out you've hurt these kids, I'll come back, and it won't be pleasant for you. Best if you nod quickly." Dario struggled again, arms and legs flailing while his torso inexplicably refused to move. Then, suddenly, all the air seemed to go out of him. He ceased struggling and deflated back to the ground.
Yeah,
he muttered, and nodded several times.
Whatever. Let me up, dude.
Stone glanced at the kids.
"It's okay," the boy said in a small voice. "He's okay now."
The girl nodded solemnly. Stone, with a final glare at Dario, released the spell. The man struggled to his feet and stood there, swaying. He glanced at Stone, and then at the kids like he didn't quite register who they were. All the fight seemed to have evaporated from him, replaced with confusion. He said. Without another word, he turned and shuffled off back toward where Stone assumed the main camp was. Stone watched him go. When he disappeared over a rise, the two kids popped back up from behind their refrigerator.
"Thanks," Pedro said. "Dario, he's bad news."
"I can see that. Did you take his stash?"
"No way,"
the little girl said.
"We don't go near him."
Her voice dropped.
"I don't think his brain is right."
Stone nodded. "Will you be all right? Later, I mean." Pedro nodded.
"We'll tell people. They've been gonna run him out of the camp for a while anyways. They will for sure after this."
Good, good. Now then, are your parents around, or another grown-up you trust?" The kids looked at each other.
Mr. Levine is here. He can't walk, and his wheelchair got busted, so he can't sit on his corner anymore, so he has to stay here. People bring him stuff."
"Can you take me to him?" Pedro nodded, his face serious.
"You sure we're not in trouble?"
"I promise, no trouble."
"He did help us with Dario,"
the girl pointed out.
"Okay,"
Pedro conceded.
"Come on."
The kids led him in the same direction Dario had gone, keeping wary eyes out for the drunk. Before long, the source of smoke Stone had seen became clear. A metal trash can with a fire burning inside of it. Several figures in shapeless coats huddled around it. Makeshift tents, one battered old trailer, and a few sleeping bags covered by lean-tos made from tarps and poles rounded out the camp.
"There he is."
Pedro pointed at a young black man sitting in a battered deck chair. He wore a baseball cap turned backward, a gray hoodie, and jeans tied off at the knee. The remaining parts of both legs were missing.
"Hey, Mr. Levine,"
the boy called. The man looked up from where he had been dozing. "Pedro, my man, and Chelsea, how you kids doing?" He spotted Stone and his eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Who's this?" Pedro apparently realized he'd never asked for Stone's name.
"He says he wants to talk to a grown-up. He's okay, Mr. Levine. He helped us get away from Dario."
"Is that so?" Levine squinted up at Stone, examining him. "Okay, you two, go find something to do, okay? If you can find any water around here, I'd go for some. Or a beer, even better." The two kids nodded and hurried off, waving over their shoulders at Stone. "They good kids," Levine said. "Shouldn't be here. Should have a home with a roof and stuff, you know?" Stone nodded. He agreed with him. "Aren't there shelters? I thought especially children." "Nah," Levine shook his head. "You don't go to no shelters. They bad news." "Oh?" Stone was uncomfortable standing. He felt like he was looming over Levine. There weren't any other chairs, though, and he wasn't going to sit on the ground. Finally, he crouched down, forearms resting on his bent knees. "Why is that?" "People disappear from shelters," Levine said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Again, his eyes narrowed. "You ain't trying to get us to go there, are you? That guy from Gordon Lucas's bunch came through here last week, but he didn't get no takers. Not even after he handed out food. Week before that it was the Salvation Army with coats. It don't matter. They okay, but them shelters are all bad places." Stone studied Levine, shifting to magical sight to try to get a read on the man's mental state. His aura was inconclusive, though, strong and green, but with patches of darkness that might indicate psychological distress, but could also just come from drinking or hard living. "People disappear?" Levine nodded. "Yeah.
People don't think we hear things, but we do. Sometimes people check into these places and they don't come out, you know?
I see. So what you want, anyway? He asked, before Stone could continue.
Guys like you don't come around here unless they want something. Even the do-gooders like Lucas and the churches and the Salvation Army usually just set stuff up and we have to get to it. So what you want?
Stone paused, considering how to bring up the subject. He glanced around to see if anyone else was watching, but this time of day the camp seemed mostly deserted, except for Levine and the knot of shapeless forms clustered around the trash barrel fire. "Did you hear about the murder here?" he asked. "Several homeless people were killed recently." Levine nodded, suspicion showing in his eyes.
"Everybody hear about that," he said. "How could we not? It was just over there."
He pointed in the same direction as the area where Stone had sensed the disturbance. "Did you—" Again, Stone wasn't sure how to proceed. He wanted all the information he could get, but he was acutely aware of the fact that his questions might seem insensitive.
"Did I know any of them?"
Levine asked. When Stone nodded, he said, "Yeah, a little."
"They were at the old camp before the cops broke it up. Guess they went off and made their own. A lot of folks did, like us."
He gestured around the area.
"We'll stay here till the cops come and kick us out again, I suppose."
He tilted his head.
"Why you asking, anyway? You ain't a cop, right? 'Cause they already been through here asking questions right after it happened."
"I'm not a cop," Stone said. "There have been some other odd murders around here, so I'm looking for information about them."
"Why?"
Stone reached into the pocket of his coat and withdrew a couple of the $10 bills he'd brought with him. "Mr. Levine," he said, "I've got my reasons for wanting to know. I promise you I don't mean you or any of your friends any harm." He held out the money. "I'd very much appreciate if you could answer my questions, and in exchange, perhaps I can help you a bit as well." Levine eyed the money, obviously tempted.
"You sure you ain't gonna cause trouble around here?"
"I give you my word. I just want to know anything you might be able to tell me about the murders." There was a long pause. Then Levine reached out and delicately plucked the bills from Stone's hand.
"Thank you, man. Not gonna lie, it does help."
He sighed.
"I can't tell you much, though. Nobody heard nothing, which was weird enough. Killing 6 guys like that without making enough noise for anybody to hear."
"Killing them like what?"
"Messy," Levine said. "I didn't see 'em, but I heard about it. Sounds like some of the stuff I saw overseas when I was in the army. Blood and guts."
Stone took a deep breath, remembering the old case he'd thought was long since put to bed. "They weren't... None of the body parts were, eaten, were they?"
Levine's eyes widened. "You mean like cannibal shit? Nah, none of that. Why you think that, anyway?"
"Just something I read once," Stone said. "I guess it wasn't right. Please go on." Levine eyed him with suspicion for a few seconds, then shrugged.
"And they was all arranged round that fire. That was the weirdest part."
Stone was beginning to see that he wasn't going to get much else useful about the murders. Maybe nobody had seen anything, especially if Levine was telling the truth and the killers hadn't made much noise. He tried a different tack. "What about the disappearances from the shelters? Are you sure it's not just people taking off, getting fed up for whatever reason and just leaving on their own?"
Levine shook his head. "Nah, man. That happens, sure. But when they leave, they come back to their people, their camps. Wherever they stay on the streets. These ones just disappeared like they up and left town."
"How do you know they didn't?"
"I don't, I guess," he said with a shrug. "Maybe 1 or 2, yeah. But most of us ain't got the cash for a bus ticket or whatever, and not many drivers pick us up these days. Too dangerous. But we all talk, you know. Word gets around, and lately there's always people asking about friends. Where they gone, anybody seen 'em, that kind of thing. People are afraid to go into them shelters."
"Even the children?" Stone glanced over to where Pedro and Chelsea were rolling an old tire around in a cleared-out space.
"Yeah, shelters. Those halfway house places. It happens."
His expression turned bitter.
They think we stupid 'cause we're homeless. They think we don't know, won't notice. Cops won't listen to us, even if we get brave enough to say something about it." He shook his head. "Ain't nobody give a fuck about us, man. That's the way of the world." Stone sighed, bowing his head for a moment. He knew that the man was right. Homeless people were everywhere these days, invisible and silent on the streets. He rose to his feet. "Thank you, Mr. Levine. I appreciate your time." "No problem, man." Levine leaned back in his chair and pulled his hat brim down over his eyes. Stone turned and started back the way he'd come. He'd made it a little way past the group at the trash can when someone called, "Hey!" He stopped and turned. One of the shapeless figures was shuffling toward him. "Yes?" The figure approached. It was an old man, hunched and wrinkled, in a tattered coat a couple of sizes too big for him and fingerless knitted gloves. He looked up at Stone with eyes barely visible behind a deep squint. "You was talking to Levine about the murders?" "Yes." "I see you give him some money. You give me some too, and I'll tell you something he don't know." Stone eyed him with suspicion, wondering if he was going to be followed by a parade of homeless guys trying to make a buck with a good manufactured story. "How do you know this?" "I seen it." "You saw the murders?" Stone asked, surprised. "I saw it after. They were still there, though, the guys who did it." Stone shifted to magical sight and examined the man's aura. An aura wasn't a lie detector. He couldn't tell someone was lying just by looking at it, but if it remained steady, it was a reasonable indication that the speaker at least believed he was telling the truth. "Tell me first. If I believe you, I'll give you what I gave him." The man frowned. "How am I gonna believe you?" He pulled a bottle wrapped in a paper bag from his capacious pocket, took a swig, and returned the bottle to its place. "You'll just have to trust me, won't you?" Stone shrugged and started to turn away. "Or I could just be on my way." "No, no." The man plucked at Stone's sleeve. "Don't go. I'll tell you." When he turned back, the old man leaned in, blowing breath that was at least 40 proof in Stone's face as he spoke. "I was on my way back to my camp. I spent the day by the freeway asking people for cash at the stoplight. It was late. I saw them. They were there." "Who was there?" "4 of them. I was a long way away, so I didn't see their faces. But they was big, and they was laughing, bending over something." "What did you do?" The man snorted. "I hid. Those guys weren't from around here. I could tell by how they moved. They wasn't no homeless guys." "Did you hear anything else? Screaming from the victims?" "No," he said. "I think maybe they was already dead or close to it when I got there. But—" He hesitated. "But—" The man's small, bright eyes shifted back and forth. "I did hear something else. Moaning." "That doesn't seem odd. If they'd injured the victims and they weren't dead yet." "Not that kind of moaning," he said. He glanced to both sides again, as if afraid somebody might be listening. "Moaning like you hear when people are, having sex. And it was coming from those guys, the killers." He looked at Stone shrewdly. "Okay, that's what I know. Where's my money?" Stone handed him the bills while otherwise barely noticing him. On his way back to the car, mind far away, he paused on his near-autopilot walk and used magic to remove the door from the abandoned refrigerator. Chapter 5. By the time Stone returned from the homeless camp to his townhouse in Palo Alto, he'd made a choice. It wasn't an easy choice. There were downsides to each of his potential decisions. But as he parked the car in the garage and headed inside,
he arrived at the conclusion that one of them had less chance of affecting him in ways he couldn't control. "The devil you know," he thought wryly. Most of his thoughts on the way back from San Jose had been about why he was even doing any of this. He was a college professor, not a policeman or a detective. The police were trained and paid to investigate crimes like this, and even these days when the sheer number of crimes committed in the area had stretched their numbers thin, they still had better resources than he did to find whoever was responsible for the killings. Or did they? He was also a mage, and if the murders did have a supernatural component, or even if some of them did, since he still wasn't convinced they were all related, then he didn't think the cops were at all equipped to deal with perpetrators who walked on the spooky side of the street. Realistically, he didn't see how the crimes could have been related. Madison McLean had suffered some kind of temporary violent mental episode and killed her mother. Whoever had murdered the man in the alleyway behind the bar had no doubt been violent and deranged, perhaps under the influence of some dangerous drug. The man who had pushed the woman in front of the train swore he had no idea why he'd done it, and was currently on suicide watch at the county jail and under mental evaluation. This little fact had been in the papers, along with the other details of the murder. The only case that seemed to have a clear group of perpetrators was the homeless men's killing. If the old man at the camp could be believed, then the men hadn't been killed by fellow homeless people. Someone had preyed on them, efficiently and quietly, for someone's, from the sound of it. And what about the moaning? That had struck Stone as oddest of all, even odder than the artfully arranged bodies. Had the killers gotten some kind of sexual pleasure from the violent murders? Stone didn't know much about serial killers, or even mentally deranged ones, but he was reasonably sure that the kind of man who got his jollies from murder tended to act alone. 4 of them together having some kind of mutual celebratory wank over the cooling bodies seemed too far-fetched to consider. But yet, that was exactly what it sounded like had happened. He remembered the impressions he'd gotten in the alley behind the bar, the sense of satisfaction and pleasure. Had it been the same sort of thing as the old man had described? If I can even believe that man, he reminded himself. The old guy had seen him giving money to Levine and wanted some too. Judging from his state of inebriation, it was likely he'd have implicated his own mother for a tenner. Stone entered his study, dropped into his desk chair, and began making more quick notes in a larger notebook, copying the ones he'd made in the small one and expanding on them while they were still fresh in his mind. Maybe he was just wasting his time. Even if the supernatural was involved with one or more of the killings, what the hell was he going to do about it? He had no illusions about being the one to solve the crimes. This wasn't about that for him. Sure, if he found anything definitive, he'd find a way to inform the police without getting involved, but the uncomfortable truth was that he was simply curious about what was going on. It was a magical puzzle, and he'd never been able to stay away from those. Right now, though, he would have to wait. The decision he'd made about how to proceed meant he would have to share his findings with someone else, someone who wasn't available on weekends. He closed the notebook and put it aside. It would have to wait till Monday. In the meantime, he had a stack of essays he needed to grade. On Monday afternoon, after his last class, Stone drove to the East Palo Alto shop of his old associate, Stefan Kolinsky. He hadn't visited Kolinsky in several months, and, as he hoped, the wards around the place were beginning to slip. That meant he could probably get away with reinforcing them in exchange for what he was going to ask for. Old Stefan never parted with any of his encyclopedic store of information for free, but sometimes if the requester approached him at the right time, the price was more acceptable than usual. He hadn't made an appointment. Kolinsky didn't like telephones, and anyone who had business with him knew when he would be available. As Stone expected, he found Kolinsky in the back of his shop, bent over his ancient roll-top desk. "Alastair," Kolinsky said, without looking up. "It's been a long time." "Hello, Stefan. How are you?" Kolinsky turned his chair around. He was a tall, powerfully built man with a meticulous and old-fashioned black suit, his obsidian chip eyes glittering under heavy brows. "I am well," he said. "To what do I owe the pleasure? Perhaps you might be interested in some of my wares?" Stone shook his head. "Not today." Kolinsky was an unrepentant black mage, and his wares were the kind of magical gear that one might need to cast the sorts of spells Stone avoided. "I have a puzzle you might find interesting, and I need some information that would be difficult to get anywhere else." Kolinsky's eyebrows elevated a little, a clear sign he was interested. "Indeed." He indicated a chair. "Please, sit down and tell me about it." Stone settled himself in the chair and began to speak. He told Kolinsky everything he'd learned so far, leaving out only Madison McLean's name. He didn't doubt Kolinsky would be able to find it on his own, but didn't see the point in revealing confidential information himself. He told him about the murders, the investigation of the bar, the train platform, and the homeless camp, about the odd symbols he'd found in the alleyway, and about what Levine and the old man had told him in connection with the murders. As an afterthought, he added the information about the homeless people's fear of shelters due to unexplained disappearances. When he finished, he leaned back and regarded Kolinsky. "That's about it so far," he said. "Fascinating," Kolinsky said. He had sat nearly unmoving, his gaze fixed on Stone the entire time he had been speaking. "I am familiar, of course, with the murders. They've been in the papers recently. I suspected a possession in the case of the little girl, and perhaps the man at the train station as well. The others, you know as well as I do that there has been an upswing in the number and intensity of violent crimes over the past few years. I would have thought them merely examples of that. What makes you think they aren't?" Stone shrugged. "Maybe nothing. The traces of satisfaction and pleasure in the alley seemed odd to me, especially after what the homeless man said about the men who killed the 6 at the camp. But if there were some sort of mental abnormality involved, then pleasure in killing isn't that unusual." "No, but 4 of them experiencing the same thing at once? That seems a bit hard to believe, don't you think?" "Possibly." Kolinsky leaned back and steepled his fingers. "So what is it you want me to do, Alastair? What kind of information are you looking for?" Stone paused to gather his thoughts. "It's a bit open-ended this time. Anything about other similar murders in the area, to start with? Anything you can find about unexplained disappearances at homeless shelters, halfway houses, that sort of thing? I don't know if the missing people are connected to the murders, or even if they're really missing. I'm still convinced that they just left the area on their own and didn't report back." He pulled out his notebook and glanced through it. "Anything you might have heard on the black magic grapevine about unusual murders, especially anything that might have a magical connection?" Kolinsky nodded. "I will see what I can do," he said. "Come back in a few days." "Thank you." He waved toward the door. "And, as payment, how about I redo your wards? They're looking a bit ragged around the edges." Kolinsky's eyes glittered. "Getting off a bit cheaply this time, aren't you?" "Who else are you going to get to set up wards that will last you 6 months without degrading?" Stone asked. "You pay a fortune for that if you had to find another mage as good as I am, if you could even find one willing to do it in the first place." Kolinsky nodded, conceding the point. "Fair enough," he said. "It is a start, at any rate. If I find anything particularly unusual, then we can renegotiate." "Fine," Stone said, rising. "Thank you, Stefan. I'll look forward to hearing what you come up with." Chapter 6. Interlude. Verity's eyes flew open in the darkness. Disoriented, she lay still, holding her breath. The room was quiet and dark, the curtains still against the closed window, the soft glow of her alarm clock face illuminating a few inches of her battered nightstand. 3:27 a.m. She waited for several seconds, reaching out with all her senses. Something had awakened her. She didn't just wake up for no reason in the middle of the night. Was it one of the staff walking past her door? The closing door of one of the other residents returning to his or her room after a trip to the bathroom? The blare of a too loud radio or television in the far-off common room downstairs? She didn't think it was any of those. They were all normal sounds around here, part of the fabric of her existence. There was no reason why any of them would start affecting her differently now. What was it, then? A bad dream? God knew she had enough of those, but it still didn't seem right. Those kinds of dreams tended to jolt her awake in a cold sweat, the vestiges of whatever horror had sought to disturb her calm still alarmingly fresh in her mind. She took a deep breath, rolled over, and pulled the covers up so she could snuggle under them. Scream! She gasped, jerking up. No mistake that time, she had heard it. It wasn't close, and it wasn't loud. She probably wouldn't have heard it if she'd still been asleep, but it was there. The desperate, inarticulate scream of someone in terrible pain or fear, or both. Somewhere inside the house. Downstairs, maybe? For a moment, she just lay there, trying to quiet her breathing, listening to see if the scream was repeated. It wasn't. She'd heard plenty of screams during her time here. Everybody had. Kids were always coming down off something, having nightmares, detoxing. Hell, she'd made a few of those screams herself on some of her bad nights. That had been a while ago, though, thank goodness. She took a deep breath. The easiest thing to do would be to just roll over, pull the covers over her head and go back to sleep. Now that she knew what had awakened her, she could easily rationalize it as somebody having a bad night. It wasn't her concern. You learned early not to get too involved around here. Safer that way. But yet, something about that scream. It had sounded young. Too young to be in this place. She knew everybody here, and the youngest resident was 14, 3 years younger than she was. That scream had not come from a 14-year-old. She would have bet money on that if she had any. What a child was doing here, she had no idea. Still trying to stay as silent as possible, she swung her legs free of the covers and sat on the edge of the bed. The wooden floor was cold under her bare feet. It would be winter soon, and the air was turning colder every day. They couldn't afford to run the heater all the time, so they did what they could. She didn't need to turn on a light. She knew every inch of this place like it was the home where she'd grown up. She padded across the room, pushed open her door, no locks here, and stepped into the hallway. On either side of her were a row of closed doors. To her left, a stairway led down to the kitchen, rec room, and other common areas. The hallway was deserted. Slowly and silently, she crept toward the stairs, stopping at the top of them to listen. Nothing. The house was as still as she'd expected it to be at nearly 3:30 in the morning. The faint odors left over from last night's Mexican dinner still hung in the air, mingling with the ever-present whiff of dirty laundry. "It's not too late," she told herself. "You can just turn around and go back to bed. Nobody's seen you, you won't be in trouble." But that was just a kid down there. And the scream, hadn't everyone heard it? Why weren't all the doors being flung open, people running out to see what was going on? She couldn't have been the only one who heard it. They told her that she heard things, saw things, sometimes things that nobody else could hear or see. They tried to tell her that they weren't there, but she knew better. They were there, all right. They were everywhere, all around. She even suspected that they were here, but she couldn't be sure. They hid their traces well. She had found evidence, almost like a leftover trail of body odor or perfume that remained in a room long after the person had left, but nothing definitive. Nobody believed her, of course. She learned that a long time ago, and stopped saying anything about it. She'd been in places like this long enough to know how they worked. You kept your head down and your mouth shut. You did what you were told, and you tried to find ways to get by without attracting attention. She'd gotten good at that. And now, if she kept up her current course, she could end up losing all the credit she built with the staff, all the trust she'd earned. It would be so easy to just turn around and go back to her room. Then she thought of her brother. She'd been close to him years ago when she was a little girl and he was a teenager. She'd idolized him, loving the way he'd take on neighborhood bullies or barking dogs to protect her. He protected everybody. That was just the way he was, and she wanted to be just like him, a protector of the weak, not a coward who'd slink back to her safe, warm bed at the slightest sign of danger. She'd never be able to live with herself if that child was injured. She was at the bottom of the stairs before she realized she'd been moving. Again, she stopped. Again, she listened. More silence. Had she been hearing things? Had it just been the tail end of a particularly vivid dream, perhaps brought on by the cry of a bird outside her window? That was... Wait. What was that? She froze, standing just inside the open entranceway that led to the dining room and back toward the kitchen. Had that been a whimper? The sound of someone desperately trying not to cry? There it was again. It went on for a couple of seconds, then cut off abruptly, as if purposely muffled. Then she heard the low rumble of a male voice. It was coming from the kitchen, she was sure of it. She was also sure there was no way she could give up now. She had to know who the mysterious child was, and what the man was doing to him. Nearly tiptoeing now, knowing that if she made even the smallest sound she'd be discovered, she crept across the kitchen like a ghost in flannel, scully pajamas. There wasn't much past this point, just the pantry closet and the door to the basement, which was always locked. Now, though, she noticed that the door was open, just a bit. The tiniest crack of light poked out into the kitchen, softly illuminating a few of the blue and white floor tiles. And as she stopped near it to listen, she heard the whimper again. It was definitely coming from down there. She stopped, her breath coming a little faster. What was a distressed child doing in the basement? And what was a man doing down there with him? She couldn't think of any possible way this could be anything good. What to do, though? Should she call someone? At least one of the staff should be doing rounds somewhere around the house. She could find them and bring them here, but what if they didn't believe her? Or worse, what if they were somehow connected with whatever was going on? She closed her eyes for a few seconds, willing her brain to calm down and let her think. Call the police? No, they'd never get here in time. Did she dare check it out on her own? Maybe if she sneaked down there. She looked around the darkened kitchen for a weapon. The only light came from the tiny shaft of the basement door, the scant moonlight coming in from the window, and a small Mickey Mouse nightlight plugged in near the toaster. But it was enough to show her that no weapons were forthcoming. Naturally, they kept all the knives and other dangerous implements locked up. Even things like rolling pins were locked away, out of reach. She could sneak back to her bedroom and look for something there, or... The child cried out again. "No! Please, don't!" That was it. Tossing all caution away, she flung the door open and pounded down the wooden stairway, looking wildly around for the source of the cry, and stopped, dead. There were no yard care implements here, no chemicals, no spiders. There was only a featureless gray room with padded walls and a hard, concrete floor, illuminated by a bank of harsh, fluorescent lights overhead. In the middle of the room stood a man, his back to the stairway, holding a young boy perhaps 9 years old. The man hadn't noticed her, the sound of her descent drowned out by the child's cries. As she watched, shocked into immobility, the man laughed and touched the boy's forehead. The boy screamed even louder this time, a sound of transcendent agony that rose to a shrieking crescendo and then abruptly stopped. The boy's eyes met hers over the man's shoulder, pleading with her to do something, anything, and then he was gone. Just like that, the space where he had been was empty. There was nothing left but a faint smell of ozone in the air, a heap of disarrayed clothing and a tiny, charred pile of what looked like ashes at the man's feet. "No!" Her own scream of defiance and shock and disbelief at what she'd just seen was almost as loud as the boy's. She rushed forward, having no idea what she intended to do, but not caring. She had to do something. The man wheeled around, and she nearly stopped in her tracks again. His face was wild, almost inhuman in its ferocity. His eyes blazed with some weird inner light, and his mouth was stretched wide in a grin straight from the pits of hell. He reached out, his fingers seeking her. "Go away!" she yelled. It was as if something alien had taken over her mind. She felt like whatever was happening, she was just along for the ride now. Instead of shrinking back from the madman lunging toward her, she held her ground. Holding her hands up as if trying to block him, she forced out with her mind. She felt something, some kind of power emanate from her and contact the man. For a moment, a nimbus of strange, foggy light formed around him. He screamed, clutching his head and dropping to his knees. She did step back now, staring at him as he writhed, obviously engaged in some fierce internal struggle. Then all the life went out of him and he dropped bonelessly to the floor. Some sort of nebulous, purplish thing wafted up out of his body and hovered in the air above him. It oriented itself, then shot toward her. "No!" she yelled again, and forced out with her mind as she had done before. She had no idea how she was doing this. It was instinctive, like breathing or crying, but it had its effect. The floating thing changed direction, darting around the room for several seconds, and then heading straight up through the ceiling. She didn't move for several seconds. She stood there, rooted to the spot, her numb gaze taking in the room, the pile of ashes and clothes, the unconscious, dead man. The weird, insane expression had left him. He looked like nothing more than a nondescript, middle-aged man in a suit. When the compulsion to remain standing in one place left her, she did the only logical thing she could think of. She ran. Her only thought as she pelted up the stairs was to get away from the man, to find someone on the staff, to bring them down here and show them the man, and explain to them about the ashes and the boy, and... She flung herself out of the door into the kitchen. She didn't see the shadowy figure standing there until she collided with it. Chapter 7. Stone put the matter mostly out of mind for the next couple of days, focusing on catching up with some work he'd let slide while pursuing his investigation. As he suspected, neither Nancy McLean nor Dr. Barnett had contacted him again regarding Madison's case, so he assumed that their concession to considering an occult connection for what had happened had been covered. He had kept a close watch on the local papers and the late-night news, but no more unusual murders had turned up. Maybe the whole thing was just a coincidence, and he was chasing shadows. He decided he wouldn't mind that. He had too many other things to do, and if he was being honest with himself, he didn't have the time to spare on this investigation. Never stopped me before, though. He waited until Thursday afternoon to go back to Kalinsky's shop, figuring that should give the Black Mage enough time to tap his sources and research whatever connections he had. As usual, when he entered the shop, there were no customers. Kalinsky looked up from his desk. "Ah, Alastair. I was hoping you might come by today. You can get started on the wards whenever you like." "You've got something, then?" "Something," he said, though perhaps not as much as you might have hoped. He waved Stone toward a chair, and when he sat down, he pulled out a folder and opened it, extracting a sheet of paper. The bad news first. I'm afraid I couldn't find out much about your murders that you didn't already know. I was able to obtain a couple of transcripts from an interview with Martin Glass, the man who pushed the woman in front of the train. He maintains that he had no idea what he was doing, and that he, I am quoting here, felt like somebody else had taken over my body and made me do it. He glanced up at Stone over the paper. Just like the little girl said. Stone frowned. So we might be looking at some sort of possession after all. Odd that I didn't spot it. Anything else? Nothing on the homeless men, and not much on the man in the alley. His name was Enrique Juarez, and he was a transient of no fixed address. The police have no lead on who might have killed him, which seems odd given the ferocity of the crime. Stone nodded, sighing. It wasn't much to go on. Kolinsky's sources had never failed him before, which made him wonder once again if perhaps there wasn't much here to find. Even if the girl in Glass had been somehow possessed, it was possible that the others were just the victims of particularly violent killers. Anything about the traces of satisfaction? I'm afraid not. I've never heard of any such thing, beyond the feelings of pleasure that mages of my persuasion experience when taking power from someone. It's possible that if it were done voluntarily, it might have faded over time, but it doesn't sound like this was voluntary. If it were black magic, you should have been able to detect the traces. I expect so, yes. And I hardly think someone would stand by and allow themselves to be murdered. In any case, that level of draining by a black mage would reduce the victim to ash anyway. Yes. Kolinsky put the paper back in the folder. Okay, so that was the bad news. What's the good news? He paged through the sheets until he found two that were stapled together. Your source was apparently correct about the disappearances. There have been quite a number of them. Oh? Stone leaned forward. How many are we talking about? 38, just within the last year. More if you go back further, but I confined my search to the last few months. He passed the paper to Stone. These, of course, are only those that were reported. I suspect there might be more, since there are likely cases where missing homeless people might not have any local friends or family to report them missing. Stone took the pages and glanced over them. They contained neat tables listing dates and locations of disappearances, along with the name, gender, and approximate age of the missing person. And these are all people who disappeared from shelters? Not simply homeless people who disappeared? Kolinsky nodded. Yes, and they aren't all homeless people. A few are children or teenagers who disappeared from group foster homes and halfway houses. The only thing they have in common is that they disappeared while in the care of these facilities. How can that be? Stone lowered the paper and frowned at Kolinsky. Don't people notice these things? Families, or I doubt anyone else has made the connection. You mentioned that a homeless man told you this. The homeless are notoriously reluctant to speak to the police, and probably with good reason. As for the children, the cases have been obfuscated, snarled in red tape. Most of the children are wards of the state, so, again, no one would necessarily miss them if they were to be, say, transferred to some place to which they never arrived. Stone sat for a moment, thinking. Finally he sighed. This is all very unfortunate, but... He spread his hands. I don't see what I can do about it. I suppose I could report it, but I wonder if anything would come of it even then. I'm assuming you found nothing to indicate supernatural involvement. Not a bit, Kolinsky said, shaking his head. I'm sorry, Alastair. I'd like to have found more for you, if for no other reason than that I have a few other projects that could benefit from your help. But I think perhaps you might be searching for something that isn't there. Stone nodded, only half listening as he idly scanned down the name column in the tables. The names meant nothing to him. More males than females, most of them adults. He turned the page and skimmed the second one, preparing to hand it back to Kolinsky. And then he stopped. One name jumped out at him. Verity Thayer, age 17. Disappeared from a halfway house called New Horizons in Mountain View only a couple of days ago. He knew he'd heard that name before, but where? "Is something wrong?" Kolinsky asked. Stone waved the pages. "I saw a name I think I recognize, but—" And then it came back to him, where he'd heard it. "This girl, Verity Thayer, I know this sounds far-fetched, but I think I knew her mother." "Indeed?" Kolinsky looked surprised. "Are you sure?" "It's an unusual name," he said. "I doubt there are two of them. The age is right, too. Her mother's name was Lenore. She's been dead for years. I met her when I was a teenager. She had—" He struggled to remember. "Another child, an older boy. Verity had just been born less than a year before I met Lenore. I think the family was from Southern California. What was her daughter doing in a halfway house in Mountain View?" He held up the pages. "May I keep these?" "Of course. What do you plan to do?" "I think I might check out this halfway house. If she truly is my old friend's daughter, I should probably at least make an effort to try to find out what's become of her." Kolinsky nodded. "Then I'm glad to have been of assistance. Now, about my wards." Stone wanted to get to the halfway house right away, but it was already getting late. "I suppose I'd best do them tonight. That way I can sleep off the fatigue and go investigate the place tomorrow." Chapter 8. For Jason Thayer, the whole thing started with a flashing red light. He sighed, tossing his battered duffel bag on the couch. Couldn't today just leave him alone for a little while? It was bad enough that he was dead tired after dragging in from 2 days visiting a friend out in Sacramento, not to mention nearly getting tossed in jail for a bar fight. Did his answering machine have to mock him as he came in the door? In his experience, that red light never meant good things. It was never, "Congratulations, you won the lottery," or, "Hey, buddy, I'm out with this really hot chick and she's got a hot sister who's dying to meet you." No, not for him. It was usually more like, "Where's the rent?" or, "I'm gonna fuck you up when I find you, asshole," or, "I never want to see you again." Maybe he'd be lucky and it would just be a bill collector. He was getting good at ignoring those. He hit the button. "Jason?" The single word jolted him like an electric current. He stared at the machine's tiny speaker. "Jason, are you there? If you are, please pick up. It's me." There was a several-second pause, then the voice continued, faster and more frightened. "Jason? Oh, God, you're not at home. Or maybe you're just not answering, but I need help. There's something going on at this place, and it's wrong, and I'm scared. I have to get out." Her breathing quickened. "I can't talk long. I'm not supposed to be using the phone, and I don't know how long it'll be before they find me. Charles says I have to go. It's not safe here anymore." A pause, then, "Somebody's coming. I have to go. Oh, God, please, Jason, help me. You're the only one I can trust." There was kind of a scuffling sound, the sort you might hear when somebody is fumbling with the phone receiver, and then a soft click, and the line went dead. Then the little red light went out, and another one appeared next to "No new messages." The timestamp was from 2 days ago. Oh, shit. That, or some variation of it, was his usual response to hearing that particular voice. He felt bad about it, but it was true. That voice hadn't brought him anything but trouble for years, and it looked like this was no exception. He really wished he didn't feel this way. A long time ago, back when he was a kid and his dad was alive, and the world hadn't yet gone to shit, he and Verity had gotten along great. But that was a long time ago, and a lot had changed since then. Maybe too much. He sighed. Dad, I wish you were still around to handle this, because I have no fucking idea how I'm gonna do it. He had to hunt around for an embarrassingly long time before locating the number of the halfway house. He finally found it on a torn-off piece of paper buried under a stack of bike parts, catalogs, and skin mags on his nightstand. Before he could change his mind, he perched on the edge of the couch and dialed it. It was a long time before anyone answered. Then,
Hello?
The voice sounded young. Yeah, hi. Is this, He consulted his slip of paper for the name. New Horizons?
Yeah?
This wasn't going to be easy. Can I, talk to somebody in charge?
In charge? Oh, yeah, just a sec.
There was the sound of the phone being tossed down on a table, then the far-off call of,
Dr. Delancey, some guy wants to talk to you.
Another long pause. Jason was beginning to think the kid had wandered off and forgotten about him. And then somebody picked up the phone. Good afternoon. Who is this, please? This time the voice was male and sounded older. Who's this? Jason responded. I need to talk to somebody in charge there. That would be me, the man said. Dr. Edward Delancey, and you are? I'm looking for my sister. She's a resident there. She left a message on my machine 2 days ago. I was out of town. Didn't get it till today. It sounded like she might be in trouble. Pause. Who is your sister? Verity Thayer. She's 17. Ah, yes, Miss Thayer. Lovely girl. What did you say your name was again? Jason Thayer. Well, Mr. Thayer, Edward Delancey said, I'm sure if you're familiar with your sister's case, you're aware that she suffers from certain delusions? For a moment, Jason wasn't sure how to reply. Yeah, I know that, he finally said. I thought she was doing a lot better, though. Oh, she is, Delancey assured him. She's making wonderful progress, but sometimes she has moments of backsliding. I hope you understand. They're coming with less and less frequency as time goes on, but they still happen, and I regret to say that the incident 2 days ago was one of them. Jason took a slow, deep breath. So you're telling me that whatever she said, she was making it up? That she's not in any trouble? Well, technically she is in a spot of trouble, since we have strict rules here about unauthorized use of the telephone. According to my records, she's currently in what we call timeout. What the hell does that mean? Jason demanded. He was growing more and more convinced that he didn't like this guy. Delancey didn't miss a beat. It means, Mr. Thayer, that she's had certain privileges suspended for 2 days. No telephone, no television, and no visitors. You understand, I hope, that our treatment methods are carefully designed, and unfettered contact with, shall we say, the outside world can cause severe setbacks. Jason glared at the phone. So you're saying she's in some kind of, solitary confinement? Delancey laughed. No, of course not. She still has access to our library, and she's still able to move around the facility just as she always was. She's simply not allowed television privileges nor any contact with anyone outside for 2 days. So I can't talk to her. You're welcome to give her a call tomorrow morning, or to write her a letter, but until then I'm afraid that won't be possible. Again, Jason took a deep breath. It was all he could do not to growl at this oily son of a bitch. So how do I know she's even still there? She said something about needing to get out, about how it wasn't safe there anymore. She could be dead for all you're telling me. His voice rose a bit at the end, and he could feel his temper rising along with it. Mr. Thayer, Jason, please. Delancey still sounded utterly unruffled. I understand that you're upset, but there's really nothing I can do. Rules are rules, and they're put in place for the benefit of the residents. He was silent for a moment, then added, I'm sure you know this, as you signed the papers to have your sister come live with us here at New Horizons. Or perhaps you've forgotten over time, since I don't show any record of you ever having visited your sister here. You smarmy fucking bastard. Listen up, Ed. Maybe I haven't visited before, but I'm coming up there now. And if you know what's good for you, you'd better let me see my sister. You got that? In fact, have her ready to go, 'cause I'm taking her out of there. I don't really think a pretentious ass like you is the kind of guy I want looking out for her. His mouth was running away with his good judgment again, but for once he just let his brain go along for the ride. You do what you think you must, Jason. Apparently this Delancey character was incapable of being pissed off, which pissed Jason off even more. You are, of course, responsible for making these sorts of decisions for your sister until she reaches the age of 18. But may I submit that, since I have been overseeing her care for the past several months, perhaps I might have a better idea of what's required to, as you say, look out for her than you do. Let's make an appointment and we can chat. Then you can make an informed decision. Is that acceptable? Jason gritted his teeth and forced himself not to start yelling into the phone. Smarmy or not, the part of his mind that actually made rational decisions had to admit the guy made sense. Verity could be a handful sometimes. He knew that from first-hand experience, and she had certainly been known to overreact to things that didn't even exist. "Okay," he grumbled. "We'll talk. But I want to see her when I get there. That's not negotiable. I want to make sure she's okay." "Fair enough," Delancey agreed. "When shall I expect you?" "When I get there," Jason told him. And he hung up, which was strangely satisfying. Chapter 9. 2 hours after he'd hung up on Edward Delancey, Jason was on the road. He checked in with Stan Lopez, a cop and an old friend of his father's, on the way out. "You leaving town?" Lopez asked, eyeing Jason's duffel bag. "Yeah, for a while. Change of scenery might do me good." And then, because his friend was looking at him like he didn't believe a word of it, added, "Going up to the Bay Area to check on V." Lopez's expression softened. "Haven't heard much about her in a while. She doing okay?" Jason shrugged. "Who knows? That's what I'm headed up there to find out. Take care, kid. And take care of her. Let me know if there's anything I can do, okay? Might take you up on that." Jason thought a lot about Verity as the old Harley rumbled up the coast. He figured he had the guilt coming, and now was as good a time as any to let it catch up and smack him a few good ones between the eyes. Shit. Had it really been 5 years? Between the academy and the series of odd jobs after he'd gotten kicked out, time had moved fast. At the beginning, of course, he hadn't had to worry about things like insurance and care facilities and treatment programs. Dad had done that. Just like it was supposed to happen when your sister freaked out and had to go live where they could take care of her. Yeah, just like that. Happened all the time. Actually, it did. More often than you might expect, anyway. The world was going to hell, and a lot of people's minds sprung leaks and couldn't cope with it. It wasn't like Dad had had much of a choice. As a single parent trying to raise 2 kids, Mom having died many years ago of some sort of female-type disease, he had to work, and the insurance wouldn't cover a full-time home caregiver. So he did what he had to do. Jason couldn't resent that. And then Dad was dead. Just like that. One failed stakeout, and Jason was fatherless and suddenly responsible for Verity's care decisions. It wasn't like he had a choice either. The insurance had paid, but who was he to make these kinds of calls? He'd been barely more than a kid himself when it happened. He listened to the experts, didn't read the reports, and sent rather uninspired birthday and Christmas presents, usually late. He'd visited her once. She'd sat in her chair and he'd sat in his, trying to make small talk with the haunted-eyed, dark-haired pixie who used to be his beloved sister. The visit had lasted half an hour. He hadn't been back since. That night he'd picked a fight at another bar and then drank till he passed out. And now she was scared, in some kind of trouble, and he had no idea what he was going to do when he got there. One thing he did know, though, was that he was going to have to stop for a piss soon, or things were going to get embarrassing. The old Harley, which looked like crap but ran great thanks to his spending every spare moment wrenching on it, was nonetheless true to its species and shook like a spastic chihuahua. Frequent stops were pretty much required. That, and he was getting hungry. The rest stop wasn't the kind of place he'd normally choose to pull off, but at this point that wasn't a consideration. It was already starting to get dark. At least the place still had lights. A lot of them didn't nowadays. He pulled in, parked the bike next to a picnic table, and headed off toward the bushes. There was a bathroom, but he didn't trust it. Unlike the parking area, it didn't have any lights. The illumination from the overheads revealed graffiti sprayed on its walls. The usual gang tags, along with some odd symbols that Jason didn't recognize. Just not worth taking the chance. When he got back, intending to toss down a couple of energy bars and a bottle of water from his pack, he froze. Two dark shapes stood near the picnic table, between him and the bike. One was large, shapeless, and imposing-looking, while the other was smaller and oddly twisted. Jason slipped his hand into his pocket for his knife, wishing now that he'd brought his pistol. He wasn't technically supposed to have it anymore, but if it saved his life, he'd worry about the legal details later. The two shadowy figures didn't move as he slowly approached them, keeping the picnic table between them. "Can I help you guys with something?" "Yeah," said the big one. His voice was low, doleful, almost apologetic. He stepped forward, and the light revealed a large Hispanic-looking guy in a ski cap and a shabby overcoat that was, amazingly, too big for him. "You got anything to eat? We're real hungry."
"Real hungry," echoed a quavery voice.
The smaller figure moved up next to his friend. He was an old man, hunched and skinny, with bright, manic blue eyes that shone dazzlingly out of his wrinkled apple doll face. Jason paused, looking them up and down, gauging his ability to get his bike before they could catch him. The old guy he could take easily, unless he had a gun hidden somewhere. The big guy he wasn't so sure about. They both looked a little not quite right, but not necessarily threatening. He glanced around for a vehicle, wondering how they'd gotten here in the first place, and saw none. Finally, he decided to play along. "That's all you want? Something to eat? You're not going to hassle me?"
"Nah, man," said the big one in his ponderous tones. "We just hungry, you know?"
Jason had thrown several granola energy bars in his duffel bag so he could make quick stops, instead of having to waste time and money stopping at fast food places. Keeping a close eye on the two strangers to make sure they didn't come any closer, he dug 2 bars out and tossed them on the table. "There. Now you gonna let me get on my way?" The old guy darted forward and snatched the bars, flipping one to the big guy and immediately ripping the wrapper off his own and wolfing it down like he hadn't eaten in weeks. The big guy nodded to Jason.
"Thanks, man."
Jason nodded back. He watched the old man finish his bar and nibble at the inside of the wrapper for crumbs, while the big one carefully unwrapped his and took slow, purposeful bites. After a moment, Jason opened the duffel bag again and put 2 more bars on the table. "Looks like you guys can use them more than me. How'd you get here, anyway?" This time, the big guy picked them up and pocketed them with another nod of thanks. The old one looked hungrily at his friend's pocket, but seemed to understand. Save them for later.
Travelin',
the big guy said. He looked Jason in the eyes, though his wandered a bit.
"Listen, you're a good dude, so I'm gonna tell you something."
Jason cocked his head, keeping his hand on his knife inside his pocket. In these times, too much trust could get you killed, even if things looked like they were mostly okay. "Oh yeah? What's that?" "You don't want to hang out too long here," the big guy said, gesturing around. "This ain't a good place." "And how do you know that?" The old guy pointed toward the bathroom as if the action was self-evident, then shuffled back behind the big guy. "You see that there on the side of the crapper?" The big guy waved in the same direction his friend had. "What, the tags? This gang turf?" The big guy shrugged. "Don't know nothing 'bout that. Don't care. But you see that circle thing with the X through it and the squiggly line?" Jason shot a quick glance in that direction without taking his eyes off the two bums for longer than a couple of seconds. Sure enough, one of the odd symbols he'd noticed before looked just as the big guy had described it. "Yeah?" he said. "What's it mean?" "Means this ain't a good place. Means you don't want to camp here." "You know that just from the symbol? Who put it there?" "I don't know." The big guy seemed to be losing interest, his attention wandering. "Hey, man, you got anything to drink? Beer, maybe? Little whiskey?" "Or maybe a smoke?" the old guy asked hopefully, poking his wizened face out from behind the big guy's sleeve. Jason sighed. "Sorry, guys. Hey, listen, I gotta go. Thanks for the tip, and you guys take care, okay?" He began moving slowly in the direction of his bike, ready to leap to instant action if they tried anything. He hoped they wouldn't. He still hurt quite a bit from last night's bar fight. They didn't. They just stood aside and watched him as he strapped his duffel to the back, threw a leg over the seat, and fired up the bike. He was a mile away before realizing he'd forgotten to eat anything himself. Chapter 10. Jason rode straight through the rest of the way, with only one stop for gas and a quick meal eaten in the parking lot of the station. He took the first exit labeled Mountain View and pulled off into the parking lot of a grocery store to consult his map. He hadn't been up here since he was a kid and had no idea where he was going. He knew the whole area was one big urban sprawl, with one town running into the next one with barely a border. It wasn't looking much better than Ventura either, he noted, spotting things like an overflowing dumpster he could smell from here, and one of the grocery store's windows covered with plywood and tattered, fading flyers for local concerts. Things were apparently tough all over. Much as he would have liked to show up at New Horizons' doorstep right now, and maybe wipe what was undoubtedly a pasty smile off Ed Pretentious Delancey's face, he decided that for once in his life he'd use a little discretion and make his appearance first thing in the morning. He doubted that being sweaty and covered with dead bugs would make any kind of positive impression. Intimidating, maybe, but he knew he didn't have the only say about whether he could pull V out of that place. He'd at least make an attempt to placate old Ed. If that didn't work, punching him in the nose was definitely not off the table. He cruised down El Camino Real, the main drag that tied most of these indistinguishable towns together. There weren't that many cars on the road, fewer motorcycles, and quite a number of people huddling in small groups in shop entranceways. It looked like it might even be worse up here than it was back home. He knew this area used to be fairly prosperous. A lot of the new high-technology companies were based around here, luring people in search of good jobs. But all that had gone sour, like everything else, a few years back. His eyes darted back and forth, taking in the billboards. "Drink Buzz," proclaimed a barely dressed chick, wide paper strips of her skin peeling necrotically away from the faded neon background. And haphazardly placed posters. "The end is near," one screamed in thick black letters, while the toothy, electric grin of TV do-gooder Gordon Lucas shone out of another. There were a lot of motels along El Camino, ranging from high-class chains he knew he couldn't afford to ramshackle establishments that looked like they'd been around for 50 years, and might have changed the sheets on the beds a couple of times during that period. He had enough money to last a little while if he was frugal, but, yeah, even he had standards. The glow of a neon sign off to his left caught his attention. Motel. Cheap rooms, it read, in a style that had already gone out of style when his dad was a kid. "What the hell?" he muttered, and flipped a turn into the driveway. The parking lot was full. He had to leave the bike down at the end of the row from the office and trudge back. Ignoring the stares of a couple of leather-jacketed teenagers lounging near the ice machine, he continued on his way. He'd almost reached the office when a small, white symbol chalked on the curb near the office door caught his eye. At first his gaze just slid over it as part of the background scenery, but then something clicked in his mind, and he stared at it. It was the same symbol he'd seen back at the rest stop, the one the two bums had told him meant a bad place. No, that's crazy. It's gotta be a coincidence. I'm just tired. I'm seeing things that don't mean anything. But all the same, it spooked him a little. It was definitely the same symbol, a symbol he'd never seen in his life before today, and had now seen twice in the last several hours. When Jason was a kid, his dad had told him, "Jace, don't let anybody ever tell you not to listen to your gut. Sometimes it's all you got, and it might save your life someday. Brains are great. You should never disengage your brain, but your gut's gonna be what saves you." Right now, looking at that innocuous little symbol chalked there on the curb, he understood what Dad had meant. He felt a little stupid doing it, but he took one last glance at the office door, then turned around and headed back for the bike. The two teenagers who'd been next to the ice machine weren't there anymore. Instead, they were standing near the Harley, silently inspecting it. Jason got a glimpse of some kind of red and black logo on the back of one of the jackets. "What do you two want?" he demanded. They looked startled to see him back so soon, but shrugged. "Just lookin'," said the older one, turning to face Jason. His head was shaved and covered with colorful tattoos that extended down to his forehead. "Ain't illegal, is it?" "Okay, you had your look. Now clear out." Shrugging again, the two of them sloped off back toward the ice machine without another word. Jason watched them go, glanced around to make sure they didn't have any friends lurking in the shadows, then rumbled out of the parking lot, still pondering the weird symbol. First thing the next morning, he was on the road again. He'd found a symbol-free motel a couple miles farther up El Camino and settled in. A shower, a quick meal from the fast food place next door, and a good night's sleep had done wonders for his outlook. And by the next day, as he spread his map out over the room's tiny table and memorized the route to New Horizons, he'd pretty much forgotten about things like creepy bums and strange graffiti. All he was thinking about now, as he carefully noted street signs, was Verity. New Horizons, when he finally found it, was a 2-story, gray, Victorian-style home in a marginal residential neighborhood. All around, Jason could see signs that the people who lived here weren't doing all that well. Peeling paint, roofs missing shingles, broken-down toys, junker cars that looked like they barely ran. New Horizons itself was in decent repair, but had the threadbare look of a place that was being kept up haphazardly as the money became available. There was no sign or placard announcing its name, only the house number. Almost without thinking about it, Jason glanced around, looking for any chalked symbols, then felt embarrassed. Still, he was heartened by the fact that he didn't see any. Next to the large double front doors was a button with an intercom speaker. He stabbed the button. "Hello?" The seconds stretched out in silence. Jason waited nearly a minute, then knocked insistently on the door before hitting the button again. "Anybody in there?" Again, several seconds passed, and then a female voice crackled out of the speaker.
"Can I help you?"
"Yeah, I'm Jason Thayer. I'm here to see my sister, Verity." Pause. Jason was beginning to wonder if anybody in this place ever did anything quickly.
"Verity's not here,"
the voice said at last. Jason froze. "What the hell do you mean, she's not here?"
"She's not here,"
the voice repeated.
"She left a couple of days ago."
Jason took a long, slow, deep breath in lieu of kicking down the door. "Okay," he said slowly, measuring every word. "I don't know who the hell you are, but I want to see my sister, and I want some straight answers. Get Delancey out here and open this damn door right now."
"Hold on a minute."
The speaker went silent again. Jason waited. A minute passed. 2, 3. He looked down at his watch. He would give them one more minute, then he was going to beat his way in. He had mad visions of them spiriting Verity out through the back door while he waited like a sucker on the front porch. But he knew that if he gave in to those, he'd be moving into territory that was hard to get back out of. So he waited, following the second hand on his watch as it swept its way toward his deadline. With 15 seconds to spare, something rattled on the other side of the door, and then it swung open. Jason jerked himself back to attention. "Mr. Thayer, I'm Edward Delancey. It's good to meet you." The man inside extended his hand. He looked almost exactly like Jason had expected him to. White, middle-aged, brown hair just beginning to go gray, wire-rimmed glasses, caring professional sweater. His eyes crinkled with kindness, but his perfect white teeth reminded Jason more of a used car salesman. He stepped forward, and only then did Jason notice that he was flanked by 2 other men, identically dressed in jeans and New Horizons logo, light blue, button-down shirts. One was bald, black, and overweight. The other was short, white, and muscular. They both looked like they could handle themselves in a fight. "You need your thugs with you to talk to me?" Jason demanded, cocking his head toward the 2. Delancey smiled, shrugged. "You sounded pretty belligerent, Mr. Thayer. You scared poor Melissa when she answered the intercom. These aren't thugs. They're members of my staff. But all the same, if you give me your word that you won't do anything violent, I'll be happy for just you and me to have our chat." "I want to know where my sister is," Jason said. "When we talked yesterday, you said she was in some kind of timeout, but the chick on the intercom said she was gone. Which is it? I want to see her now, and then we can talk." For a moment, Delancey looked uncomfortable. "Mr. Thayer, come with me. Let's talk in my office. Charles, Tony, I don't think you'll need to stick around. I'm sure we can discuss this like civilized folks." For a second, something in Jason's brain pinged, something he thought he should remember, but then it was lost in the anger again. "Is she here, or isn't she?" "Well, no." Delancey raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, as if he expected Jason to hit him. "Come with me, Mr. Thayer, and I'll explain everything. There's been a terrible oversight, and I take full responsibility." He indicated for Jason to follow him. Charles and Tony looked uncertain about whether they should come along as well, but Delancey waved them off. It was all Jason could do not to start busting heads, but he knew that wouldn't get him anywhere, at least not until he had all the information. He sighed and stalked off behind Delancey toward a door at the end of the hallway. "You see, Mr. Thayer," Delancey said, as he settled himself behind a cluttered desk in an office that was surprisingly small and unimpressive for somebody as obviously full of himself as he was. "I was given incorrect information, and I passed that information on to you without checking on it. I was out of town myself the last couple of days, you see, so when you called, I was in the middle of getting caught up. By the time I'd discovered my error, I tried to reach you, but you had already left. I take it you didn't get a call from our staff?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Jason demanded, planting his hands wide on the edge of the desk and leaning over it to tower over the seated Delancey. "I didn't get a call from anybody but my sister." "Please, Mr. Thayer, sit down. Delancey's expression of calm concern didn't change. "I'll explain everything." Giving up for the moment, Jason threw himself into one of the high-backed wooden chairs in front of the desk. "Okay, this better be good, and it better be fast, because if Verity's not here, I need to get out there and find her. I assure you we're already looking. We've alerted the authorities, and we feel it's only a matter of time before we locate her. But let me tell you what happened. As it turns out, I was given a report that said Miss Thayer was in timeout, written by one of our part-time staff who fills in when I'm away from the home. I didn't verify the report myself. Since Miss Thayer tends to remove herself to her room and stop interacting with the other residents when given time out, I assumed she was doing the same this time. It wasn't until this morning that I discovered that she had left the facility." "So you don't, I don't know, check to make sure your people are here every day? Don't you have some kind of roll call? Don't they have to go to school or something?" Delancey sighed. "Mr. Thayer, we do what we can. We don't have a lot of money here, and our staff is somewhat, shall we say, a skeleton crew lately. Because Miss Thayer is one of our oldest residents, and because she had been improving so dramatically over the past few months, we generally don't keep as close a watch on her as we do on some of the other younger or more, emotionally fragile residents. As I mentioned, Miss Thayer still has occasional episodes, but it's been quite some time since she's had one." "So you think she might have had one, and it caused her to take off?" "It's quite possible. She did make an unauthorized phone call, as you know, which tells me that she might well have suffered a setback. Some of her particular delusions involve paranoia, the belief that certain people mean her harm." "Certain people? Who?" Jason leaned forward. "Have people around here been mistreating her? Bullying her?" Delancey shook his head. No. In fact, the few times I've seen her under this impression, the focus is invariably upon different people each time. Sometimes it's random people who walk by, sometimes it's a staff member or a resident. Once it was even me. It's not an uncommon problem, and she's not the only one here who suffers from it." Jason sighed. "Well, whatever's going on, I need to find her. And when I do, I'm taking her home with me, back to Ventura. This place obviously isn't working for her." He glared at Delancey. "I want the number of the local police department, and I want to talk to her friends here." "I'll be happy to provide you with all the information I've given the police about the case and put you in touch with the detective who's responsible for it, but I'm afraid I can't let you talk to any of the residents here." Delancey looked genuinely rueful. "I doubt they would know anything anyway, but regulations prevent it. I can't allow you to compromise their treatment programs by interrogating them." Jason almost growled. "But you're okay with compromising V's treatment program by not keeping a close enough eye on her so that she can bolt without anybody seeing a damn thing, right?" "Mr. Thayer, no, never mind," he said, shaking his head and standing. "Forget it. I can see I'm not going to get anywhere with you. Give me the police info and I'll get out of your hair. Next time you talk to me, it'll be with my lawyer. If you can't run this place well enough to keep track of a 17-year-old girl with mental problems, maybe there needs to be somebody put in this place who can." Jason was bluffing, but he hoped Delancey didn't know that. He didn't even know any lawyers. Maybe Stan did. It didn't matter anyway, because there was no way he could afford one. "Again, Mr. Thayer, you'll have to do what you must," Delancey said, rising also. "Let me get that information for you, and if there's anything else I can do to help that doesn't require compromising confidential information—" Jason was about to grunt out a negative when he realized there was something. "Let's see how much Mr. Sharing and Caring really does want to help." "Yeah, there is actually. Do the kids here have their own rooms?" "Some of them do, yes." "Does Verity?" "Yes, she does." "Okay then, I want to see it. If she doesn't have a roommate, that shouldn't compromise anybody's confidential information, right? I'm my sister's legal guardian, so I should have access to her stuff, right?" Delancey didn't answer for a moment, appearing to be mulling over Jason's request, perhaps looking for ulterior motives. Finally, he nodded. "All right, Mr. Thayer, I'll take you there. But I must insist that I remain in the room with you while you look. Yeah, whatever. Let's go." They were heading out the door when a young girl around 14 came barreling down the hall.
"Dr. Delancey?"
she called, skidding to a stop.
"Davy Chen is having an attack. Brittany said I should come get you."
Delancey looked ruefully at Jason. "I'm sorry, Mr. Thayer, but I do need to attend to this. I hate to ask you to wait, but I can't let you go to Verity's room alone." Jason was about to protest when another voice sounded from behind him. "I'll take him up there, Doc." He turned to see one of the two guys who'd come to the door with Delancey, the bald black man. "You go deal with Davy. It'll be okay." Delancey obviously didn't like this idea, but he got one look at Jason's expression and sighed. "All right. Thank you, Charles. Just make sure that he just goes to Miss Thayer's room and that he doesn't take anything with him when he leaves, and that you both come back down here when he's done. I'll be up when I can." With another sigh, he quickly headed off to follow the girl. "Let's go," Jason told Charles. "I gotta get out there and start looking for her, so time's wasting." Charles nodded, leading him back down the hall to the common area, then up a flight of stairs. "This way." Jason noticed a kid about 15 sitting at the top of the stairs, his arms wrapped around his knees, rocking gently back and forth. The kid didn't even appear to notice him and Charles as they passed. Verity's room was second from the end of the hall. Charles pushed the door open. "We don't let the residents have locks here," he said, in answer to Jason's questioning look, and waved him in. "Like the doc said, you can look around, but I can't let you take anything with you." Jason got started right away, and it didn't take long for him to determine that the room held nothing of interest. Desk, dresser, and closet contained nothing but a few pieces of clothing, notebooks, pencils, and similar impersonal items. He checked under the bed and beneath the mattress, but found nothing else. "She didn't have much stuff, did she?" he asked Charles. "Do you know what she took with her?" "She had a bag. I think she took some clothes, a few books, her portable CD player, and some discs. She didn't have a lot, you're right. She wouldn't have had a lot of time to pack, either. The staff do rounds every hour, and they'd have caught her for sure if she didn't get out fast." Jason nodded, feeling more and more stressed. There were no clues here. "You guys already went through here, yeah?" "Yeah, after we discovered her missing. Sometimes they leave notes. Didn't find anything, though." Jason sighed. "Well, this was a bust," he said at last. "Could have told you that," Charles said, "but it makes sense you'd want to look for yourself." Jason glanced up. Charles was scribbling in a small notebook he must have taken out of his pocket. "What are you writing there?" "This? Oh, nothing to do with Verity. I keep notes about stuff I need to do so I don't forget." He motioned toward the door. "Hey, listen. If you are done here, we'd better go. I gotta get back to work, unless you want to see anything else?" Again, Jason sighed. "Nah, that's okay. I guess my next stop is the police station." He looked at Charles. "You knew V, right?" "Yeah, I've worked here for a while. You get to know the residents." "Did she seem upset about anything? Was anybody hassling her? Do you have any idea why she might have wanted to leave here so quickly?" Charles shook his head. "Not that I know of. She was always kind of a quiet kid, listened more than she talked, and seemed sad a lot. But nothing different than usual lately." He paused. "This is a good place, Mr. Thayer. They take good care of the kids here. And she was on track to get out on her own soon, too. It didn't make any sense for her to take off now." He offered Jason his hand. "You take care. I hope you find your sister. I'm sure Dr. Lancey's doing the best he can to track her down, but having family involved could move things along, you know?" Jason shook the offered hand. He almost jerked, startled when he felt a small piece of paper touch his palm, but managed to suppress the reaction. He shot a questioning look at Charles, but the man merely made the most imperceptible of headshakes and smiled. "You ready to go back down now?" Yeah, I'm ready." Jason pocketed the little piece of paper and followed Charles back down to the common room. Delancey was just coming out another doorway, looking frazzled. Jason was strangely satisfied to see that the man was capable of being frazzled. It made him somehow more human. "Did you find anything, Mr. Thayer?" Jason shook his head. "Nope. I guess my next stop is the police. You got that contact information?" Delancey nodded. He pulled out a notebook similar to the one Charles had, quickly copied the information from a business card onto it, and handed it to Jason. "Lieutenant Arelli is handling the case. Talk to him, and he should be able to tell you more than I'm allowed to. Good luck, Mr. Thayer. I assure you, this kind of thing happens occasionally, and we've always had the runaway back here within a few days, safe and sound. I'm confident the same will be true for your sister." "Yeah," Jason grumbled. "I hope you're right." He waited until he was back at his motel room before he looked at the paper Charles had slipped him. Carefully unfolding it and spreading it out on the table, he stared at the hastily scrawled words. Kona Club, S.J., 8 p.m. He scrambled to the nightstand, yanked the local phone book from the drawer, and riffled through the business section. There it was, Kona Club on Monterey Road in San Jose. He found a pen and wrote down the address below the penciled note, then pulled out his map. That was a few miles south of here. Sounded like some kind of bar. What the hell? Why would this guy want him to go there? Did he know something about V? Or was he part of whatever was going on and wanted to get him on his own turf? Who was this Charles guy anyway? And why did he— The thought that popped suddenly into his head almost made him cringe in embarrassment. All at once he could hear Verity's voice on his machine, clear as if he was playing the recording again. "Charles says I have to go." He could have kicked himself. He had somebody who was connected to V, who might even know what the hell was going on, right there alone in a room with him, and he'd spent his time pawing through her underwear drawer and looking for clues in her textbooks. "Idiot," he said to the empty room. Okay then. Of course, he was going to have to go. But 8 o'clock was a long time away, and he still had the cops to talk to. Maybe they'd already found her. He didn't really believe that, and thus wasn't surprised when he went to the precinct station and got the story from Lieutenant Arelli. He had to wait a while, but eventually a short, balding guy with a mustache and an outfit that practically screamed harried, overworked civil servant showed up and asked him what he was doing there. Jason explained things to him, and he nodded. "Yeah, I know. She's definitely on our radar, and we've got word out to the beat cops, keep an eye out for her. But I gotta tell you, Mr. Thayer, with all the violent crime going down around here these days, it's not a high priority. Girl, almost 18, who runs away of her own free will. I know you don't want to hear this, but when I've got gangers killing each other every day, guys dismembered in alleyways, women getting gang-raped, bums and hobos everywhere, one girl who's 18 in a month who took off on her own." He shrugged. "We'll do what we can. That's all, I promise you." Jason sighed. He couldn't even dredge up his usual anger at the man. He'd been a cop's kid. He knew all about how some crimes got investigated more than others. Police departments were almost always strapped for funds, and they had to make the hard choices every day. Especially these days, with the government in bad shape and so many people unemployed and not paying taxes. "But you are looking for her, right? You haven't just written her off because you think she's fine?" "We're looking for her, Mr. Thayer. I just wanted to be straight with you." Jason nodded. "Fair enough. And I'm going to be straight with you. I'm going to be out there looking for her too, because I don't believe she's fine, and if you heard the message she left on my machine, you wouldn't either." "I can't stop you from doing that," Arelli said. "Just don't get in the way of my investigation, and don't do anything illegal. I know you're worried about your sister, but don't become my problem. You got that?" "Yeah, I got it."
Oh, and Thayer? Yeah? Be careful. I know you're not from around here. I don't know what things are like down where you come from, but this area, it's more fucked up than the garden variety burbs. There's a lot of dangerous characters on the street here, and we don't got the manpower to keep 'em all under wraps. So take care of yourself, especially at night. I suppose it won't do me a damn bit of good to tell you to just go home and leave this thing to the professionals, will it?
Not a damn bit, Jason agreed. But thanks for the advice. I'm pretty good at looking out for myself.
That's what they all say,
the cop muttered. Chapter 11. Jason had several hours to kill before his meet with Charles, so he used them for research, studying his map of the area. He liked to be familiar with the streets in case he had to get out of a bad situation in a hurry, and then heading over to the nearest library to take a look at the last few weeks of local newspapers. He doubted it would do any good, but figured he'd see if there were any other suspicious-looking missing person stories or anything else that might catch his eye. It was another thing he'd learned from his dad and Stan. Sometimes it was the thing that seemed totally unrelated that ended up breaking the case. He asked the librarian for the previous 2 months' worth of papers, then took the stack off to an empty table in a back corner and spread out the most recent one. 2 hours later, he'd gotten through them all. He stared at the neat stack for a long time. Arelli had been right. For an area that was supposed to be mostly bedroom communities and computer companies, this place was seriously screwed up. Practically every paper he'd opened had contained a story about at least one missing child, escalating gang activity. The predominant gang around here seemed to be something called Dead Men Walking, but other smaller ones were getting in on the fringe action as well. Rapes, murders, violent armed robberies. Sure, this was a large area, and large areas had crime, but this was crazy. Even that wasn't the strangest of it, though. Jason doubted he'd have noticed it if he hadn't been looking through the papers sequentially, but 2 other types of stories caught his eye as well. They were less frequent, maybe once or twice a week at most, but they seemed so odd that by the time he got through the first month, he started looking for them specifically. One had to do with a significant uptick in the number of transients who'd showed up in the area and seemed to be settling in, with more turning up every week. Jason didn't have anything against most of the ones in Ventura. He'd even gotten to know a couple of them who hung out downtown, and been fascinated by the stories they'd told him in exchange for a fast food meal or a bottle of cheap booze. But he knew, too, that they weren't all just unemployed people looking for work. A significant number of them, higher than you might expect, Jason realized now, weren't right in the head. It had gone from the old days with the occasional bag lady walking down the street talking to her shopping cart, to whole camps of them who had somehow found each other and huddled together for mutual protection. Jason tended to avoid this type when he encountered them. He felt a little ashamed about it, since none of them had ever approached him in a threatening manner, but he just didn't want to get involved. He had enough of that to deal with Verity. His mind flitted briefly back to the 2 bums he'd met at the rest stop. The other type of story that he noticed, it was hard to miss, was the accounts of horribly violent crimes. These were less frequent than the transient stories by far, but much more shocking. Jason remembered something Lieutenant Arelli had tossed off in his list of things the department had to deal with. Guys dismembered in alleyways. He'd thought at the time that the cop was exaggerating for effect. But no. There it was, right there on page 3 of the paper from a couple of weeks ago, next to a cheery ad featuring a grinning used car salesman. Gruesome murder claims man near East San Jose bar. This was a respectable local paper, so they didn't go into the gory details, but it was clear enough. The man, who had been a semi-regular at one of the nearby bars, had indeed been dismembered or disemboweled. Jason stared at the words, eyes wide. That wasn't the kind of thing you saw every day. That was fucking Jack the Ripper territory. You'd have to be pretty damn pissed at a guy, or a Class A psychopath, to do something like that to him. The police, said the article, had no leads, but advised members of the public to be careful and to avoid going out alone at night. No shit, Sherlock, he thought. He found two similar stories. The first was a businessman who had suddenly and inexplicably tossed a 61-year-old female stranger in front of a commuter train. And the second was a small camp of transients who'd all been slain around their campfire, their throats cut and their bodies laid out in a wheel-spoke pattern, with their feet facing the fire. The businessman was in custody and, as of the article's publication date, was on suicide watch. He claimed he had no idea why he'd done it, and had immediately collapsed, distraught, as the train had crushed the screaming woman's body. No suspects were in custody for the hobo camp murders. Cynically, Jason wondered how high a priority that would be, given the nature of the victims. He sighed, tossing the last paper on the pile. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Verity, except that it made it even more imperative that if she was out there, he had to find her fast. Sure, she'd been a resourceful kid when they were growing up, but she'd spent the last 5 years living mostly outside normal society. The thought of her out on the street with violent gangers and dismembering murderers and mentally unhinged bums made his blood run cold. Why was he sitting here reading newspapers when he should be out there looking for her? He gathered up the stack and headed back to the front desk to drop them off with the librarian. On the way, he spotted an odd-looking group huddled around a table at the end of the fiction section. Jason stopped for a moment to look at them through a gap at the top of one of the shelves. There were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women. All of them wore shabby clothes and had various bags on the floor next to their chairs. 2 of the men and 1 of the women seemed to be having a hushed and urgent conversation, while the other woman, barely into her 20s, stared dreamily out the window, and the other man scribbled something on a piece of paper with such force that he broke his pencil and had to dig in his grimy coat for another one. Even from where he was standing, Jason could smell the funk of unwashed bodies. He glanced over at the librarian, who was watching the group with distaste. She caught Jason looking at her, shrugged, and returned to stamping books. Jason moved to her desk and dropped the stack of papers on it. "Thanks," he said. "You're quite welcome," she told him. "I hope you found what you were looking for." "Not really, but thanks anyway." He cocked his head toward the table with the shabby group. "They come in here a lot?" Her nose wrinkled. "Almost every day. I don't think they have anywhere else to go." "They bother anybody?" He was thinking of the news stories about the growing groups of transients. The librarian shook her head. "No, they're always quiet and keep to themselves. I just wish they'd bathe occasionally." Jason nodded in sympathy. Probably just in here trying to stay warm." He waved farewell to her, and was halfway to the door when something occurred to him. One of those sudden intuitive insights that his dad used to refer to as cop flashes. He stopped and turned back, heading over to the transient's table. The 3 having the conversation looked up as he approached. One was a leathery, middle-aged man whose bearing suggested ex-military, and whose florid cheeks suggested current alcoholic. One was an older woman with wispy gray hair and watery blue eyes, and the third was a bookish-looking, dark-skinned man in his mid-20s with a scraggly beard. The middle-aged man spoke to him, his voice authoritative and a little challenging. "Something we can do for you?" The other 2 looked fearful and seemed to be doing their best to melt into the scenery. Meanwhile, the young girl and the scribbling man continued with what they were doing, ignoring Jason. "Maybe you can," Jason said. He moved to the edge of the table and hunkered down. He knew from experience that when you were trying to get something out of somebody, towering menacingly over them wasn't the best approach. "I'm looking for somebody, and I thought you guys might have seen her around." "We ain't seen nobody," said the younger man, but he didn't look at Jason. "It's okay, Benny," the middle-aged man said, his tone surprisingly gentle. His squinty gaze settled back on Jason.
What makes you think we might have seen anybody?
Jason shrugged. She disappeared around here. Figured if you guys know the streets, you might have spotted her. I'm not from this area. He forced himself to keep his expression neutral. Up close, this bunch positively reeked with the mingling odor of unwashed clothes and bodies, cheap perfume, and the whiff of alcohol. He was surprised there wasn't a little green stench cloud hovering over the table.
Well, the middle-aged man said at last, I doubt we seen anybody. We keep to ourselves.
Benny nodded, still not meeting Jason's eyes. The young girl was still looking out the window, and now she'd started humming to herself. The scribbling man forked a furtive glance at Jason, then returned with a vengeance to his project, breaking another pencil with a loud snap. He looked frantic for a moment, until the old lady reached down, rummaged in her large flowered tote bag, and produced another pencil. He snatched it up and resumed his scribbling. Jason watched him without seeing him, beginning to think he'd made a mistake coming over here. He glanced up at the clock on the wall. 5:45. He'd planned to grab some dinner and then head over early to the Kona Club so he could get the lay of the land before the meet. He'd have to leave soon if he was going to do that.
That's okay, he said, rising and turning to go. Sorry to bother you.
What's she look like? Benny asked suddenly. Jason turned back, startled.
Uh-huh.
Your sister. What's she look like? Now the young man was looking at Jason. His eyes were eerily steady, dark and unreadable.
I didn't say anything about her being my sister.
Suddenly Jason was on his guard, the little hairs on the back of his neck standing up as a chill ran through him.
How'd you know that?
He demanded. Benny shrugged. What's she look like? He asked again.
Benny knows things sometimes, the old lady said apologetically. He don't mean no harm.
Jason took a deep breath and realized to his shame that he couldn't give a good answer to the question. It had been 3 years since he'd seen Verity.
She's, 17, dark hair, big dark eyes, probably dressed in black, kind of goth-looking, you know? She was always into that.
Benny digested that information.
Lots of girls like that on the streets, he said at last. Girls not safe on the streets, the middle-aged guy said, sounding indignant. Somebody snatch her, or she run away?
Ran away, Jason told him. She was staying at a halfway house. He felt like he was losing control of the conversation, and didn't want to give too much away to a group of strangers who might well be dangerous or unpredictable.
Listen, if you happen to see anybody who looks like her, ask her if her name's V, okay? That's what she goes by. Tell her that her brother is looking for her. Put the word out. Librarian says you guys come here a lot. I'll check in. You find her for me, I'll make it worth your while, okay?
For several seconds, all three of them looked at him. Then the young girl who'd been looking out the window turned to face him too.
He's good,
she said dreamily.
He's a good one.
Then she turned back to the window again and said no more. Oddly, that seemed to solidify a decision for the middle-aged man.
We see her, we'll tell her, he said. Not likely we will. If she's got any sense, she'll stay away from strangers. If she hasn't got any... He shrugged. What did you say your name was?
Jason. Just tell her Jason wants to talk to her. Tell her she doesn't have to go back. He looked at the clock again.
I gotta go, but I'm serious. I'll be back, and... thanks.
It wasn't until he'd pulled out of the parking lot and was halfway down the street that he realized what he'd noticed only subliminally when he was inside. The man scribbling with the pencil had been drawing over and over a series of symbols that looked similar to the ones he'd seen at the rest stop and the motel. Chapter 12. Monterey Road was a long drag, full of seedy businesses, nightclubs, trailer parks, and abandoned buildings. Definitely not the nicer end of town, but that didn't surprise Jason too much. Obviously, Charles wanted to meet him someplace they wouldn't be seen, which made Jason wonder just what kind of information he was planning to divulge. His nerves were jangling, his brain spinning out all sorts of possibilities of what might have happened to Verity when he finally spotted the Kona Club. At least it was there, and still open. He'd sort of wondered about that, actually. The lights were even on, including a couple of flickering sodium vapor flood lamps casting weird illumination over the parking lot. A big neon sign in green and yellow near the door announced the club's name, along with a jaunty palm tree whose fronds spread out over the letters. Below the sign, another smaller one in red proclaimed "Cocktails, Live Music." The whole place looked like it had stepped bodily out of a time warp from about 30 years ago. The lot was about half full, mostly with older cars and a few motorcycles. Jason debated whether to park somewhere conspicuous or somewhere hidden, and decided he'd take the chance on someone seeing him here in order to be sure his bike was still around when he came out. He parked near the door, then slipped a 10-spot to the gorilla checking IDs inside the door. "Keep an eye on it for me, will ya?" he asked, hooking a thumb back at his Harley. "I'd appreciate it, man." He couldn't afford it, but it was a lot cheaper than having to get a new bike. The guy merely nodded, pocketed the bill, and waved Jason in. Inside, the Kona Club was pretty much like every other dive bar Jason had ever visited. The only thing that made this place a little unique was the Polynesian theme. A dusty, stuffed parrot in an oversized faded lei perched on top of the ancient TV above the bar. Some non-functional tiki torches had been deployed in various corners, and a sign near the cash register, flanked by 2 fake coconuts with colorful umbrellas stuck into them, exhorted customers to "try our special. You'll never get laid this cheap again." He wondered if Charles was here yet, or if he'd even be coming. Maybe he was sending somebody else. Maybe he wasn't coming at all. All Jason could do now was wait and see. He ordered a beer and took it to a table as far back as he could go. Settling himself in a chair against the wall where he could keep an eye on both the front and the back entrances, he waited. He didn't have to wait long. Only a few minutes after 8, somebody slipped through the crowd and dropped into the chair across from him.
"I wasn't sure you'd come,"
the newcomer said. He looked a little out of breath and more than a little nervous. Jason hardly recognized Charles. Instead of the neat button-down New Horizons shirt and dark blue jeans, he now wore an oversized Oakland Raiders jersey under a leather jacket. A do-rag covered his bald head, and he held a pair of dark sunglasses which he tossed onto the table. He looked more like one of the gangbangers that Jason had seen on the street than a respected staffer at a halfway house for kids with issues. Instantly he was on his guard. "What's going on?" he asked, making sure to continue checking the ways in and out in case there were any unexpected surprises in store. Charles leaned forward. "I wanted to talk to you," he said under his breath. "It's about Verity." "I figured that." Jason took a swig of his beer and tried to look nonchalant. Just a couple of buddies having drinks after work. "But why slip me a note? Why not just tell me when I was there?" "Look," Charles told him, glancing around. "I don't want to stay here long, so just listen, okay?" "Do you know where Verity is?" "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do, but listen to me." He leaned in closer. "That place, New Horizons, there's something going on there, something bad. I think Verity saw something she shouldn't have, and it scared her." Jason stared at him. "Something bad? Bad like how?" "I don't know, man. I'm not sure I want to know. But every once in a while we get kids in there. They show up for a day or so, then they disappear. I mean vanish. We got our long-term residents, like your sister. They're usually okay, but the new ones, orphans mostly, state kids, they come in and then one day they're just gone. Where do they go? I don't know. Delancey says they get handed off to the proper authorities like they've done something wrong. Maybe they have, I don't know. But it's happened too many times.
Always with younger kids, like 13 or under. We haven't had a new resident in a couple of years 'cause we're full up, but yet these kids still show up. And the weird thing is, they usually show up secretly, like nobody sees them come in. But you do? I watch, man. After the first time, I just kinda keep my eyes open. I don't say anything. You get the impression real quick around there that if you want to keep your job, you just do what you're told and don't make waves. Again, Charles looked over his shoulder as if he expected somebody to be sneaking up on him. But they always come in at night, or in the early morning when the residents are still in their rooms. So what's this got to do with V? You think she saw one of these kids show up? You think she saw what happened to him? I just know she was scared to death that night. When I saw her, I was making rounds. She was running out of the kitchen, white as a ghost. Eyes were like half her face. She talks to me sometimes. It's like I can get through to her best 'cause I listen, and I'm not big on judgment unless it's something that might be dangerous. Anyway, she wouldn't tell me what she saw, but whatever it was, it scared the hell out of her. She told me she had to get out before they caught her. Before who caught her? Jason demanded. Charles shook his head. I don't know, man, and that's the truth. Might be Delancey, might be Tony, might even be the director of the place. He ain't around there that often, but he shows up occasionally. All I know is that I believed her. You said, Delancey said too, that she gets delusions sometimes. Hell, I know she does. I've seen him myself. So how do you know this isn't just one of those? You didn't just help a mentally unstable girl run away to who the hell knows what? A little anger crept into Jason's voice now. Listen, Mr. Thayer, Charles said, his dark eyes boring into Jason's. Jason, I've been around. I've had this job for 3 years now, and before that I was into some bad shit. Gangs, drugs, booze. I've seen a lot of people during some pretty bad times in their lives, and I've seen Verity when she was having her episodes. I'd bet my job that she wasn't making this up, or seeing things that weren't there. She saw something, and I believed her. So you helped her get out? Charles nodded. Yeah. When she couldn't get hold of you, I knew she had to go somewhere. I couldn't go with her, it would have looked too suspicious. But I gave her the name of a friend of mine who could put her up for a few days, and a little money to call a cab. There's a payphone down at the end of the block. Told her to go find my friend's place, and I'd check up on her when things died down. Jason's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Why would you do all of this for her? You didn't have something going on, did you? 'Cause you're what, in your mid-20s, and that would be... Charles smiled, raising his hands to ward off Jason's words. Nah, man. It wasn't anything like that. She was just a friend. We just liked to talk when we had a chance. Besides, I'm not her type. Jason frowned. She's not into what? Older guys? Black guys? This time Charles almost chuckled. She's not into guys at all. For a moment, Jason could only stare at him. Wait, you didn't know? Yeah, I guess maybe you wouldn't, since you haven't seen her in a long time. His brow furrowed, and his expression grew hard, almost like he was the protective big brother and Jason was the interloper. That a problem? What? Jason was startled by the question. Why would it be? It just surprised me. She never told me is all. Charles nodded. All right. Anyway, that's the story. I think it'd be better if you found your sister and got her the hell out of here. Take her back to where you come from. Like I said, I don't know for sure if there's really anything going on at New Horizons, but I'd bet a lot of money there is, and I'd hate to see her back there again. I'm getting out myself as soon as I get paid at the end of the month. I finally saved up enough so I can make a move. If you think something's up there, why don't you call the cops? For a long time, Charles just looked at Jason, as if he were trying to decide if he really was that naive. Come on, man. Be serious. For one thing, I can't prove a damn thing. For another, they don't even bother with stuff like this around here anymore. And most important, I'm not exactly the law's favorite guy, you know? Like I said, I used to run with a gang, and I still deal a little weed on the side for extra money. I ain't in any hurry to get myself locked up. Not with the stories I've heard about what it's like inside these days. Fair enough,
Jason sighed and finished his beer in one long pull. Okay, so let's go find V. You got a car? She around here? I'll take you to her, but we're gonna have to use your wheels. I got here on the bus. She's back up north in East Palo Alto. That's where my friend lives. Why meet here then? Jason demanded. You knew you were gonna tell me where she was. Why not pick someplace a little closer? Charles shrugged. Wasn't taking chances. Didn't want any place anywhere near New Horizons. You really are spooked, aren't you? Jason could see the fear in the other man's eyes. Whatever he was saying, he believed it. Listen, man. Charles stood up and leaned in across the table. This place has been getting worse for years. There's something bad about this whole area. I've lived around here all my life, and it was never this bad when I was a kid. Sure, there were gangs and crime and drugs and all the shit you get in a big city, but the last few years, he shuddered. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but it's almost like folks around here just got meaner. Jason got up too, digesting that as he shrugged into his leather jacket. Well, crazy or not, I want out of here. I want to find V and get her back home. So let's get on the road. The faster I find her, the faster I can make that happen. Fortunately, the 10 he'd slipped the door guy worked. The Harley was right there where he'd left it, and soon they were headed back north on 101. You ever get back in touch with V? Jason yelled over the sound of the wind. Not yet, Charles yelled back. For all his tough appearance, he didn't seem to be enjoying the motorcycle ride very much, his hands clenched in death grips on the grab rail behind the seat. Like I said, I was going to contact her when the heat died down. I didn't want to lead the cops straight to her. Jason nodded and turned his attention back to the freeway. By his reckoning, they'd be on it for about 20 minutes if the traffic cooperated. He forced himself to keep his mind on the road and not think about his upcoming reunion with Verity and what he'd say to her. Even so, he was so focused on what was up ahead that he almost missed the headlights bearing down on them fast. He moved over to the right lane to let the car pass. It moved over too, and the lights got bigger. It wasn't slowing down. Shit, he growled. What? Charles was so busy holding on for dear life that he apparently wasn't paying much attention to their surroundings. That, and he'd put his dark sunglasses back on, which meant he probably wasn't seeing much anyway. Hang on tight! Jason gave him a couple of seconds to firm up his grip, then dropped the bike down a gear and opened the throttle. He didn't like pushing the Harley this far. Hogs were built more for cruising than racing, and he knew a couple of his jury rigs wouldn't survive sustained high speeds, but he didn't really have a choice. He scanned the road ahead for an exit, but he didn't see one coming up. What the hell are you doing? Charles screamed in his ear. Trying to get us killed? But at that point, the fast-approaching car reached them and whipped over a lane, accelerating to pull up even with them. Holy shit! Jason hunched down low over the bars and risked a quick glance to the side. 2 figures hung out of the passenger-side windows of a battered old sedan, laughing and shrieking. One of them flung something at the bike, but fortunately his aim was bad and he missed. The car veered alarmingly toward Jason's lane. Hang on! Jason yelled. This might get ugly fast! Uttering a quick prayer to whatever gods looked after insane motorcyclists, he jerked the bars to the side, barely avoiding the sedan as it straddled the lane marker, half in Jason's lane and half in its own. Faster! Charles cried. This is as fast as we got, Jason protested. He was almost on the shoulder now, but one quick look at all the debris there told him he didn't want to stay there long. The last thing he needed now was to blow a tire. If that happened at this speed, they'd be picking pieces of him and Charles up off the freeway in a baggie. The guy in the back seat of the sedan shrieked again, a high, keening war whoop, and chucked something else at the Harley. This time, it connected. An empty beer bottle smacked into Charles's upper arm. His grip faltered for a moment, but he quickly clamped back down and leaned into Jason's back. "Those guys are DMW," he yelled. "Bad news." "You think?" Jason screamed back. He edged the bike back over into the lane, then risked another burst of speed to pull ahead of the sedan. If there wasn't an exit soon, they were... It had almost flashed by before he saw it. An open roadway to the right. The exit sign, normally reflective, had been spray-painted over so he didn't see it in time, but that didn't matter. He was going on sheer instinct now. He flung the bike to the right at the last possible moment, missing the guardrail by mere inches and sending a plume of dirt and sand flying up behind them. The car, unable to react as fast, shot past the turnoff. Jason could hear them screaming obscenities as they disappeared up the road. He wanted to stop the bike right there on the exit, but he didn't. Instead, he forced himself to keep going, hung a right onto the first available road, and then down about another mile before he finally slowed and let the Harley roll to a stop. He switched off the headlight, but kept the bike running, just in case. He could feel Charles's labored breathing behind him. "You okay?" he asked over his shoulder.
Yeah,
Charles forced out between breaths.
holy shit. Just holy shit.
"What the hell was that?" Jason demanded. "You guys always get crazy people trying to run you off the road up here?" Charles took a few more gasping breaths before answering, pulling off his shades and mopping his brow with the sleeve of his jacket. "None of the roads are safe anymore," he said, "especially at night. They don't usually hit the freeways, but it happens. The DMW, dead men walking, they fuck with people just 'cause they can. Even the cops are scared of them. They do what they can, but..." He spread his arms in a gesture of futility. "Fact of life, man. You get used to it when you live around here." "So you don't think they were after us, then, specifically?" Jason twisted in the saddle so he could meet Charles's eyes. "I doubt it. They're equal opportunity assholes. They hassle anybody they think they can get away with." Oddly, that reassured Jason a bit. At least it didn't look like the car was going to take the next exit and turn around to try to find them. "So we just got lucky is what you're saying?" "If you say so." Charles took a deep breath. "You don't have a car, do you? Something with 4 wheels?" Jason's answering smile was a little manic. "Sorry, man. What you see is what you get."
I was afraid of that.
He let the breath out slowly. "I don't mind admitting I came close to needing a change of drawers there for a minute."
You and me both.
Jason looked around, trying to find a street sign. This area was outside of what he'd memorized on his maps.
Do you know where we are?
"Yeah, we're actually not too far now. I can get us there from here."
But not on the freeway.
Charles shook his head vehemently. "Man, you suggest getting back on that freeway again and I'm walking home. It's safer."
No problem. We'll stick to city streets. Let's get going.
Chapter 13. The next day, Stone's classes kept him busy until mid-afternoon, and a student stopping by his office as he was preparing to leave meant it was nearly 5 o'clock by the time he left Palo Alto. Later than he'd wanted to start, but it was either go now or wait until tomorrow. He tossed his map in the front seat and set off toward Mountain View. He'd gotten the address of the New Horizons halfway house from the telephone book earlier in the day. It was located in a working-class residential neighborhood off Middlefield Road, about halfway up a street lined with old houses that were mostly well-kept but in need of repair. The house itself was a 2-story Victorian, sturdy but unremarkable. He parked across the street, observing the place for a few moments. Aside from a teenage boy lounging on the front porch smoking a cigarette, he didn't see anyone else around. Leaning back in his seat, he reached out with his magical senses. He didn't expect to notice much, if anything. Even if there were faint traces, he likely wouldn't be able to spot them without getting closer. But he didn't want to arouse any suspicions unnecessarily. It hit him like a wall, and this time it was unmistakable. He stiffened. Black magic. Strong and recent. Something bad had gone down in that house, and it had to have been within the last couple of days to be that strong. Was it connected with the disappearance of Verity Thayer, or had he discovered something else going on at the house? Either way, he'd need more information. Getting out of the car, he cast a simple little spell that made him look nondescript. He didn't want to use much magic right now. Putting up wards was tiring work, and even a night's sleep hadn't completely alleviated his fatigue from redoing Kolinsky's yesterday. But with that kind of black magic around, he didn't want to be recognized either. He crossed the street, looking around as if trying to find something. The kid on the front steps, an athletic-looking boy in a hooded sweatshirt and jeans, watched him as he approached, but said nothing. He stubbed out the cigarette. Stone stopped at the foot of the steps. "Is this New Horizons?" The kid nodded. "Yeah." "Mind if I ask you a couple of questions? I won't get you in trouble for talking to me, will I?" He snorted. "Who the fuck cares? Come on." He descended the steps and motioned Stone around the corner of the house. "What do you want?" Stone was pleased he'd pegged the boy correctly. Rebellious and bored. The suggestion that he might be in trouble for talking to strangers had made him more willing to do just that. "Listen, I'm looking for a friend who lives here. Her name is Verity Thayer. Do you know her?" The kid frowned. "Yeah, she's not here though. They say she took off." "Took off?" "Ran away or something. Couple of days ago." He looked troubled, like he didn't believe it. "Do you think that's what she did?" He shrugged. "I dunno. Maybe. You're the second guy who's asked about her today. You a cop?" "No, as I said, just a friend. You say someone else was here too?" That was unexpected. "Do you know who he was?" "I didn't really hear. I think he might be her brother or cousin or something. Some kind of relative. That's what the kid who saw him said." "When was this?" "Earlier today. I dunno. He talked to Delancey and Charles. Maybe you could talk to one of them about it. I'd go for Charles. Delancey's got a stick up his ass. And anyway, Charles and V were friends, I think." "Who's Charles?" "He's one of the workers here. One of the few who's not a prick." Stone nodded. If he could manage to talk to someone who worked here, maybe he could get some answers. "Do you think you could ask him to come out and talk to me?" "He's not here. I think he's off shift for the day. Maybe come back tomorrow." He glanced around. "Look, I gotta get back in before they miss me. That all?" "No chance of getting inside to talk to anyone, I suppose?" "Nah. Nobody gets in who isn't an authorized visitor. You gotta sign a log and stuff." Stone pondered. For now, it wasn't worth trying to subvert the system to get inside, but it might come to that if he couldn't find anyone else willing to talk to him. "You don't know where this Charles lives, do you?" The kid looked at him like he was crazy. "Dude, they don't tell us shit like that." "Do you at least know his last name?" "Yeah, it's Davis. But why not just come back tomorrow?" Stone saw the boy was starting to get suspicious, so he nodded. "Yes, I suppose that's best. Thank you for your help." "Yeah, sure." As Stone started to go, he added, "Hey, dude." "Yes?" "You won't tell him you saw me smoking, right? If you come back?" Perhaps the boy wasn't quite as rebellious as he'd thought. "Of course not," he said. "I didn't see a thing. And you won't tell them I was here." The boy grinned. "Thanks, man. Nah, I won't tell either. I hope you find V. She's a good chick. Messed up, but cool. I hope nothing bad happened to her." "So do I," Stone said. Back in his car again, Stone considered his options and let his mind spin its wheels over the signs of black magic he'd encountered. They troubled him, mainly for how strong they'd been. Every bit of spellcasting left residue behind that another mage could identify if he or she looked for it, but it faded quickly. A little spell like he'd cast over himself back at New Horizons would already be fading minutes later, while most standard castings lingered for a couple of hours before the magical energy began to dissipate. The exceptions were rituals, and anything that caused suffering or death. In both of those cases, the energy remained for much longer. If the ritual had been large enough, or the human effect potent enough, the leftovers from those kinds of spells could last for weeks or longer, growing harder to locate over time until they faded to nothing. When dealing with a location that was the site of long-term suffering, like a concentration camp or a mass murder, sometimes the remnants never completely went away and became part of the area's aura. Those kinds of traces were so strong that they were sometimes detectable even by sensitive mundanes, though usually only in the form of a heightened uneasiness or depression. In the case of New Horizons, Stone was reasonably sure that whatever had caused the traces had happened recently. But he was also troubled, because it felt as if it might not have been an isolated incident. It was hard to separate more recent and powerful residue from the ongoing type, and he hadn't had time to do a detailed analysis. But he thought perhaps whatever had happened to cause the latest readings might have just been the most recent in a series. He wondered if Verity Thayer had really run away as the boy had reported, or if she had simply disappeared, and that was the cover story that they were telling. If the black magic traces had been caused by her murder, then he'd have no way to prove it. It wasn't exactly something he could take to the police, not without being locked up himself, probably in a nice room with padded walls and soft music. He was heading back to Palo Alto without really thinking about it. In absence of any other ideas, he'd figured he'd go home, grab a quick dinner, and then see if he could figure out how to reach Charles Davis. Maybe if he did, Davis could tell him about the other man who was looking for Verity. Was he a relative? If he was, then perhaps Stone could locate him and find out if Verity truly was the daughter of the woman he'd known all those years ago. He still thought it was a coincidence, but the name Verity Thayer was unusual enough that he was willing to take a chance on it. If it didn't pan out, he'd figure out a way to anonymously make the police aware of the disappearances. They probably wouldn't do anything about them, but at least he wouldn't feel guilty about putting things together and keeping them to himself. By the time he arrived home through the snarled traffic, it was after 6 p.m. Mrs. Oliveira, his housekeeper, had left his dinner in the refrigerator, something he could pop in the microwave so as not to tax his non-existent cooking skills, and he sat at the breakfast bar and picked at it while looking through the paper for new murders. He didn't find any, and then consulted the phone book to see if he could find Charles Davis. He hoped the man wasn't unlisted. He found 3 Charles Davises in the area, along with 5 more C. Davis entries. Starting to feel like this was becoming an obsession, he put his plate in the sink and began calling the numbers. He used the same pitch on all of those who answered. Affecting an American accent, he stated that he was trying to locate an old friend who worked at New Horizons. Not the best cover story, but he wasn't coming up with anything better, so he went with it. Of the 8, 2 didn't answer, and 4 of them were obviously not the man he was seeking. He was beginning to wonder if the one he was looking for was unlisted, or perhaps lived somewhere outside the phone directory's coverage area, when a young male voice answered. "Hello?" "Yes, may I speak with Mr. Charles Davis, please?" "He ain't here right now." "Ah, yes. Well, you might be able to help me. I'm an old friend of his. I was in the area and thought I'd see if he wanted to have a beer. Does he still work at a place called Near Horizons or something like that?" "New Horizons, yeah. But like I said, he ain't here. Said he was gonna go meet somebody, so I don't know when he'll be back. You want me to give him a message?" "No, that's okay. I'll try back later. Thank you." He hung up before the man could ask him his name. All right, then. He'd found the right Charles Davis, but he wasn't at home. At this point, he had a couple of choices. The wisest one was probably to let the whole thing go until tomorrow, go back to New Horizons and try to talk to Charles then. The only problem was, if this was the Verity whose mother he'd known, she was missing. Or else she was dead, killed by whatever black magic had been strong enough to put out those kinds of traces. Either way, he felt like he owed it to Verity's mother's memory not to let her daughter disappear without a trace. If Charles Davis was the only avenue he had to finding out what had become of her, then better to find him sooner rather than later. Even if that meant taking some actions that, if he allowed himself to think them through, would probably look fairly obsessive and borderline insane. Oh well, he decided. It isn't like I've never been accused of insanity before. He grabbed his car keys and headed back out. A little over an hour later, he was back home, tired and still pumped up with adrenaline from what he'd done. It really was amazing sometimes what you could get away with using magic, when you applied a little ingenuity and were willing to take a few risks. Charles Davis's address had been in the book along with his phone number. He lived in a small, run-down apartment building in East Palo Alto, in a neighborhood that made Stone uncomfortable despite his magical protections. He parked the car a block away and put the blending spell on it, trying to look like he too blended in as he headed back toward the building. The next part was the tricky bit. Not because he had trouble with any of the spells, but because he was still tired from Kalinsky's wards, and his plan would require him to keep 2 simultaneous spells going at the same time. Not for long. He figured if all went as planned, he could do the whole job in less than a couple of minutes. But even so, maintaining 2 spells at once was somewhat akin to trying to solve 2 different math problems in his head simultaneously while reciting poetry. In other words, it would take all of his mental discipline to pull it off, and he wasn't at his best. He needed to make this quick. Once he'd identified the right apartment, which was on the 2nd floor, 3 spells, he thought with some dismay. He slipped around the back and spotted the windows that corresponded with it. There were 3 of them, 2 large ones that were probably bedrooms, and another smaller one in between them that was likely a bath. Light shone from both large windows, one bright, one dim. Before he talked himself out of what was looking increasingly like a very bad idea, he murmured a few words under his breath and shimmered into invisibility, then levitated himself upward until he could peer through the windows into the rooms beyond. The one with the bright light had to be Davis's roommate's. A young black man, maybe mid-20s, lay sprawled on his bed, watching a flickering television screen. Gritting his teeth, Stone drifted over until he could see into the other room. Invisibility was one of his most difficult spells. He could only maintain it for 2 or 3 minutes before it started to slip, and it took a lot out of him. He needed to do this fast, before he lost control of one of the spells and either crashed to the ground or got spotted hovering at 2nd floor level like some weird, oversized bird. The 2nd room was empty, illuminated only by the light that came in the doorway from a light in the hall. It looked like it was occupied by a young male. Sports posters and centerfolds on the walls, drifts of laundry on the floor, unmade bed. With care, Stone used magic to flip the catch on the window, and slid it open a few inches. He was glad there weren't bars on the windows. The lower ones had them, and that would have made what he was trying a lot more difficult. Once the window was open, he took a few seconds to glance inside, looking around. He needed something that Davis wouldn't miss, but that was strongly associated with him. It was hard to see in the dim light, but finally he settled on one of the jumble of shoes under the bed. He levitated it and brought it to him, slipping it through the open window and stashing it inside his overcoat. Sweat beaded on his forehead now. He wouldn't be able to hold the invisibility spell much longer. Sliding the window shut again, he lowered himself to the ground, glanced around to make sure no one was watching, and then let the invisibility spell drop. For a moment, he just bent over, hands on his knees, panting. If he'd known ahead of time that he was going to be putting out this much effort, he'd have charged up a couple of his focus items to help with some of the heavy lifting. But he hadn't, so he had to deal with things as they were. And the hard part was still ahead. He hurried back to his car, collar pulled up and head ducked low in case anyone had spotted him in the parking lot. He didn't want to admit it, but for the first time in a long time he was actually apprehensive. This wasn't a good part of town, and he didn't have much in the tank right now, magically speaking. If he had to defend himself, he might be in trouble. He made it to the car with only a couple close calls where he had to duck out of sight to avoid being spotted. 2 young men went by at one point, and he couldn't miss the distinctive DMW emblem on their jackets. When he finally dropped into the driver's seat and hit the locks, he just sat there for a few minutes, listening to his harsh breathing and the pounding of his heart.
Remind me again why I thought this was a good idea?
He started the car, pulling the shoe out from inside his coat and tossing it on the passenger seat. It was a well-used Nike basketball model, its size indicating that Charles Davis was a big man. Or at least Stone hoped it was Davis. If he'd grabbed the wrong man's shoes, then life was going to get rather embarrassing over the next couple of hours. Chapter 14. East Palo Alto, it turned out, had about as much in common with its more upscale sister city as Jason did with the Queen of England. His gaze moved constantly as he and Charles rumbled down side streets, taking in the rows of shabby houses, drifts of trash in the gutters, abnormally large number of abandoned cars parked haphazardly at the curbs, and small groups of loiterers on street corners.
"Nice place," he muttered. "Your friend lives here?"
"She don't have a job, at least not a legal one. Her place isn't the greatest, but the neighborhood's decent by EPA standards. She does all right."
Jason wasn't convinced. More determined than ever to get his sister out of here before something happened to her, he returned his attention to driving.
"Turn here,"
Charles told him, pointing to a street on their left.
"Then take the next right at the stop sign."
They both saw the flashing lights up ahead long before they reached the house. Jason stiffened, but Charles muttered in his ear,
"Be cool, man. I'm sure it's fine. Cops come around here all the time. Just be easy and don't do anything suspicious."
Easier said than done, but Jason did as instructed. As they rounded the last street, though, his worst fears were realized. 3 police cars with their red lights flashing, along with an ambulance, blocked the street.
"Is that the house?" he whispered. "Your friends?"
For a long time, Charles didn't answer. Then, finally,
"Yeah." "Shit."
Jason started to speed forward, but Charles grabbed his arm.
"Listen to me," he ordered. "I don't know what cops are like where you come from, but around here they're bad news. At least most of them are. I want to help Verity, but I ain't gonna get hauled in trying to do it. Just be cool. Don't give 'em any excuse to hassle you. Got it?"
Every nerve in Jason's body screamed defiance. He wanted to rush forward, knock down anybody in his way, and find Verity. But even as he slowed the bike down, he realized Charles was right. He wouldn't be helping her by running in without a plan. He had to see what was going on first. He pulled off at the curb 2 houses down and approached the scene on foot. Charles hung back, remaining near the bike. Almost immediately, one of the cops moved to intercept him.
"Nothing to see here, kid," he snapped. "Keep moving."
Jason could already see a crowd had gathered loosely around the outer fringes of the scene, mostly women huddled with kids in small knots, a few teenagers.
"I think my sister's here," he told the cop. "I think she's staying here at this house. What's going on? What happened?"
As he watched, 2 EMTs came out of the house behind the cop, pushing a figure on a gurney. They quickly headed toward the ambulance. Jason tried to do an end run around the cop, intending to get a look at the gurney's occupant.
"Is that her? V?"
The cop grabbed his arm and shoved him back.
"I said stay back," he barked. "This is a crime scene."
He examined Jason for a moment, then said, "You know the people who live here? What's your name?" Jason turned to say something to Charles, but the man had melted into the shadows and was nowhere to be seen. Turning back to the cop, he said, "No, I don't know them.
I was told my sister might be staying here, and I'm trying to find her. She's 17, dark hair, dark eyes. Damn it, tell me if that's her in the ambulance so I can go with her to the hospital if it is." The cop keyed the mic clipped to the shoulder of his uniform jacket, muttering something into it. He listened for a reply, then told Jason, "No dark-haired girl around here. Don't ask me for details, I can't give them to you. But I can tell you the victims are both older women, one black, one white, no teenagers." "Can you tell me what happened?" He stared at the house as if trying to see through its walls. Yellow crime scene tape stretched across the doorway, and cops and other personnel moved in and out like busy insects intent on their jobs. "Are they dead?" "Looks like a home invasion gone wrong," the cop said, still glaring at him. "And I'm not telling you anything about their condition. It's none of your business. Now move along. I can't stand here yakking with you all night." Yeah, thanks. But keep an eye out for her, okay?" The bright edges of panic were starting to claw at his brain now. If Verity wasn't here, where was she? Did they catch the invaders? If they'd gotten away, had they taken her with them? He drifted away from the cop, doing his best to look nonchalant until the man moved back over to his patrol car and started writing something on a clipboard. Then he headed toward the crowd. Maybe if they lived somewhere near here, they might know what was up. Where the hell was Charles, anyway? He chose a couple of male teenagers standing next to each other near the fringe of the crowd, not wanting to spook the mothers with kids. He sidled up next to them, hands in his pockets like any other gawking onlooker. "Hey." They looked at him suspiciously, but nodded. "You know what happened here?" "Somebody got killed," the younger of the two said. He was only 13 or so and looked worried, though he was trying hard not to show it. The older one, who looked like his brother, nodded. "Yeah, somebody must have broke in and—" He made a slashing motion across his throat. "They cut her throat?" Jason asked. That seemed a little extreme, even for a botched robbery. The older boy nodded. "Yeah, I looked in the window before the cops showed up. Andre dared me to do it. She was laying on the floor in her bedroom, all splayed out, looked like blood everywhere." Jason paused to digest that. "What about the other one?" he asked, pointing at the ambulance which was pulling away from the curb with its lights flashing. "Dunno. She didn't live there. I think she was a friend of Miss Barnes." "That's the lady who got killed?" "Yeah, I recognized her." Like his younger brother, the boy looked a lot more spooked by the proceedings than he was trying to let on, but still relished the opportunity to tell such an interesting story. "But you didn't hear anything? You didn't see anybody else around here? Like maybe a teenage white girl?" They shook their heads. "Nope. Miss Barnes, she had a lot of visitors, usually at night. Sometimes she told fortunes, too, in the daytime, but no teenage girls. Mostly men at night and middle-aged ladies in the daytime." So now he knew what Charles's friend's not-so-legal occupation was, at least. "You know when this all started? When the cops got here? Did you call them when you saw Miss Barnes dead?" The boy looked at him like he was crazy. "Call the cops? Me? No, man. I just heard somebody scream maybe an hour or so ago. I waited a few minutes, then went to check it out. That's when I saw her. I didn't stay too long. You don't want to get caught up anywhere near something like this, trust me." Jason nodded. "Okay, thanks, guys. Listen, if you happen to see a teenage girl around here that you don't recognize..." He reached in his pocket, pulled out a stub of a pencil and a scrap of paper, and scrawled down the phone number and room number for his motel. "Call me there, okay? I'll make it worth your while if you help me find her." The older boy looked at the paper, then pocketed it. "Okay. Oh, one other question. You said you heard the scream, then waited a while before you came over. Did you see anybody leaving, running away?" The boy shook his head. "No, they must have gone out the back. We didn't see nothing." "Okay, thanks." Jason sighed and headed back toward the bike. Every time it seemed like he had a lead on Verity's whereabouts, something snatched her away from him again. If he'd been a more paranoid type, he'd have to start thinking that somebody was doing this on purpose. As it was, he needed to figure out what to do next. Was she out on the street somewhere?
Had she fled the scene when the intruders had busted in? Had they busted in at all, or were they clients of Miss Barnes, and something had gone wrong? The questions were definitely beginning to outnumber the answers. As he approached the Harley, Charles detached himself from some shadows and nodded to him. "You find out anything?" "Where have you been?" Jason demanded. "You kinda left me hanging out to dry there." "Sorry. I told you before, I can't afford to get mixed up in this and lose my job. Cops see somebody who looks like me around a crime scene and things start to get ugly." Jason nodded. He didn't like it, but he didn't doubt it was true. "What did you find out? I take it Verity's not there. If that was her in the ambulance, you'd be following it, not standing here talking to me." "Yeah, she's not there. You know somebody named Miss Barnes?" Charles's eyes widened. "Yeah, Melody Barnes. That's my friend, the one who took V in. Why? What happened? Is that her in the ambulance?" Jason took a deep breath. He'd never been good at breaking news gently. I'm sorry, Charles. She's dead." "What?" Charles gripped his arm hard. "What do you mean she's dead? Dead people don't get taken away in ambulances." "That wasn't her in there. It was some other woman who was visiting her. Your friend, they said she was murdered. I'm sorry," he said again. And he genuinely was. Caught up as he was in the search for his sister, he had no reason yet to believe that she wasn't alive. This woman, whoever she was, wasn't so lucky. This was bad stuff. Charles stared at him for a moment, then dropped his gaze. "Oh, man," he muttered. Jason didn't know what to say, so he covered it by mounting the bike and firing it up. "I want to cruise around the area a little. I don't expect we'll find V, but I gotta at least try. I'm out of options otherwise. After that, I'll drop you off at your place. Where do you live?" "Home? I don't want to go home. I want to go to the hospital. I want to see this friend. Maybe she can tell me what happened to Mel." Jason nearly slapped himself. Of course. There was still somebody who'd been involved with this who was still alive, and he'd completely forgotten about them. "Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Hop on. Maybe she can tell us something about V, too." Chapter 15. Even mundanes, people with no magical abilities, recognize that certain objects can have powerful connections to individual people. Anyone watching a child hug a threadbare old teddy bear, an old man gaze with longing at a photo of his dead wife, or a young woman idly twirl her engagement ring on her finger could see that. Even fake psychics made a big show of asking for a treasured object. People who consulted them for readings almost always brought such items with them, and would have felt somehow cheated if the psychic didn't request it. And everybody knew about the TV version of voodoo, where the evil priest obtained a lock of his victim's hair, or some nail clippings, to incorporate into a doll that would be used to cause harm. There was a good reason why this particular trope persisted so strongly throughout the ages. Because it was true. To any trained mage, an item belonging to someone they wished to locate was a valuable and necessary component in the ritual used to find them, especially if the subject wasn't personally known to the mage. The whole psychic emanations thing was true too, with a couple of caveats. It didn't usually work with casual items like books or rarely worn clothes. Unless the practitioner was particularly powerful, something intensely personal was required to get anything good, and even then it was hard. Stone wasn't skilled at that kind of divination. He had a friend who was, but he'd never gotten the hang of it. What he was good at, however, was finding people. If he could get an item associated with the individual he was looking for, and the person wasn't too far away, it was almost impossible to hide from him. For a mundane, at least. Mages had ways to screen themselves from such attempts at tracking them, and hiding behind a ward such as the one he'd put up at Kolinsky's shop would keep even a mundane safe from all but the most insistent scrutiny from the most powerful mages. Fortunately, Stone was reasonably sure that Charles Davis was neither a mage nor protected by a ward. When he arrived home, he headed down to his locked basement, where he maintained a semi-permanent magic circle. He couldn't make it completely permanent since he was renting the place, and began gathering the components for a ritual. He wanted to do this quickly. It was already after 8 p.m., and he didn't think Charles Davis would take too kindly to being accosted by a stranger if he waited too much longer. The ritual itself would take at least half an hour to set up, and then he'd have to get to wherever Davis was. He moved with confidence. He'd done this ritual enough times before that its setup was mostly second nature. He did, however, build in a component that he didn't usually include, both because it wasn't often needed and because it would add extra effort to the ritual. He was already tired from the wards and the castings at Davis's house, and this would just add to his fatigue, but it couldn't be helped. Since he had no idea where Davis was, or whether he would remain where he was long enough for Stone to get to him once the ritual located him, he needed to tweak the ritual to allow him to do a continuous tracking, sort of like a magical compass. The spell itself wasn't that different, but he'd have to attach a small bit of power to the tether item, the shoe, and keep the connection open so it would keep pointing him in the right direction once the spell was complete. He sighed, running a hand through his hair, and thought for a moment again about why he was going to all this effort. If he could just wait a few more hours, he could go back to New Horizons and figure out a way to talk to Charles Davis without nearly draining his store of magical energy looking for him. Because if it is your Verity, he reminded himself, you can't just let her disappear without knowing what happened to her, and possibly being able to help her. He wished he could have just found something belonging to Verity and eliminated the middleman, but he suspected the security at New Horizons was a lot stronger than it was on a dodgy apartment building in East Palo Alto, even leaving out the fact that somebody had been doing black magic on the premises recently and might still be there. So Davis it was. The ritual itself, once it was set up, didn't take long to perform. He put the finishing touches on the circle and carefully stepped inside, setting an open map of the area and Davis's shoe in front of him. The thing smelled exactly like you'd expect a well-used basketball shoe to smell. Wrinkling his nose, Stone made a mental note to drive with the window open so the car didn't end up stinking like a locker room. Then he cleared his mind, closed his eyes, and concentrated on the spell. After a few moments, he opened his eyes and began concentrating fully on the shoe. It glowed faintly, flickering in the light of the candles he'd placed around the circle's perimeter. He kept his focus strong, repeating Charles Davis's name in his mind. He wished he knew what Davis looked like so he could picture that too, but this would be enough. The shoe made a little whoosh sound, shot a puff of purplish flame about a foot into the air, and disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a smoking section of one of its laces. "Got you," Stone whispered in triumph, snatching up the piece of shoelace and the map. Normally the entire tether item would be consumed in the ritual, but since he'd built the compass component into it, a portion remained to guide him on his way. He'd even lucked out. The bit that remained wasn't the smelly part. He stepped out of the circle and looked at his watch. 8:45. As near as he could tell, Davis was currently somewhere close to Highway 101, which probably meant he was on the move. If Stone hurried, he hoped he might intercept Davis at his destination, so he didn't have to follow him anywhere else. If he was lucky, Davis might just be on his way home, which would make the whole thing easy, if more than a bit absurd. He headed upstairs and grabbed his keys and overcoat from where he'd tossed them. As he passed the hall mirror, he caught a glimpse of himself. Hair wild, face pale, eyes sunken into shadowy hollows. He wasn't at his best right now, but that didn't matter. He could sleep when he was done with all this. He got into the car, spread the map out on the passenger seat, and placed the shoelace on it at the last location where he'd spotted Davis. Shifting to magical sight, he examined the glowing indicator poking out from the lace. It was farther now already. Davis was definitely moving. He started the car and headed out. Now came the fun part, trying not to get into an accident while he followed a magical trace along a busy freeway. Cheer up, he told himself. It's still more fun than grading freshman essays. Chapter 16. The waiting room at East Palo Alto General Hospital was packed with people. Parents hovering over sniffly kids, a group of teenagers with a friend who had a bloody bandage wrapped around his arm, a small clump of bums keeping to themselves in the corner, and hospital personnel constantly bustling in and out. There were no available chairs in the waiting room. Charles cocked his head toward the desk. "You ask," he told Jason. "They aren't gonna take me seriously dressed like this." Jason nodded, hurrying over. 3 nurses were seated behind a large admitting desk, 2 of them intent on making notes on clipboards. The third looked up. "Yes, may I help you?" Her expression clearly said, "You don't look like you're dying. Go sit down and wait." We're here to see somebody who I think just got brought in. Maybe in the last half hour or so." "Name?" "Uh-oh. I don't know her name. She's a friend of a friend. There was some kind of robbery at her friend's house and she got hurt. We want to see how she's doing." The nurse was looking suspicious now. "Sir, I'm sorry. As you can see, we're very busy here. I can't spend the time to try to track down somebody if you don't even know her name. If you want to wait, things tend to get slow in a couple of hours. I might be able to help you then." Jason sighed, glancing down at his watch. It was only a little after midnight. "Yeah, thanks," he said, hurrying back to Charles. "No dice," he told him. "You don't know this friend's name, do you?" Charles shook his head. Jason watched more people moving in and out of the waiting room, and a thought struck him. "Hey, if there are this many people here, I doubt they'd bring her into the main waiting room. She'd go straight to emergency, right? Maybe she'll still be there." Without waiting for an answer, he ran out the way they'd come in, scanning the signs out front. He spotted one labeled Emergency, with an arrow pointing off to the right, and took off. He heard Charles pounding along behind him, already out of breath. Nobody bothered them when they busted through the double swinging doors and hurried down the hall, dodging gurneys both empty and occupied. If possible, this place was even more chaotic than the front desk area. At the end of the hall was a large, open area filled with more people on gurneys, people sitting around moaning in pain, along with worried-looking friends or family, and even more scurrying hospital personnel. It smelled like the faint sense of blood and vomit, overlaid with a heavy, sharp tang of antiseptic. As he and Charles stood there trying to figure out where to start, a loud voice called, "On your left!" They leapt out of the way as a gurney bearing a blood-soaked male figure hurtled by, propelled by 2 ambulance attendants and a nurse. "Busy place," Jason muttered. "Yeah. Sad thing is, some of these people are probably gonna die waiting to get seen." Again, Charles couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. Jason didn't have time to worry about the socio-economic implications of inner-city emergency care right now. He tried to spot any women on gurneys, but so far all of the patients were men or teenage boys. Then he noticed an area to their left that had been blocked off by movable dividers. "Let's try over there," he said, and hurried off. He pushed aside one of the dividers just far enough for him and Charles to get through, and found himself in another open area that had been compartmentalized into a series of semi-private cubicles with more dividers. Each of the sections contained a hospital bed, and from what he could see, most were occupied by patients. There were aisles between them, with doctors, nurses, EMTs, and the occasional civilian hurrying back and forth. Nobody seemed to be paying any attention to Jason and Charles, as long as they stayed out of the way. "Come on," Jason muttered. "If we hurry, we might find her before they chuck us out." The area was like a maze of misery, filled with moans and beeps and the occasional scream of pain. Every once in a while an opening would present itself to veer off left or right, and once the whole thing opened out into a central area with a large desk and a lot of medical equipment. Jason realized that the makeshift rooms were arrayed in a square pattern around the central monitoring area, giving the hospital people the quickest access to all 4 sides. "Hey, I think I found her," came Charles's low voice over the moaning and beeping. Jason rushed back toward his voice, peering into openings, and found him standing next to a bed 2 cubicles down. Jason stared down at its occupant. It was a woman in her mid-30s, chubby and pale, with wildly curly, dyed blonde hair and garish, almost theatrical-looking makeup. Her eyes were closed, and an IV line snaked from her left arm up to a bag of clear liquid on a stand. On the other side of the bed, a monitor beeped steadily. The bed covers were pulled down a bit to reveal a blue hospital gown and a bulky bandage that appeared to be wrapped around her right shoulder and the upper part of her chest. "You think this is her?" he whispered. "Yeah," Charles said, looking down at her too. "She looks like the type Mel would hang around with. Hurry up, though. If it's not, we have to keep looking." Jason's reluctance to try to wake the woman was overcome by his compulsion to find Verity. Gently he reached out and shook her uninjured shoulder. You awake?" "Willow," Charles said suddenly. "Huh? That's her name. Says here on the chart, Willow Meadows." Charles stood at the foot of the bed, peering at a metal clipboard hanging there. Jason let his breath out and nodded. "Willow?" he asked, a little louder, with a glance at the opening of the makeshift cubicle. "Willow, can you hear me?" The woman moaned and shifted position. That might have been a bad idea as she grimaced in pain. Her eyes opened. They were green and bloodshot. "Willow, can you hear me?" Jason asked, a little louder. "Are you a friend of Melody Barnes?" That seemed to solidify her gaze a bit.
Mel,
she mumbled.
"Is Mel okay? Is she—"
"I'm really sorry, Willow," Jason said patiently. "But we need to ask you some questions. It's really important. Can you help us out?"
"Mel, she's dead."
Tears formed in the corners of Willow's eyes.
"Dead? They killed her."
Jason nodded. "Yeah," he said, forcing himself to keep his voice gentle. "I'm sorry, she is. I'm really sorry, but we need your help, Willow. I need to know if there was another person at the house, a teenage girl." Willow nodded, looking pained and weary. "She was there?" Jason glanced at Charles, then back. "She was at the house with you?"
"Girl, Vivian, Violet."
"Verity?" Again, Willow nodded.
"Yeah, that's it. Pretty name. Odd, but pretty. Girl was odd, too. She was there, and Susanna."
"Susanna? Who's that?" Jason looked at Charles again, but the other man shrugged and shook his head.
"Friend. We went to visit Mel, and they came. Susanna sensed them coming. Mel didn't believe her."
Jason was barely breathing now, leaning close to catch her every word. "So, what happened? Did Susanna leave?" Willow nodded. Her already pale face was growing even paler under her makeup, and her breathing was becoming harsh and rasping. Next to her, the steady beep of the monitor became a little more erratic.
"Susanna said we had to go. She grabbed the girl, and they tried to get Mel to go, too. She wouldn't. They were there."
Tears flowed freely now.
"Poor Mel."
Jason nodded. "Please, Willow,
Do you know where they might have gone? Verity's my sister, and I'm really worried about her. She's not used to being on the streets. I'm afraid somebody's going to hurt her if I don't find her. Do you know where Susanna lives?" Amazingly, Willow chuckled at that.
Susanna don't live anywhere, but I think her group might be hanging out in an abandoned fruit packing plant over on Broadway Street in Redwood City these days. You know it?"
Jason looked at Charles, raising a questioning eyebrow. "That whole area is industrial," the other man said, surprised. "Most of it's abandoned now. Warehouses and manufacturing, I think."
"That's where she'd be?" Jason asked Willow. "That's where she'd take my sister?" Willow shrugged. Then her face screwed up with pain, and the beeps became even more erratic.
"Yeah, unless they got her."
She reached out and gripped Jason's arm. Her grip had almost no strength.
"Listen, watch out for DMW. They're bad news."
Jason's eyes widened. "That's who did this to you? DMW?" Willow didn't answer.
"Bad news," she repeated. "Worse than you know."
For several moments she closed her eyes, and Jason thought she might have passed out. Then she opened them again.
"Give me pencil, paper."
For a moment, Jason didn't process what she'd said. Then he scrambled to pull the pencil stub out of his pocket and darted his gaze around, looking for another scrap of paper. He'd given his last one to the kids at the house. Charles pressed his little notebook into Jason's hand. He quickly turned to an empty page and handed it to Willow.
"What do you want to write?" he asked. "You can tell me, and I can—"
Willow shook her head, taking the pencil and notebook. Laboriously, she wrote something on it, then let it and the pencil drop on the bed covers. Jason picked it up and stared at it. There were no words, just a single symbol. A triangle with 6 lines emitting from it like rays.
"What is this?" he asked her.
"Look for that," she said. "And if you see Susanna, or anybody, show that paper to him."
"I don't get it," Jason said. "Show them this paper? Why?" He ripped the page out of the notebook, put it in his pocket, and handed the notebook back to Charles. He didn't get an answer, though. Suddenly Willow looked stricken, her body jerking once and then settling back on the bed. The slightly erratic beeping grew even more erratic, and her breathing quickened and became labored. Jason stared wide-eyed for a few seconds, then yelled, "Help! Somebody get over here!" A few seconds later, a nurse clad in green scrubs hurried in, followed by an orderly. "What are you doing here?" the nurse demanded, moving quickly to Willow's side and beginning to check her out. We're friends of hers," Jason said quickly. "We heard she was here and—" "Get out!" the nurse ordered. "Both of you, now!" She wasn't even looking at them, instead focused completely on Willow. She barked an order at the orderly, who hurried off. "Move!" she said to Jason and Charles, and then, a little more kindly, "Go back to the waiting room. We'll let you know when we know anything." They took that opportunity to get out of there before anybody else showed up and punched holes in their flimsy cover story. Nobody bothered them, or even appeared to notice them at all as they hurried back out through the waiting room to the parking lot. Jason was breathing hard, keyed up and overwhelmed by everything that had happened in the last hour. He and Charles just stood by the bike for a few seconds and caught their breath. "You don't know this Susanna person, right?" Jason asked at last. Charles shook his head. "No, man. This is getting way out of my league now." Jason pondered. "Listen, like you said, this isn't really your problem anymore. I'm really sorry about your friend. I don't know what else to say, but you got no dog in this fight anymore. I know you gotta get back to work tomorrow, and it's already late. Let me take you back to your place, and then I'll head over and look for V at this building she mentioned." He wasn't in a hurry to part company with Charles, but he had to admit that there was no reason for him to still be involved. "No." Charles shook his head. "I'll see this through with you. At least for tonight. Like I said, I like Vi. She's a good kid, and I'd hate to see her caught up in any bad shit. I'm on call tomorrow, so I can't help then, but I got a couple more hours before I gotta get some sleep. And I know the area a lot better than you do. Let's go. Maybe she'll be there, and we can just get her back and call it a night.
Jason nodded.
Okay then, let's get going.
He paused, then pulled the paper Willow had given him from his pocket. He smoothed it out and showed it to Charles.
You ever seen anything like this?
Charles stared at it for a few seconds, then shook his head.
I don't think so. There's weird graffiti all over the place anymore, but most of it's gang tags. That doesn't look like a gang tag.
Jason decided against telling Charles about the weird symbol he'd seen at the rest stop and at the motel he'd almost stayed at. He was convinced that those and the one he now held were related somehow, but he didn't know how. He'd hoped to ask Willow, but that hadn't been possible. They'd been lucky to get what she had told them. Instead, he swung a leg over the Harley and started it up.
"Tell me where we're going," he told Charles, as the other man climbed on behind him. "Is it far?"
"Not too far, a few miles." Jason nodded and pulled out of the parking lot. After a quick stop to gas up, they were on the road again, keeping to city streets.
"Did you hear what she said?" he called back over his shoulder. "About this Dead Men Walking gang being worse than we know. Wonder what she meant by that."
No idea. I just know they're real bad news. When I used to run with the South Bay boys, DMW was small potatoes, even smaller than we were. Used to be called the zombies. They've been growing fast, though, over the past few years. That's hard to do. Usually smaller gangs that step out of line get knocked down fast.
What do you think happened with these guys, then?
Nobody knows. Word on the street says they got themselves a new leader, and he was able to pull things together for them. A lot of people got killed back then. It was a bloodbath for a while.
"And it isn't now?"
Jason yelled, without turning his head.
"That's when it started, is all I'm saying. Before that, the gangs mostly just fought amongst themselves over turf and biz. DMW just likes causing trouble, and like I said, even the cops are scared of him."
Jason just nodded, returning his attention to steering. They'd moved out of residential territory now, and were entering an area that looked more like what Willow had described. Light industrial and warehouses. There weren't many streetlights. Most of the ones that weren't broken were out, and the few functional ones flickered crazily, as if they might give up at any moment. It didn't help that they were all yellow, and made the whole area look even more menacing than it already did.
"She'll be around here somewhere," Charles told him. "Broadway somewhere around here, but I'm not sure exactly where. Drive around and I'll watch signs."
Jason did as instructed. This whole situation was weirding him out and raising all kinds of red flags in the back of his mind. They hadn't gone that far from the hospital, but he was finding it hard to believe that two weaponless women could have made it this far from Melody's house on foot without being attacked by some street predator. From the look of things, buses didn't come anywhere near this area, at least not at night, and he doubted they had the cash necessary to convince even the bravest cab driver to venture out here. Maybe they had a car, he reminded himself. Nobody ever said they didn't.
"That's the street,"
Charles said, poking him in the shoulder and pointing.
"Hang a left here."
Broadway was long, seemingly deserted except for a few derelict cars, and had even fewer working lights than the main drag. The buildings were large and obviously long abandoned, set back from the street and towering up on either side like some kind of malevolent urban canyon. Jason kept checking his mirrors, unable to shake the feeling that somebody was watching their every move. In front of them, the beam of the Harley's headlight picked out drifts of trash blowing lazily across the broken asphalt.
"I don't like this, man," Charles said.
"I don't either. Keep your eyes open. Let's find this place. I feel like a sitting duck out here in the road." He was trying hard not to think about snipers. Not that snipers were anything he'd ever encountered before except in books, but if there were any around, this would be the ideal place for them. It would be nearly impossible to see a figure perched on one of these high roofs. They cruised the entire street, and by the time they reached the T intersection at the other end, they hadn't seen anything resembling a fruit packing plant. "You sure we got the right street?" Charles asked. "You heard her too. Broadway." Jason pointed at the sign, which hung at a crazy angle on its pole. "That's where we are." "Maybe we went the wrong way. Turn around and let's look again." Jason made a wide U-turn and rumbled back down toward where they'd come from, his eyes constantly swiveling left and right. They'd gotten about halfway back to the intersection when he spotted it, a large building with corrugated metal sides, set even farther back from the street. One of the flickering streetlights happened to be nearby, allowing him to pick out the faded words, Del Valle Packing Co., on the large sign near its front entrance. "How the hell did we miss that?" he asked nobody in particular. "Hey, look!" Charles poked his shoulder again and pointed. Jason had to squint to see it, but over the riot of colorful gang graffiti covering most of the surface, he made out the triangle and raise symbol Willow had drawn on the paper in his pocket. It was spray-painted in white over top of the gang tags and looked relatively fresh. "She said look for that. This must be the place." Jason nodded, already turning into the plant's large parking area. The Harley bounced and juddered over bits of torn-up concrete and patches of bare dirt, with small, scrubby plants poking out of them. Behind him, he felt Charles's tenseness like it was a tangible thing. "See anything moving?" "Nothing." "Well, they wouldn't be out here. They're probably holed up inside somewhere. Damn, I wish I had a flashlight." "You don't, do you?" "Sorry, man, fresh out." Jason parked the bike in the shadows near the front of the building and dug a flare out of his tool bag. "Not great, and it won't last long, but better than poking around in the dark. Let's save it till we need it, though. Still need to find a way in." The front doors were locked and chained up with a heavy padlock. Motioning for Charles to follow him, Jason moved along the front of the building to the left edge, then started heading toward the rear, keeping close to the wall. It was very dark here, but he didn't want to use the flare until they were inside. He stumbled along, occasionally tripping over chunks of loose concrete, but managing to maintain his balance. Charles was slower, huffing along behind him. After a couple minutes, they reached the rear of the building. They still hadn't found any way in. There were windows, but they were too high up to climb to, and a single smaller door locked as tightly as the front door had been. The whole place had the deserted air of a building that had not seen any human contact for a long time. "You didn't pick locks in your days as a gangbanger, right?" he whispered to Charles. Despite his nervousness, the other man chuckled. "I was more the stand around and look intimidating type. Okay, let's keep going." The back part of the building definitely held more possibilities. The pavement sloped down and ended at a concrete loading dock, with steps leading up from ground level on the side nearest where they were. They could barely make out two large roll-up doors, both of which were closed, and a stack of rickety pallets and broken wooden boxes piled haphazardly on the dock next to the corrugated metal wall. "Let's try this," Jason whispered. He headed up the steps to the dock, careful not to trip over the boxes and pallets. They were all over the place, all broken, but the biggest concentration seemed to be next to the wall. There was very little light back here, just the small amount filtering over from the two barely functional streetlights on the road bordering the back part of the plant. Charles tried to push one of the roll doors upright, but it too was locked down. Jason discovered that the other one was too, as was the smaller door to the left of them. Well, damn. He was getting frustrated. Either Willow had lied to them, they were at the wrong place, or whatever way you got into this place was hidden so well a team of bloodhounds couldn't find it. He even glanced up to see if there were any broken windows back here, thinking he could pile pallets and make a suicidal attempt at climbing them, but he realized there was no way Verity and Willow's friend could have done that, even if there had been windows here. There weren't any. "What do we do?" He wanted to hit something, punch a hole through this wall and get in there. Charles didn't answer. He was examining the small door, but didn't appear to be getting anywhere. "Want to try the other side?" he asked at last. "Yeah, in a sec." Jason moved back to the stack of pallets and boxes. It was fairly tall, almost as tall as he was. Seemed weird that they were stacked like that, not neatly, but kind of tossed there. None of them appeared to be intact, either. He leaned in a little closer, and that was when he saw it. There were no gang tags back here, just a lot of dirt and grime. Sprayed onto one of the larger sections of broken boxes was the triangle symbol. "Here," he called. "Help me move these, will ya?" Together, he and Charles shoved aside the debris piled near where the sign was. "Aha!" Jason whispered in triumph. "There it is." He pointed at a section of the corrugated metal that appeared to have been cut away from the side of the building, then carefully reattached with the seams lined up. It would be hard to spot for anyone who wasn't looking for it, especially with all the junk in the way. "Keep a lookout, okay?" he requested, as he squatted down to examine it. In only a few seconds, he figured out how it worked. It was attached on one corner and spun on that point. All he had to do was shove it aside and slip through the resulting opening, which was about 3 feet square. "You can come on in now," he said, scrambling further in to make room. Charles, wider than Jason, had a little more trouble getting through, but soon the two of them stood inside on the dusty concrete floor of what felt like an enormous, empty space. Even though it was pitch dark in here, the area just felt gigantic. "Light the flare." Charles's nervous voice came from beside Jason. "In a sec." Jason took a deep breath. "Verity," he called. "You in here? It's me, Jason." His voice echoed insanely around the metal interior of the cavernous space. "Don't do that," Charles whispered harshly, fumbling around and gripping his arm tight. "We don't know what the hell is in here." "Shh." Jason shook himself free of Charles's grip and strained his ears to listen for any sounds as the echoes of their voices died. All he could hear were the beating wings of some small flying creatures, hurtling fearfully around up in the rafters, no doubt startled by the voices. "Light the flare, damn it," Charles ordered. Jason pulled off the top and struck it. Instantly, the immediate area around them was bathed in eerie red light, and their eyes were dazzled by the sudden illumination. The light didn't extend out very far, but they could see that they were indeed standing in a large, empty space. Looking at the floor, Jason saw the large bolts sticking up, which undoubtedly had held down heavy machinery at one point, but that was all gone now. "Let's look around." "They're not answering. Maybe they're not here. Or maybe they can't answer. Maybe they're hurt." Jason held the flare out in front of him and began heading carefully across the floor, mindful of the many bolts and bits of debris strewn around. There was dust everywhere, but there were also footprints in it. Somebody had been here recently. From the look of things, many somebodies. Jason checked his pocket for his knife and wished once again that he'd brought his gun. "If we don't find her tonight, tomorrow I'm finding a way to get another one." He pointed out the footprints. "Somebody's been in here," he said. Charles nodded, but didn't answer. He was staying close to Jason, obviously not wanting to get too far from the single light source. Jason continued picking his way forward, frustrated that he couldn't see more than a few feet ahead of him. "Is that a door?" Charles's whisper broke the silence and startled Jason. "Where?" Charles pointed. Sure enough, at the far corner of the room, which they'd almost reached, appeared to be a small pod of a room attached to the wall. It had a door with a tiny window set into it, and a larger window that looked out over the plant floor. This larger window was broken, glass spread out all over the floor in front of it. "Let's take a look," Jason whispered. Together they moved over, and Jason shined the flare into the little room through the broken window. It had clearly been an office at some point. A broken desk and a file cabinet with no drawers had been pushed back to the far wall to maximize the available space. A closer look revealed why. Spread out around the floor in the middle of the room were shabby blankets, one patched sleeping bag, a couple of tote bags, a number of empty grocery store bags, food wrappers, and the remains of what looked like a hastily abandoned meal. The smell in the room was not just the musty, disused odor of the rest of the area, but also included more than a whiff of unwashed clothes, and a smaller hint of something else. Ketchup, maybe? Definitely some sort of food. "Somebody was here, and not long ago," Jason told Charles, pointing. Charles nodded. "If there were homeless folks here, they wouldn't leave their stuff unless they had to get out in a hurry. A lot of folks, that's all they got in the world." Jason tried the door. It was open. He entered the room, not sure what he was looking for, but thinking he might know it if he saw it. "Why would they leave? Do you think somebody broke in here?" "Hard to say. No easy way to tell if there's blood, not in that red light, but it doesn't look like there was a struggle." Jason shined the flare around, trying to spot anything that looked like it might be blood, but didn't see anything. It was like whoever had been here had simply gotten up and deserted their meal halfway through. "I don't think anybody's here anymore," he said, unable to keep the tone of defeat from his voice. "Damn it, where is she?" He was about to take a frustrated punch at the drawerless file cabinet when he heard something. He put up his finger and glanced warningly at Charles. "What?" "Shh!" he hissed. This time they both heard it. A loud rumbling sound coming from outside, from the front of the building, if Jason's ears were accurate. Shit! Chapter 17. The good news was that Stone's magical trace was still connected to Charles Davis. The shoelace still glowed, and when he glanced at the map, it still pointed him in a direction, indicating that the link was still active. The bad news was that the man was apparently moving around a lot. Stone felt like he was playing a bizarre game of hide-and-seek, where every time it seemed as if Davis had finally settled somewhere and Stone got close, he'd skip tantalizingly away again. If Stone didn't know better, he would have sworn Davis was trying to avoid him. That was absurd, of course. There was no way in the world that the man could have any idea Stone was tracking him magically. The only thing that might even be possible was that he'd phoned home and his roommate had told him that someone had called looking for him. But since Stone hadn't identified himself, and he was sure his American accent was good enough to pass muster in casual company, he couldn't see how Davis could have made any kind of useful connection. Even in the unlikely event that the roommate had traced his phone number and discovered his identity, that still didn't give him anything to go on. Stone didn't exactly advertise the fact that he was a genuine mage, capable of tracking people based on psychic emanations from their basketball shoes. So, putting aside that line of conjecture, the only other likely explanation was simply that Davis was out by himself, or with friends. Perhaps club-hopping or just driving around. Stone knew he'd catch up with him eventually, but he hoped it was soon. It was mentally taxing work to keep the connection open, navigate in Davis's current direction, which kept changing, and keep at least part of his mind on his driving. He'd been doing it for a little over 3 hours now, and he'd already had 2 scares. The first was when he thought he'd lost Davis after making a quick stop for gas an hour into the chase. Fortunately, he'd gotten close enough that after a couple of stressful moments, he'd picked up the trail again. The second was even more nerve-wracking. He'd been so busy trying not to lose the track that he hadn't noticed that he'd ventured back into East Palo Alto and had picked up an escort, 3 leather-jacketed figures on motorcycles, all of them sporting the red and black DMW logo. He'd diverted quickly back onto the freeway and managed to lose them in traffic long enough to use a quick spell to disguise the Jaguar. They'd gone past, their heads tracking back and forth as they tried to spot him, but the close call left him rattled. He had no interest in tangling with gangers tonight, not as tired as he was. At this point he was regretting his whole decision to do this, but too stubborn to stop. He had gone to all the trouble of obtaining Davis's shoe and performing the ritual to track him. He was going to find the man, even if it took him the rest of the night. It had become a matter of professional pride. He had no idea what he was going to say to him when he found him. "Hello, I'm a mage. I've been tracking you for 3 hours using bits of your stolen shoe. Seriously, invest in some odor eaters. And I want to know what you know about the disappearance of Verity Thayer, a girl I might or might not have a connection with." Hardly seemed the right approach, but he was nonetheless fixated on the idea that he was going to find him. He glanced at the shoelace. The glow, when he shifted once again to magical sight, wasn't as bright as it had been before. The magic was starting to fade. He'd have maybe another hour or two before it faded completely, but if he didn't find Davis soon, it would get progressively harder to track him if he continued to move. It was now after midnight. Even if Davis were out drinking at a bar, the bars closed at 2 a.m. Surely he'd head home after that, if not earlier, especially since Stone knew from the boy at New Horizons that he had a shift tomorrow. Davis was on the move again. The glowing indicator shifted, pointing to the north. It looked like he was off the freeway, heading east into Redwood City. Stone got over to the slow lane and began looking for an exit, taking occasional sideways checks at the map to make sure he was heading in the right direction. A few miles later, he took the Highway 84 exit, the same one he was convinced that Davis had taken. The glow was steady, brighter. He was getting close again. It took him another 20 minutes to triangulate, driving around while watching the map, the road, and checking to make sure that no one was following him. The last thing he needed was the DMW to show up now, or some cop to get suspicious about his meanderings. When at last he turned onto Broadway Street and began cruising down a road dominated by warehouses and light industrial firms, the glow on the shoelace was so bright that it was illuminating part of the map. He slowed the car, creeping forward. The glow vanished. Stone stared at it, pulling over and idling at the curb in front of a warehouse's dark bulk. "No, no, no," he protested, picking up the map and the lace and shaking them as if trying to infuse them with power. He'd been so close. How had Davis— A chill gripped him as the answer came to him. There were only 2 ways a tracking like this could stop so abruptly. One was if the subject was under magical protection. The other was if he was dead. "Baka," Stone whispered. He looked around to make sure nobody was watching him, then put the car back in gear and moved slowly forward, watching almost exclusively with magical sight now. If Davis had been killed this close to him, the energy from his death would still be detectable, but he wouldn't have long to find it. He'd have to hurry if he was going to— Magic flared, bright and strong up ahead of him. Not death residue. It was too potent for that. Whatever was going on up there, black magic was definitely involved. If he could get to it soon enough, he might be able to help. Without thinking, without considering the consequences of what he was about to do or how stiff and fatigued he felt from the drive and the day's expenditures, he gunned the engine, and the car surged forward. Chapter 18. "That's bikes," Charles said, glancing back toward where they'd come in. "Aw, man. Willow said to watch out for DMW. If that's them, we're fucked. And we're sitting ducks in here, too. Come on, we need to get out before they come around the back. Shit!" This time, he did slam his fist into the file cabinet. "My bike's out there." Charles was already leaving, but he couldn't go any faster than the light source. "Come on, man, we gotta go!" They hurried across the floor as fast as they dared, still having to dodge bolts and debris. When they reached the hidden hole, they paused, listening. The rumbling seemed farther away. Either the newcomers had left, Or more likely, they couldn't be heard this far back. "Let me go first," Jason said. "If they're already in the back, we're going to be vulnerable when we're coming out." Charles had no objection to that plan, so Jason quietly swung the corrugated panel aside and slipped out behind the pile of broken pallets, trying to be as silent as possible. He stopped again to listen and heard nothing close, though the rumbling was more audible now that he was outside. Whoever was out there, they were still here. "Come on," he whispered to Charles, while crouching behind another pile of debris and watching the nearest corner of the building. Reluctantly, he doused the flare by putting the cap back on it. It would make it harder to see, but would also make them harder to see. Charles emerged from the hole with much grunting and muttered swearing, but he too got out safely and joined Jason behind the pile. "What now? If they're up there, we can't get your bike." "Let me think." He took a deep breath, his brain throwing out one crazy idea after the other. He didn't want to leave the Harley up there, but a bike, any bike, wasn't worth getting killed over. If he could get it back, though, they'd have a better chance of escaping than on foot. At last he said, "Stay here. I'll go back and scout around, see if I can figure out where they are."
"Like hell," Charles protested. "No way I'm staying back here. Let's just make a run for it. Sorry, man, but I ain't dying for your bike."
Jason was just about to reluctantly agree that was the best course of action when the rumbling got louder. More distinct now. It didn't sound like the low, throaty rumble of a Harley, but the higher-pitched, more manic whine of sport bikes. Multiple from the sound of it. They were coming closer, straight up the same alley Jason and Charles had taken a short time before. Jason grabbed Charles's jacket sleeve. "Come on," he whispered. "We'll have to risk going the other way. If they come back here, maybe we can circle around and grab the bike before they come back." Charles looked dubious, but now that the intruders were coming, even making a run for it no longer seemed smart. Unfolding himself with obvious pain from his crouch, he hurried after Jason. It didn't sound like they'd left a moment too soon. The sport bikes got louder just as Jason and Charles disappeared around the opposite corner and quieted a bit. Had they stopped? Were they investigating the back part of the building, looking for anybody hiding there? Jason didn't know, and he didn't care. With Charles once again puffing behind him, he hurried down the opposite alleyway toward the front of the building. There were some boxes and debris piled up along here, too, and as they reached the front edge, Jason pointed at them. "Hide here for a minute. I'm going to look around and see if they're gone. If they only left one, I should be able to take him if I get the drop on him. You come lumbering along behind me like a freight train, that ain't going to happen." Charles glared at him with some indignation, but he was still breathing hard and couldn't exactly deny the charges. "Hurry up, man," he exhorted. "They come this way? I'm running, freight train or no." "Deal," Jason muttered. He moved forward and peered around the edge of the building. He couldn't see anything, no lights or signs of movement, nor could he hear anything but the far-off rumble of the bikes in the back. He couldn't be sure, but it looked like his bike was still where he'd parked it. Staying close to the wall, he edged along the front of the building toward it, eyes constantly searching for potential threats. It was still there. He took a few seconds to give it a quick visual inspection. It didn't look like anyone had touched it. The tires were still pumped up, and it was still in the same place he'd parked it. He turned back toward the corner he'd come from and motioned Charles to join him. With any luck, they could just hop on the bike and get the hell out of here before the guys in the back even knew they were gone. Charles crossed the distance in next to no time. The guy might be chubby, but he could move when he had to. "Shh," Jason whispered. "Let's—" Lights appeared around the other side of the building, momentarily dazzling them, pinning them up to the wall like two insects in a killing box.
"Got him!"
yelled a triumphant, manic voice.
"Get up here! We got him!"
Almost immediately, the other motorcycle sounds grew louder. Jason swore. He had a decision to make now, and he knew whatever he picked would likely mean the difference between whether they lived or died, if they even had a chance to live through this at all. He could dive for the bike, try to get it started and get them out of here, Or he and Charles could make a run for it and try to lose themselves in the night. The bike itself didn't even matter anymore. It was worthless next to their lives, but it still represented the best chance of getting away. As it happened, the guy on the bike made the choice for him. With a high-pitched, insane laugh, he reached into his jacket and pulled out something, which he chucked toward the Harley. "Down!" Charles yelled, grabbing Jason's jacket and yanking him backward. The object flew unerringly into the hog, landing almost directly in front of it and exploding. The sound ripped through the quiet night as flames erupted around the bike. The kid on the sport bike kept laughing the whole time, along with his friend on the bike next to him. "Next one's for you, shitheads!" he yelled. Jason could see more lights approaching. The other bikers were close. "Come on!" he yelled to Charles. "We gotta get out of here now!" Charles wasn't arguing. He and Jason both took off back toward the corner they'd come from. But when they reached it, they saw more lights approaching from that side. Damn, boxed in. The only direction they had to run now was straight out through the front parking lot, and that would be a killing field if the bikers had guns, or more of the incendiary grenades. The other bikes were emerging from either side of the building now, 2 on each side, making 6 in total. 2 of them had passengers, including one who looked smaller than the others. Jason took all this in the space of a few seconds. So far, he couldn't see any guns, but he was sure they were hidden somewhere in the gangbangers' jackets. Lacking anything else to do, Jason pulled his knife from his pocket and flipped it open. If he was going down, at least he was going down fighting. Next to him, out of the corner of his eye, he could see Charles doing the same thing. "They DMW?" he muttered sideways. Charles nodded. "Yeah." He sounded resolute and scared, like he was preparing to die. "If we run, they'll shoot us, won't they?" Charles's answer surprised him. "Nah, DMW don't use guns. They like to get up close and personal, and they like to blow shit up," he added unnecessarily, cocking his head back toward the burning Harley. The bikes were coming closer now, moving slowly, rumbling into a semicircle in front of them. "They don't use guns? You serious?" "They're known for it. It's kind of their signature." Jason drew in air through gritted teeth as one of the bikers in the middle of the semicircle reached inside his jacket. "I'm gonna do something crazy. Be ready, okay?" "What the—" But Jason didn't wait for him to ask questions. Instead, he turned to his left and, yelling at the top of his lungs, sprinted toward the nearest bike, which happened to be the one with the rider and the smaller pillion. Sometimes God or the universe, or whatever runs things out there, favors the idiots. And for one of the few times in Jason's life, he got the benefit of that favor. The biker was so startled by his utterly inexplicable action that he hadn't even moved when Jason hurtled into him, grabbing him and shoving him off the bike. He scrambled to his feet quickly, but Jason had already tossed off his passenger as well. A kid? Seriously? Nah, I must be wrong. Grabbed the bike before it toppled, and leaped onto it. The other bikers weren't as easily startled, though. The guy who'd reached into his jacket yanked out another of the small grenade-like objects and flung it at Jason. He gunned the engine and shot forward, coming to a quick stop next to Charles, barely avoiding the explosion. "Get on!" he screamed. The whole plan was predicated on keeping his level of panic and adrenaline high enough that he didn't stop to think about how completely insane his actions were. Charles hurried to comply, but he was a big man, and there wasn't as much room on the back of this bike as there had been on the Harley. He stumbled and fell against it, his weight upsetting Jason's balance, and making him put his foot down to avoid tipping over. "Fuck!" Charles yelled, scrambling to get his feet under him again. The other bikers were getting closer. Jason knew he couldn't hesitate. "Take this, assholes!" he yelled, gunning the bike again and stuffing it through the open space between the 2 bikes in front of him. One held his ground, but the other peeled off to the side. Jason spun the bike around. These things handled a hell of a lot better than the Harley, and zipped back toward Charles. Only Charles wasn't there anymore. He'd taken advantage of the gangers' momentary lack of attention to make a run for it, back toward the corner of the building.
"Get him!" yelled one of the gangers, turning his bike to get some light on the fleeing figure. Charles was only feet away from making it around the corner of the building. If he could do that, then maybe they might have a chance. If he... And then the middle ganger leapt off his bike and did an odd thing, all in the space of a few seconds. Jason got a look at his face as he went by. His eyes were cold and dead-looking, gleaming with some sort of malevolent fire. He didn't quite look human. Crouching down, he jerked up the figure of the smaller passenger from where he'd fallen. Then, with one hand holding the boy and one hand pointing at Charles's retreating form, he yelled something. Something loud and so completely foreign that Jason couldn't make it out. Several things happened at that point. The ganger's hand glowed. A crackling nimbus that Jason wasn't even sure he was seeing properly appeared around it, and then arced toward Charles. Under his other hand, the boy's body began to shake as the nimbus surrounded it as well. Some sort of bright force jumped from the ganger's hand to Charles's head. Charles screamed, clutching his head in agony. As Jason stared, his eyes so wide he forgot to blink, blood erupted from every hole in Charles's head. His eyes, his nose, his mouth, and his ears spewed crimson so forcefully it splattered the wall. All of this was illuminated with surreal clarity in the headlights of the other bikers' rides. Abruptly, Charles's scream ceased. He dropped to the ground in a crumpled heap and didn't move. For a second or two afterward, another scream, higher-pitched this time, echoed Charles's, and then that too was stilled. Eyes still bulging with panic, Jason glanced back at the guy who'd apparently caused all of this. He just stood there, a look of triumphant glee on his face. Jason realized with horror that he looked like a man experiencing an orgasm. All around him the other bikers had similar expressions. For a moment, Jason forgot to move, too. He stared at the lead biker and noticed the boy was gone as well. All that was left where he had been was a heap of clothes and a pile of what looked like ashes on the ground. Something slammed into him from behind, throwing him sideways off the bike. He crashed to the ground, pain lancing through his right arm. One of the laughing gangers had recovered his senses enough to run his bike into Jason's, and now towered over him, revving his engine. "You like that?" he shouted over the bike's roar. "You like that, fuckhead? You want to see some more? We got lots of tricks." Jason struggled to scramble to his feet. His mind still spun, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it moving his ribcage. The bikers surrounded him now. He turned in place, fumbling the knife from his jacket pocket, but so confused he wasn't even sure he'd know what to do with it. The lights dazzled him. What the hell had just happened? What had that guy done to Charles? What... In the periphery of his awareness, he heard the sound of screeching tires. Another set of lights appeared, approaching fast. More bikers? Oh shit, not more. A bright light, brighter than the bike's headlights, erupted around two of the gangers, and they dropped like someone had cut their strings, their bikes clattering down next to them. The other bikers spun around. A large black car screeched to a stop parallel to the scene. A shadowy figure leaned out the window. "Get in!" he yelled. "Hurry up!"
Chapter 19. Running on instinct, Jason didn't hesitate. He vaulted over the car's hood and dived in the open passenger door. He had no idea who his savior was, but he didn't care. Even if it was yet another enemy, at least he'd have another chance to get himself out, and he'd be more likely to do that against one than against 6. "Go, go, go!" The bikers had recovered quickly, and 4 of them were now circling the car as the other 2 hustled their bikes upright. One reached into his jacket. "Look out!" Jason yelled. "Go! He's got a—" The shadowy stranger ignored him. Instead, he stuck his arm out the window, directing his palm toward 2 of the gangers. Jason stared, wondering if he was finally succumbing to whatever hereditary madness had gotten hold of Verity, as a bright, glowing shield appeared in front of the gangers. Too late to stop his throw, the lead one tossed his firebomb, which impacted the shield, bounced off, and exploded, right at his and his friend's feet. They flew off their bikes and hit the ground, bloody, aflame and screaming, then lay still. For a couple of seconds, Jason saw, or thought he saw, he couldn't be sure of much of anything at this point, a shimmering effect blur the air above their bodies, then rise up and dissipate into the night.
"That's done," the stranger said grimly. "Now let's get the hell out of here."
Jason only had time to notice two things. He had a British accent, and he sounded exhausted. Before he gunned the engine, and the car rocketed out of the parking lot. The remaining gangers, amazingly to Jason, didn't follow.
"Wait, Charles," Jason protested. "Oh, we can't—" He couldn't get the image of the blood geysering from Charles's eyes out of his mind.
"He's already dead," the stranger said without stopping. "Nothing we can do about that now." The car careened down the street, fishtailing back and forth like it was being piloted by a drunk. Jason decided not to say anything about that. He glanced at the stranger. He looked to be maybe in his mid-30s, dark hair, dressed in a dark overcoat. The slump of his shoulders and the way he held his head told Jason that something wasn't right with him. As if to punctuate this, the stranger jerked the car to the side of the road, hit the brakes, and threw it into park.
"Drive,"
he ordered, already getting out. He swayed on his feet, leaning on the hood.
"Can't. You want me to?"
This guy he'd never met before wanted him to take the wheel? Things were getting weirder and weirder.
"You can drive, can't you?"
the stranger snapped.
"Yeah, but then do it."
He was already staggering around the front of the car, and when Jason slid over, he dropped into the passenger seat and appeared to pass out, his head lolling against the window. His face was pale, and Jason saw tiny drops of sweat on his forehead. He looked back down the road where they'd just come from, halfway expecting the DMW kill squad to be approaching. Nothing there, but that could change any second. He jumped into the driver's seat.
"Where are we going?"
he demanded, hoping the stranger was conscious enough to reply.
"Palo Alto,"
he said, without opening his eyes.
"I'll be all right in a bit. Stay off the freeways and tell me when you get there."
Jason nodded. His heart rate was returning to normal now, as was his breathing. This beginning of a physical recovery brought with it the crash of everything that had just happened in the last few minutes.
"What the—"
he started.
"How did—"
He couldn't seem to get out a coherent thought. The enormity of events threatened to overwhelm him.
They—
"Hush now," the stranger murmured. "Just drive. Let me rest for a bit. I'll explain when we get where we're going." That was hard for Jason to do, with about 100 questions whirling around in his mind trying to force their way out. But he kept quiet, figuring he owed the stranger that much for saving his life. He drove instead, concentrating on watching both in front of them and behind, and hoping that nobody bothered them. The car, which the logo on the steering wheel revealed to be a Jaguar, purred along obediently. He could feel the power under its hood, ready and waiting if he needed to punch it, but he hoped that he wouldn't have to. His nerves were about as frazzled as they could be right now. Any more shocks, and he was afraid he might just spontaneously combust or something.
"Like that kid. That guy touched him, and he— No, don't think about it. Just drive. Don't think at all. It's safer that way."
The stranger neither moved nor spoke for the next several minutes. Jason got the car back to El Camino. He didn't know the area well enough to navigate all the way to Palo Alto on back streets. As soon as the territory started to look familiar, he ventured,
Are you there?"
The stranger nodded, pulling himself to a more upright seated position.
"I'm here. Going to have a frightful headache for a while, but that's an occupational hazard."
He looked around, getting his bearings.
"Ah, good. You made it. We'll be there in no time now." "We'll be where?"
Instead of answering, the man gave him more directions. A right turn, and then another half-mile or so of wending their way down narrow, tree-lined streets, and the stranger reached across to trigger a garage door opener on the sun visor on Jason's side. "Here we are. Just pull in here." Jason did as he was told. The driveway sloped down into a single-car garage under what looked like a venerable old two-story house. He stopped the car and handed the keys to the stranger, afraid to say anything because, once he did, he knew he wouldn't be able to stop. "Come on," the man said. He was sounding much more aware now, though still tired. "I'm sure you've had quite a night of it, and I could do with a cup of tea, or perhaps something a bit stronger, myself." Without waiting for an answer, he unlocked a door at the front end of the garage. Jason followed him up a short flight of stairs. Inside, the stranger removed his overcoat and tossed it over a hall tree, then led Jason into a kitchen that looked like it didn't see much use. "Have a seat," he said, moving toward a small breakfast bar littered with books, newspapers, and an open phone book. "I'll have this tea on in no time, and then we can chat." Jason perched cautiously on one of the stools. He put his head in his hands and shoved his hair back, feeling very much like his brain was trying to either shut down or fly into pieces. To distract himself, he watched the stranger as he worked. He'd gotten the age right, somewhere in his early to middle 30s. He was tall and thin, dressed in jeans and a black fisherman's sweater over a white t-shirt. Jason couldn't see his face at the moment, but his hair was dark brown and stuck up in untidy spikes in the front. In a few minutes, the kettle the man had put on was whistling merrily. He pulled out a couple of cups from a cabinet, puttered with them briefly, and set one in front of Jason. "Liquor cabinet's in the other room," he said. "Let's go out there and sit down, and I'll see about satisfying your curiosity before your head explodes. Amusing as that might be to watch, it would make a dreadful mess, and Mrs. Oliveira would flay me alive for ruining the carpet." Jason chose not to answer this, wondering if he'd cast his lot in with yet another insane person. He did seem to attract them lately. Instead, he picked up the steaming cup and followed the man down another hall into a large room. "Sit anywhere you like," the stranger said, dropping down into an ancient leather armchair near one of the room's softly glowing lamps. "The good stuff's in the cabinet over there by the fireplace." Jason just stared for a moment. He'd never seen a room anything like this, at least not outside of TV shows about people in England or somewhere in the old money East. One of the four walls was lined with wooden bookshelves, with more shelves taking up the longest wall, flanking a large brick fireplace. Every last inch of the shelves was full of books, weird-looking objects. Was that a skull? And neat stacks of old newspapers. More books were piled on the floor near the shelves. Heavy curtains covered a large window on the third wall. The furniture, from what Jason could tell in his limited experience with such things, was old, probably very expensive, and well worn. The whole place looked like a cross between an old-fashioned library and an antique shop specializing in international oddities. Hesitating a moment, he opened the indicated cabinet, examined the contents, and pulled out a bottle 3/4 full of whiskey. He waved it questioningly at the man. "Good choice. Dose me up, and sit down before you fall down. You look more done for than I feel." Jason again did as he requested, pouring a healthy measure into the man's teacup, and another into his own. He put the bottle down on one of the small tables scattered around the room, then finally allowed himself to slump down on the overstuffed sofa in front of the window. It was strange, but now that he was supposedly safe and free to start asking questions, it was as if something had shifted his brain into neutral. He didn't even know where to begin. Every time a question occurred to him, an even better one flitted by and knocked it out of the way. It was like trying to catch fish in rapids. The stranger regarded him for a few moments over steepled fingers, and when it became obvious he wasn't going to speak, smiled ruefully. "This is all a bit much to take, isn't it? Believe me, you have my sympathy. Why don't I start, shall I? Introductions are a good place to do that, I think. I'm Alastair Stone. And you are?" Jason Thayer." The man gave him a sideways, searching look, but did not comment. "Jason Thayer. Excellent. Now we can stop calling each other Hey You." Alastair Stone sipped his coffee and set the cup down on a side table. "Now that we've got that out of the way, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I've a few of my own, but those can wait. Or if you'd rather. He pulled a pocket watch from his front pocket, consulted it, and returned it to its place. It's late, and I'm sure you're quite tired. You're welcome to stay here until morning, of course. You can— No. Jason shook his head. No, I'll never be able to sleep. I can't. Quite understandable, Stone said. You've seen rather a lot of new and baffling things tonight, haven't you? I'll wager you don't even know where to start with your questions. I'll do my best to answer as many as I can. Just pick somewhere and start, and we'll go from there. And if you need more tea or anything else, just let me know. Jason took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts for a few seconds, and plunged his mental hand into the rapids. He blurted out the first thing that popped into his mind. What happened to Charles? Charles? Stone raised an eyebrow. Was he your friend? Terribly sorry, by the way. If I'd arrived sooner, I might have been able to prevent that. Dreadful waste. He shook his head, staring down into his teacup. Yeah, but what happened to him? He was running away, and then— He could feel himself starting to shake a little as the images flooded back into his mind. They didn't shoot him. I didn't hear a shot, but there was blood everywhere. Stone nodded. He said after a moment. I may have to alter my approach. This will be hard enough for you to digest without giving it to you in scattershot bits and pieces. Let's try this. Tell me what you saw tonight. Jason contemplated that for several seconds, still trying to organize his thoughts. He poured another healthy shot of whiskey into his teacup. There was more whiskey than tea in there now by a good margin, and took a large swig. Do you know me? He asked at last. Do you know who I am? Let's assume for the moment that I don't, Stone said. Start at the beginning, or at least the beginning of when you got to that warehouse, and why you were there in the first place. I was looking for my sister, Verity. Speaking in halting fits and starts, he gave Stone a brief version of his search, culminating in what had happened at the warehouse. We think they were there, but it looked like maybe they'd left in a hurry, he finished. Any idea why? This was all sounding so utterly normal that Jason had almost managed to fool himself into believing that it wasn't all going to take a left turn into the Twilight Zone any minute now. He hung on to these last moments of sanity like a drowning man clutches at a life preserver. Well, it wasn't long before the DMW showed up. They were the gang, he added. Dead men walking. Charles told me. I guess they're big around here. I'm familiar with them, Stone said with a small, wry smile. Go on. That was about when you showed up, Jason said. His gaze, which had been roaming around the room without registering anything, locked on Stone. He leaned forward. What did I see back there? What the hell happened to Charles? What happened to that kid? What did you do to them? Because I know what I thought I saw, and I know there's no way that could have been what I really saw. Not unless I'm going as delusional as my sister. Stone's expression didn't change. What did you think you saw? Nearly a minute passed in silence. Something in the back of Jason's mind was telling him that if he put it into words, if he let it out into the real world, then he would go insane. Normal, sane people couldn't even afford to pretend to believe stuff like what he'd seen. Jason, Stone said, his voice gentle. I know it's difficult for you. I'm not going to lie to you. There's nothing I can do about the fact that none of this will be easy. Might as well have it out, though. I can see it's not sitting well in there. Jason felt his breathing picking up, his heart starting to beat faster. At that moment, finding Verity was the farthest thing from his mind. He said at last. The gang dude, he grabbed the kid, then he pointed at Charles. His hand glowed. His voice shook as he pictured it again. He suspected that particular image was going to be the main attraction in his nightmare theater for quite some time to come. Stone said nothing, waiting. His blood came out of his head, out of his eyes. His gaze bored into Stone, begging him to provide some explanation that made sense. Spontaneous catastrophic stroke, long-range sniper. He would have accepted anything that sounded even vaguely plausible. When Stone didn't reply, he forced himself to go on. And he screamed, and... This time he didn't even make a pretense of putting scotch in the tea. He picked up the bottle with shaking hands and took a swig straight from it. And what? And the kid... The kid screamed too, at the same time. I was watching Charles, but I looked back at the gang guy, and the kid just disappeared. He screamed, and then there was a flare of light, and he was gone. Stone's expression grew grimmer. Indeed. You're sure about this? I'm not sure about anything anymore. Jason's voice rose, pitching higher than his normal tone as he tried to suppress his instinct to bolt from the room. He didn't want to hear any more. He didn't want to think any more. By sheer act of will, he pushed the instinct down. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw, he said dully. Okay, Stone said. All right, go on. I think that was about the time I arrived on the scene. Jason nodded. He stared at his hands in his lap. They were still shaking. The gang, I mean, I looked at them. They were all... He took a deep breath and swallowed. Their faces, they all looked like they'd just... His eyes flicked up for a second and then back down. Like they just had some kind of freaky orgasm. He glanced up again, gauging how Stone would react to that. He didn't, except to nod. And then? And then you showed up. I got in the car. They were going to throw one of the grenade things at us. I yelled, and then... He took a deep breath and stepped the rest of the way over the abyss. And then you pointed your hand at them, and the grenade hit something and bounced back. Right, Stone said, nodding again. And we got out of there. Jason shrugged, thinking a moment, then added, Oh, and there was the shimmery thing. For the first time, a flicker of an expression crossed Stone's eyes. Shimmery thing? Jason nodded. Didn't you see it? After the grenade bounced back and blew up in their faces, I saw the air kind of shimmer over them. Something flew up out of them. He stared at Stone. All this time the man had seemed to have everything under control and failed to be shocked or even affected by anything Jason had said, which had been strangely comforting. But now... You didn't see it? Stone shook his head. No. But by that point my concentration was fairly buggered. Interesting. He sat back and his gaze went to a 1,000-yard stare for several seconds. Then he switched back on. Interesting indeed. What's it mean? No idea, Stone said cheerfully, shrugging. Perhaps nothing. Might have just been a trick of the light. He finished his tea and set the cup down. All right then, I'm sure you've got more questions, though I'm not sure if you'd be better off without hearing the answers. It's up to you. Jason stared at Stone, realizing he was giving him an out. If he so chose, he could just get up, thank Stone for getting him out of a bad situation, and walk out into the night. He could just pretend none of this had happened. Of course, that still meant he had no idea where Verity was, and the DMW were after him now for sure. So whatever weirdness he'd experienced tonight wasn't likely to be an isolated incident, unless he just gave up on Verity and took the next bus back home to Ventura. He sensed that he was looking at an open door in front of him, and he had no idea what was on the other side. If he stepped through, it would slam shut behind him, and there would be no going back. He did allow himself to feel a few seconds of regret before he made the only choice that he knew was available to him. I have to know, he said at last. Again, a flicker of something, was it satisfaction, approval, flitted across Stone's face. Ask away, then. The blurt now, think later style of questioning had worked before, so Jason saw no reason to change it now. What happened to Charles? How did that guy kill him? Magic, said Stone. Chapter 20. Jason stared at him, momentarily rendered speechless. If he'd said pancakes or universal joints or Martian death rays, the sentence wouldn't have sounded any more outlandish to him. "Magic," he said, glaring. "You're screwing with me, aren't you? A nice fun round of let's fuck with the crazy guy." Stone's own gaze was quite steady. "Do I look like I'm screwing with you, Jason?" Watching his last chance to hang on to sanity slipping away, Jason shook his head. "No, you don't. And that's what scares the shit out of me." He let the silence hang for a long time, then looked back up. "So, you're saying Charles was killed by magic? That the gang dude cast a spell at him? Like in the movies? Merlin the magician and all that?" Stone chuckled. "Not much like that, no. But I assure you, magic is entirely real and entirely dangerous. And you know this how?" Jason wasn't sure he wanted Stone to answer, and very much afraid he already knew what the other man was going to say. "I think you've already figured that part out, haven't you?" Stone said softly, leaning forward a little in his chair. "You're one of them too, aren't you? A wizard or something." That got another chuckle. "I prefer to call myself a mage, but yes, I am." Oh, shit. Yeah. Jason was firmly entrenched in the Twilight Zone now and sinking fast. "So, you can kill people by making blood come out of their eyes?" He knew even as he said it that it shouldn't even make the first page of questions that were busily poking at the inside of his skull, but he spit it out anyway. Stone's expression grew serious. "I dare say I could if I had to, but that's not the sort of thing I make the habit of doing. I'm not that kind of mage." "There are different kinds? What kind are you then? What do you do?" Slow down. I said I'd answer your questions, but this isn't going to be easy, and it won't be fast. Are you sure you don't want to get some sleep and we can— "No! I couldn't sleep now if my life depended on it. I want to know what's going on." Stone nodded as if he'd expected nothing else, but felt it was only polite to ask. "All right then, fair enough. Yes, there are different kinds. I'm not going to go into the esoteric details right now. I'd probably bore the stuffing out of you. I've been told I can have that effect when I get going. The long and the short of it is that magic has different ways to manifest and control it. The most simplistic way to say it is to say that it's split between so-called good, or white magic, and evil, or black magic." Jason took this in for a brief moment, then almost laughed like an idiot. It was all so absurd. He managed to quell the compulsion, with difficulty, but he couldn't help grinning. "So, are you a good witch or a bad witch?" That actually got a reaction out of Stone. He laughed, shaking his head in amusement. "Hi, my dear boy. I'm a good witch, or at least I try to be most of the time. As for what I do, research mostly, and teaching." "Teaching? Wait a minute, you teach magic? There are schools for magic?" Jason had thought things were weird before, but he was starting to realize that he hadn't even scratched the surface yet. "No, not per se. I teach at Stanford, actually. I'm a professor of occult studies." "Occult studies? What's that, like Ouija boards and haunted houses and stuff like that?" "Not exactly." Stone chuckled again. "But is that really what you want to ask me about right now? I'm not going anywhere. We can talk more in the morning about things like that, if you still want to. Let's hit the highlights now, shall we?" Jason took a deep breath. "Okay, but as much as I want to know this stuff, I really do need to get back to trying to find my sister. I don't know what she's tangled herself up in, but there's no way she's got the street smarts to survive out there very long." "I might be able to help you with that," Stone said, "but it'll have to wait until morning. As wiped out as I am right now, there's no way I can attempt any kind of magic, so we might as well have our chat now, then get a few hours sleep and start fresh in the morning." "Wait." Jason stared at him. "You can help me find her? Why would you do that? You don't know me from some bum on the street. I don't know you. I don't even know why you came by there tonight. That whole area was deserted.
We didn't see another car the whole time we were there. How did you know what was going on?"
Stone said. "I'll leave that one alone for now, I think. Suffice it to say that I was conducting an investigation of my own, and it led me to where you were. It's really not important why at the moment. It's just fortunate that I did happen to drive by."
"Damn fortunate," Jason agreed.
"Okay then, you don't want to tell me that. I guess I'll have to deal with it. As long as you don't plan to blow me up or make my brains leak out my ears, we're cool." "No plans of either type," Stone assured him.
Jason leaned back on the couch, debating whether or not to take another swig of the scotch.
He decided against it. The last thing he needed to go with all the rest of the night's insanity was a raging hangover.
"What happened to the kid?" he asked suddenly.
At Stone's raised eyebrow, he added,
"The one that got torched."
"Ah." Stone nodded. He sighed, looking troubled. "What you witnessed there is the primary difference between so-called black and white magic."
Jason's eyes widened. "You mean you have to kill people to do black magic?"
That didn't seem logical. You'd either be limited in a hurry in the amount of magic you'd be able to do, or you'd end up being hunted down as a serial killer in pretty short order. Stone shook his head. "No, not always. All magic comes from the same source, but the way it's accessed is different. White mages draw their power from within themselves and from carefully constructed rituals and objects designed to channel the power safely. Black magic takes the power from others, either draining it from willing donors or stealing it from the unwilling."
"You mean like vampires?"
"Sort of, but with life energy rather than blood. Depending on how much they drain, they can do everything from causing mild fatigue to killing the donor." He shook his head in what was almost a shudder. "It's a very dangerous path to take, though not without its allure."
"So—"
Jason's words came out slowly as he thought it through.
"That guy, the ganger, he drained that kid for the power to cast a spell?"
He thought he might be sick as the implications hit him.
He killed a kid just because he wanted to use magic to blow somebody away?
Stone nodded soberly. "Most of them aren't that blatant about it. There are a few minor talents in the DMW, and all of them are dangerously unstable. You must have run into one of them tonight."
"So they're not all like that? Please tell me I'm not going to run into that on every street corner. How many of you guys are there, anyway?"
Deciding that he needed the booze now more than he cared about the hangover later, he took another swig. "Mages." At Jason's nod, Stone offered him a gentle smile. "Not that many overall, though they do tend to concentrate more in some areas than others. You'll find more in large urban centers than smaller towns, for instance. Don't worry, you're unlikely to encounter another for a long time, even around here, and even if you go out looking for one. We're generally a pretty secretive lot. We don't flaunt our talents for obvious reasons, because being found out would cause us a great deal of difficulty. Even the black mages, most of them keep quiet."
"So why are you telling me all this? How do you know you can trust me? How do you know I won't go straight to, I don't know, the police, the media, and blab your secret all over the 6 o'clock news?"
Stone chuckled. "First of all, I'm a fairly good judge of character, and I don't see you as the sort who'd do something like that. Second, I did get you out of a pretty sticky situation back there. I'd like to think you owe me the courtesy of not causing me a lot of inconvenience. And thirdly, and most importantly, who would believe you? Let's think. Mr. Reporter, I know this chap and he's a magician, a real one, and he can cast real spells. Or, Mr. Policeman, I want you to go arrest this guy I met. His crime? He's a wizard. They'd lock you up or laugh you out of their lobby before you could get half of that out of your mouth." Jason had to admit he had a point.
"Well, it's not like I'm going to do that anyway. Believe me, I'm grateful for all the help I can get right now. I'm way out of my league and have been for a while." He spread his hands. "I mean, I'm just a guy. I fight pretty well. I can fix things. I did okay in school, but this?"
He shook his head, letting a breath out in a loud hiss through his teeth.
"This is fucking weird, and it scares the hell out of me. Especially to think that Verity's tied up with it somehow."
He paused, then looked back at Stone.
So, you say that black mages pull the power from other people, and white ones take it from themselves? Is that why you messed yourself up so bad when you cast that spell? Stone nodded. White magic doesn't lend itself well to fast, active spells like the one I cast back there. They require an enormous expenditure of energy. As I said, white mages generally are more focused on rituals and longer-term or permanent spells. White magic is ultimately more powerful than black. For instance, we can imbue objects with magical power and use them as batteries if we need to. But they have to be specially prepared. Since it's been quite some time since I last cast a damaging spell, I don't generally keep those kinds of items on hand. You said black mages don't necessarily kill people when they use them. Can you use, willing batteries? People who know what they're getting into? Stone stared at him, looking startled and a little disturbed. Short answer, yes, it's possible. But any white mage who would contemplate it wouldn't be a white mage for long. There's a rush that comes from black magic, almost like a drug. I know we're getting a little philosophical here, but bear with me. Think of casting spells as affecting your inner core, your soul, if you will. Every time you draw power from another human, especially an unwilling one, it diminishes your soul somewhat. If you diminish it too much, it essentially makes it impossible for you to cast anything but black-style spells. You're so addicted to the sensation that you can't do anything else. So, Jason ventured, it's sort of like guys who spend so much time looking at porn that eventually they can't do it with a real-life girl? Stone tilted his head, then nodded. I'd never thought about it that way, but the comparison is valid. Can you recover from this blot on your soul? In the back of his mind, Jason wondered why he was wasting time asking all these questions that had nothing to do with finding Verity. But part of him was finding the explanation interesting, and he couldn't help forging on. If you, didn't cast black magic for a while, would it grow back? Kind of like detoxing off drugs? You know, Stone said with a wry smile, you make a very good magic student. You're quite good at homing in on the right questions, and the answer is yes, eventually, as long as you haven't taken it too far. But it takes a lot of time, and any backsliding will put you right back where you started. It's the reason why, even though there aren't that many mages in the world, most of them are of the black, or at least grey, variety. It's very hard to resist the temptation. Jason nodded. That made sense to him. Growing up as a cop's son, he had encountered, at least peripherally, a lot of the bad things that happened behind closed doors in his own hometown, and he doubted it was much different anywhere else. He wanted to ask more questions, but the day's fatigue was beginning to settle on him like a heavy blanket. He yawned, then tried hard to suppress it. Stone wasn't fooled. Listen, he said, standing. It's late, and I don't know about you, but I'm going to be useless tomorrow if I don't get at least a few hours' sleep. Let me show you the guest room, and we can continue this tomorrow. Jason was torn. He was exhausted, both mentally and physically. No sense trying to pretend that he wasn't. But allowing himself to rest when his sister was still out there somewhere. I can't, he said. Verity, sounds like she's probably with some people who can keep her safe for the night, Stone pointed out. From what you're telling me, they managed to get her out of that warehouse before the DMW showed up. They're probably holed up someplace getting some sleep too. You'll be no use to her if you're so tired you can't think straight. Come on. He waved Jason out of the room ahead of him. Jason sighed and rose. As he started toward the door, another random thought popped into his head. Hey. What? Stone turned back. Jason reached in his pocket and pulled out the piece of notepaper that Willow had written on. Have you ever seen this symbol before? Stone took the paper and examined it for a few seconds, then looked up at Jason. Where did you get this? From Willow, the lady at the hospital, the one who told us where to look for Verity. She said to look for that symbol, or to show it to anyone I saw around there. I found one chalked on the back wall of the warehouse near the concealed entrance. Interesting, Stone murmured, as if his thoughts were far away. There's another one, too. Jason took the paper back, dug his stubby pencil out, and drew the other symbol, the one he'd seen at the rest stop and the motel. According to someone else I talked to, this one means bad place or don't stay here. I think the two of them are related somehow. It seems too weird for them not to be.
Stone took a deep breath and let it out slowly. And who told you about the other one?
A couple bums I ran into on the way up here, at a rest stop. I gave them something to eat and they pointed it out on the side of the john and said I shouldn't stay there. They said that sign meant it wasn't safe. And then I saw it again up here, on the curb in front of a motel I almost stopped at. I decided not to. I felt pretty stupid about it,
But best not to take chances, Stone said, nodding. One moment, may I see that again? When Jason handed it over, he rummaged in a drawer and pulled out a notebook and pen. He copied both symbols, jotted notes next to them, and then handed the original back. Let me think about this a bit, he said at last. Tomorrow. Jason knew better than to argue or press for more details. Besides, now that the possibility of sleep was near, he was finding he could barely keep his eyes open anymore. He didn't think he'd sleep with his mind whirling this hard, but at least he could rest. Chapter 21. Jason awoke to filtered sunlight coming in through the room's open curtains, and a knock on the door. "Planning to sleep the day away?" came Stone's cheerful voice from the other side. Startled, he glanced at the clock on the nightstand. A little after 9 a.m. He hadn't expected to sleep nearly that long, and he couldn't remember dreaming anything either.
Coming,"
he called, his mind trying to remind him of everything that had happened in the last several hours. He was downstairs in 10 minutes after grabbing a fast shower. Hardly seemed worth it, since he didn't have a change of clothes, and he imagined his current outfit was getting pretty rank by now.
"In here,"
Stone called from down the hall, the opposite direction from the room where they'd been the previous night. Jason followed the voice into a dining room dominated by a large rectangular table. Stone, in a black Pink Floyd t-shirt, was seated at one end, with books, papers, and notebooks spread out in front of him. "Sit down," he said, without looking up. "Hope you're hungry. Mrs. Oliveira seems to think it's her calling in life to put weight on me, so—" At that moment, a stout woman of about 55 bustled into the room, pushing a wheeled cart full of steaming dishes. "Oh, good," she said. "Your guest is finally awake. Good morning," she added to Jason. "I hope you're hungry." She glared at Stone and his array of papers in mock exasperation. "Can't you wait until after breakfast, Dr. Stone? I've got no place to put your plate." Sorry. He shoved everything off the side and waited while she put down the plates, silver, and glasses in front of each of them. "Thank you, Mrs. Oliveira. It all looks lovely, as usual." Mrs. Oliveira smiled her thanks, then made herself scarce with a "Call me if you need anything else," over her shoulder. Stone smiled at Jason. "My one luxury indulgence," he said. "I'd likely starve or exist on delivered pizza and live in squalor if I didn't have someone to look after the place for me."
Yeah."
"Eat up before it gets cold," Stone told him, pouring a cup of coffee and dragging his papers back over in front of him. "We've got a lot to do today."
"We, do?"
"Well, we do if you still want me to help you look for your sister." Stone raised an eyebrow in question.
Yeah, I do. I still don't get why, though."
"Let's just say it's because I like mysteries," Stone said, "and it's always nice to get some real-world opportunity to put my magic to good use. That'll do for now. Fortunately, I was able to convince a colleague to take my classes this week, so we can get started right away." Again, Jason got the impression there was something Stone wasn't telling him, but again, he didn't ask. There would be time for that later. He decided for now that he'd just keep an eye on the man. He still didn't completely trust him, but his gut was telling him that he wasn't a threat. He hoped it was right. He could use somebody on his side right about now.
I'm gonna need to get back to my motel room today," he said. "My stuff's there, and I at least need to get a change of clothes."
Stone nodded.
You're welcome to stay here if you like. We can stop by and pick up your stuff today. I've got the guest room, and I'm guessing you're not exactly swimming in cash right now. Safer, too, if the DMW are looking for you.
Jason had almost forgotten about that.
What, they can't find me here?
I didn't say that, but there are certain magical protections around the place that will make it more difficult to find than your hotel room, or wherever else you decide to stay. Jason hooked a thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the kitchen.
Does she, Mrs. Oliveira, know about you?
Stone chuckled. As far as Mrs. Oliveira is concerned, I'm a slightly eccentric university professor with some very strange possessions that she'd prefer not to dust. Now then, he said briskly, you said the last place you knew your sister to be was in that warehouse.
Well, I'm not certain she was there, Jason admitted. Willow said the woman she left with was hanging out with a homeless group squatting there.
He stopped as his eyes fell across one of the newspaper sections in front of Stone. He stared at the headline. 3 dead at Redwood City Warehouse. Fire raises building. He snatched up the paper and quickly scanned the article.
Holy shit, he said. All they found were charred bodies. I guess the gangers burned the place after we left. Or else the fire they started by tossing that thing at my bike did it, and they took off.
He skimmed to the end.
They say they don't know who the bodies are, but gang involvement is suspected.
Stone nodded. Nasty business. I doubt anyone saw us leave, though, or they'd be calling for the public's help in locating my car.
Yeah.
Jason couldn't help thinking about Charles. Here was this guy who'd befriended Verity and was just trying to help her out, and now he was dead. Jason. Stone's gentle voice cut into his thoughts. There's nothing we can do about what happened there now. We need to concentrate on finding your sister. Now, you said you're not sure she was at the warehouse. Where are you sure she was?
At Melody's house, I think. That's Charles's friend who took her in.
But you said something tipped her off that danger was coming, and she left with this other person, right? And her name was...
Susanna. Melody was the one killed, and Willow is the one in the hospital who told me to show that symbol when I got to the warehouse.
Stone nodded and sighed. He took the paper from Jason, turned a couple of pages, folded it over, and handed it back. I'd hoped we might question Willow, but it appears that's not to be. Jason looked at the folded paper. Another headline. Woman killed in East Palo Alto home invasion. Second victim dies in hospital. Again, he skimmed it for details.
Willow died shortly after Charles and I talked to her, he said dully. They don't say they're looking for anybody else for questioning, and they don't have anybody in custody.
He tossed the paper down in frustration.
It seems like we've got dead ends everywhere we go.
Not quite, Stone pointed out. We can try to track down this Susanna woman and hope that your sister is still with her.
But where do we start? Willow said she's homeless. There are homeless people all over the place around here. Do we just start driving around looking for random bums to question? I kinda doubt they have the bum network where they all keep up with each other's business.
Stone shrugged. You may be right, but unfamiliar as I am with their culture, I do believe they quite possibly communicate more than you think. It's a dangerous world out there. It always has been for the disenfranchised, and these days that's truer more than ever. Keeping each other up to date on potential dangers and news in general would be valuable. His words triggered something in Jason's mind. He'd almost forgotten about the group of vagrants he'd spoken with at the library yesterday. That seemed like about 100 years ago after everything that had happened in the last few hours.
Wait a minute.
Stone glanced up from his eggs, which he'd finally noticed.
What? Hang on. Let me think a sec.
Jason's mind spun again, trying to make connections that kept flitting away.
You said something about communications. Yesterday I was at the library.
He told Stone about the vagrants he'd encountered and their strange behavior, including how one of them had known that Jason was searching for his sister. Interesting. Stone's eyebrow rose as he once again forgot about his eggs.
That's not all, though. Jason's voice grew more animated. He was sure he was onto something. One of them didn't talk the whole time I was there. This old guy, he just sat at the table and scribbled around on a piece of paper. I barely noticed him at the time. I thought he was crazier than the rest of them. But when I left, it dawned on me that what he was scribbling was a bunch of symbols that looked like they could have gone with the ones I showed you. Stone's gaze sharpened. Did you see either of the two we have here? He asked, pulling his own copy of the two symbols Jason had showed him out of one of the notebooks on the table. Definitely not the first one. I'd have noticed that right away, since I was still a little weirded out by seeing it in two different places within less than a day. Not sure about the other one. Remember, I didn't see it for the first time until later that night, so I wasn't looking for it. Interesting, Stone murmured, almost to himself. He dug around in the pile and came up with another notebook. Take a look at this, he said, opening it to a page near the middle and shoving it across the table toward Jason. Jason looked at it, his polite interest quickly morphing into a stare of wide-eyed amazement. Across the two open notebook pages were a whole series of symbols very much like the two he was already familiar with, arrayed in neatly written rows. There looked to be between 20 and 30 of them, and the two Jason already knew about were included. Most had notes jotted below them, but Jason couldn't make out more than a word here or there. They seemed to refer to locations, and included dates. Several, including Jason's two, had tally marks beneath them and multiple notes. What is this? He asked, unable to hide his astonishment. Where did these come from? I've been collecting them, Stone said. For the past few years, ever since I saw the same one twice and made the same inference you did, that they must mean something. I haven't done anything with them other than jot them down along with where and when I saw them. I showed them to a couple of colleagues, but they had no idea what they might mean. He took the notebook back and examined the symbols. All I know for sure is that they're not magical sigils, at least not in any magical system I'm familiar with, and I'm at least passingly familiar with most of them. He pointed at Jason's two. These two are fairly common and widespread. I've seen them in several locations over a long period of time. These, though, he pointed at several, one after the other, are rarer, and a couple seem to be regional variations of each other, similar but not quite identical. Finally he pointed at the one near the bottom of the page. And this one I actually noticed on the curb in front of my own house once or twice. The rain washes it away, but it occasionally turns up again. So you just drive around looking for these things? There are that many of them around? Stone shrugged. I don't look for them specifically, but I've gotten better at spotting them. If you know what to look for, they're fairly common. I've seen them on business buildings, on residential mailboxes, grocery stores, abandoned buildings, schools. He spread his hands. The only thing they seem to have in common is that they have nothing in common. The one there, that you say means bad place, I've seen it on some pretty frightening abandoned buildings. But I also spotted it on a perfectly innocent-looking children's daycare centre in San Luis Obispo once, when I spent a week down there on holiday last year. Jason took a slow, deep breath. So, what's it all mean? Where do they come from? Who makes them? And what's this got to do with Verity? I don't know. Perhaps nothing. But I like to keep my mind open. Possibilities can occur in the oddest places when you let yourself consider them. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Jason agreed. Hey, listen. After we go get my stuff from the motel, can we go by that library and see if they're there? Maybe they've heard something. And maybe stop by the police station, on the off chance that somebody there might have gotten a line on her. Stone shrugged. Sure, why not? Let's get going. Chapter 22. Picking up Jason's gear from the motel room was quick and easy. Since he was beginning to fear that nothing would ever be quick and easy again, it was nice to be pleasantly surprised. On the way to the library, he spotted 3 of the strange symbols and pointed them out to Stone. Yes, they're quite ubiquitous around this area, the mage said, nodding. When I leave the Bay Area on business or for holidays, I've noticed they occur much less frequently outside larger cities, though I've seen a couple in and near some fairly tiny towns, so who knows? It's definitely a mystery, and I'd love to know what the hell it all means. By the time they reached their destination, it was close to noon. I hope they're here now, Jason said. It was later in the day when I saw them last time, but the librarian did say they spent a lot of time here, so I guess there's a decent chance. Indeed, since apparently this is a good place, Stone said, pointing. The symbol was quite discreet this time, chalked at ground level off to the side of the library's double glass front doors. Jason let his breath out slowly. He couldn't afford to get caught up chasing mysteries if they didn't help him find Verity, but he had to admit this one was damned compelling. The homeless group wasn't sitting around the same table where Jason had seen them before. He went to the front desk and smiled at the librarian in what he hoped was a friendly manner. "Morning. I was in here yesterday. Remember?" She nodded.
I do. You're the one who wanted all those newspapers. Back for more? If you want to go back too much further, I'll have to dig out the microfiches.
No, thanks. I think I got what I was looking for with them, but you know that group of homeless people who came in here?
How could I forget them? She asked, wrinkling her nose in distaste.
Do you know when they usually come in? I need to ask them something.
Oh, they're here now, she said. In the back. When they came in this morning, I watched them mill around and point at the front window, and they seemed to get into a little disagreement. Then they all headed back toward the study room at the back of the library. She sighed. It's not a very big room, and it doesn't have any exterior windows. It's going to take me weeks to get the smell out if they decide that's where they want to stay. It's odd, too, because they've been coming in for weeks, and they always sit at that same table, or near it.
Thanks, he said, and waved at Stone to follow. Stone put down the magazine he'd been leafing through, and together they headed for the rear of the library. Wonder why they changed their spot, Jason said. Stone just shrugged. The back room was a small brick enclosure with a single door. It had half-height display windows on either side of the door on the wall facing into the rest of the library. Jason could see a large table and several chairs inside. The vagrant group was seated around the table in the same configuration they'd been in yesterday. All three of the lucid ones looked up almost simultaneously as the two newcomers approached. The spacey girl looked bored and troubled, and the scribbler was still scribbling away. He'd gotten hold of a lined notepad, and several pencils of varying lengths were spread out in front of him. Jason wasn't quite sure what to do, so he knocked on the door. He felt a little stupid doing it, but apparently it was the right thing to do, because the leathery, middle-aged man nodded and waved them inside. "Thought you might be back," he said, his voice as gruff and gravelly as before. The smell in here was overwhelming, but Jason did his best not to react as he stepped inside. Stone followed. Meanwhile, the old woman with the watery eyes and the multitude of mismatched tote bags seemed to be fumbling with one of them on the floor. She made a sudden lunge as a small, fast-moving something leapt from the bag, but she missed. It darted toward Jason and Stone, who were standing near the still open door. Jason was startled, but Stone leaned down and deftly scooped it up before it could escape. He held it up. A tiny black kitten with wide, frightened eyes. "Now, little one," he murmured, stroking its head with 2 fingers. "Trust me, you don't want to go out there." The kitten immediately ceased its struggling and started to purr loudly, snuggling into the crook of the mage's arm. He smiled at the old woman. "I believe you lost this."
"She likes you," the woman said, in a shy, shaky voice. "You can hold her for a while if you like, but—" She glanced at the window looking out over the library. "She's not really supposed to be in here, so if—" Stone nodded sympathetically. "Of course," he said, opening his overcoat and allowing the kitten to burrow inside. "No one will be the wiser, I promise." The middle-aged man had apparently had enough of all this small talk. He fixed his squinty gaze on Jason and said,
"What are you doing back here? What do you want?" "I just wanted to ask you all a couple of questions," Jason said. "We ain't seeing your sister," the man told him. "Okay, that was the first question."
He was disappointed, but not surprised.
"Who's that guy?"
the man asked, pointing at Stone and glaring at him rather rudely.
"He's a friend. I met him yesterday. He helped me out of some trouble."
"He's a magic man," the spacey girl said in a sing-song voice. "Got magic hands." Stone looked startled, then quirked a questioning eyebrow at Jason, who shook his head and shrugged as if to say,
"I didn't tell them anything."
The middle-aged vagrant ignored them all.
"So, what's the second question?"
His tone was confrontational.
"I wanted to know if any of you knew a homeless woman named Susanna."
"Nope," said the man, too quickly.
"Are you sure?" Jason asked. "I really need to find her. I think she's with my sister. I don't know if you heard, but she and a friend of hers were visiting a house last night and, well, some bad stuff happened."
"They died," the old woman quavered. "They were killed. It was in the paper today. We always read the paper first thing."
Jason nodded.
"Yeah, they did. I think something dangerous is going on, and I want to help. I want to get my sister out of it, and if Susanna is with her, then we can try to help her too, but I need to know where they are."
On a hunch, he pulled the little paper bearing the symbol out of his pocket and put it down on the table where they could see it.
"Susanna's friend Willow gave me this last night, at the hospital. She said I should show it to Susanna if I saw her. Do you recognize it?"
That got their attention. They didn't even try to hide it. Even the spacey girl and the scribbler paused in their pursuits to look at it. Then, as one, all five of them looked up at Jason like they'd never seen him before.
"You say Susanna's friend gave that to you?"
the middle-aged man demanded.
"Yeah, last night. We snuck into the emergency room so we could talk to her, and she told us to show it to Susanna. Why, do you know what it means?"
Benny, the young, dark-skinned man, nodded. He glanced at the middle-aged man. When he didn't react, he continued.
"We know Susanna. We knew Willow."
Tears shone in the corners of his dark eyes. Jason leaned over the table.
"Do you know where Susanna is? Willow told us that her group was squatting at a fruit-packing plant in Redwood City, but when we got there, they'd already left," the middle-aged man said.
"Yeah."
"Do you know why they left? Did they somehow know that the DMW, the gang, were coming?"
The middle-aged man shrugged.
"Maybe. Don't know."
He glanced up at Jason, his eyes going a little glassy.
"Hey, you got any weed?"
Sorry, no," he replied, taken aback by this shift in topic. The old woman put a hand on the middle-aged man's arm.
"It's all right, Hector," she said softly. "Lissy says he's all right. You're all right, too. Everything's going to be fine."
Her voice took on a hypnotic cadence, like a chant. She looked up apologetically at Jason and Stone.
"He has episodes sometimes. They don't last long."
She smiled.
"If Willow trusted you enough to give you that, she must have thought you meant Susanna no harm."
"We don't mean anyone any harm," Stone said, stepping forward, his tone soothing. "We simply want to find Susanna and ask her a few questions, and with any luck find Jason's sister before she gets herself into something she can't handle." Jason nodded.
"I don't know how to ask this without sounding rude, so I hope you'll understand I don't mean to. But you seem to be based down here, and Susanna was up in East Palo Alto. How do you even know about each other? You don't travel far, do you?"
"We don't travel too much," the woman said. "But we can get around when we need to. All of us can."
She paused, watching the spacey girl, Lissy, as she stared out the window at the library patrons wandering around out in the main area.
"Susanna, if your sister's with her, she's safe. I can promise you that."
"How can you promise that?" Jason asked. No offense, but you guys don't look like you'd be much good in a fight, and if they run into someone like the DMW—"
"If they do, there might be trouble," the old woman agreed. "That's why it's best not to run into them at all. Isn't that so?"
Jason turned to look at Stone, his expression exasperated. Talking to this vagrant was like having a conversation with a group of mentally unstable 7-year-olds. They couldn't be counted on to stay on topic for more than a few minutes at a time, and when they did, half the time they didn't make sense.
"So,"
he said, turning back,
"do you know where I can find her? Do you even know where I should start looking? Can you contact her and tell her I want to talk to her?"
"We might be able to do that," Benny said. "World's getting more dangerous. Things are going on. Not safe to be running around, you know."
"Yeah, I'm getting that impression," Jason agreed.
"Magic Man can find her," Lissy sing-songed. "Magic Man can make the magic happen, if he knows how to do it. Show him, Frank. Help him make the magic."
All of them, even Hector and Lissy, stared at the scribbler. For a moment, nothing happened. He continued drawing random figures and patterns on his piece of paper. Then he tore it off the pad with a flourish, tossed it aside, glanced up at Stone, and began attacking the next sheet with feverish intensity. Jason turned to Stone again and rolled his eyes, thinking that it might be best to just get out of here and carry on their search without assistance from the local chapter of the lunatic fringe. But Stone was not rolling his eyes or looking exasperated. His gaze was locked on the piece of paper in front of Frank. "Fascinating," he murmured under his breath.
"What?"
Jason whispered. Stone didn't answer, though. He was still watching Frank intently as he worked. Jason tried to do the same, but as far as he was concerned, the man was producing nothing more than a page full of random scribbles, even less intelligible than the symbols he'd been drawing before. Everyone watched in silence until at last he slapped the pencil down on the table with a thunk, ripped the page off, and tossed it toward Stone without looking at him.
"What is that?"
Jason asked, looking back and forth between the vagrants and Stone.
"How is that supposed to—"
"Shh!" The harsh, sibilant hiss cut through Jason's words. For a moment, he didn't realize where it had come from, and then he saw Lissy staring at the window, looking frightened.
"What's going on?"
Jason demanded, getting frustrated.
"Coming,"
Lissy said. She sounded scared.
"In here, somewhere. Coming."
Chapter 23. Who? Stone was looking out the window as well. Nothing looked out of the ordinary. Who's coming?
"Did you see somebody? The DMW?"
Jason couldn't decide whether he should pay attention to this delusional girl or just leave now.
"Sit down,"
Benny ordered, scooting to the side and motioning for Jason and Stone to take 2 of the empty chairs at the table.
"Do it quick, and whatever you see or hear, stay quiet."
Jason looked skeptical.
"But—"
"Do as he says,"
the old woman said, sounding a lot less quavery than usual, though still nervous. She was twisted around in her seat and was also looking out the window into the library. All 5 of them looked tense, even Frank, the scribbler.
"Please, hurry."
Stone was oddly tense, too. "Come on," he said to Jason, nudging him toward the chairs and stashing the scribbled paper Frank had given him in one of his overcoat pockets. "Do what they say. Something's going on here, and I want to see how it plays out." Jason sighed and did what he was told. He dropped down into the chair next to Hector, and Stone sat down between him and Benny.
"Just be quiet, and don't look at anybody,"
Benny told them, his voice tight.
"If anybody asks you questions, pretend you don't understand."
Lissy let out a long, agonized moan and began rocking back and forth in her chair, her eyes clamped shut.
"They're coming,"
the old woman said, turning back around. She pulled an old, tattered magazine out of one of her tote bags and opened it to a random page. A couple seconds later,
2 men came around one of the shelves. They were both dressed in police uniforms.
"It's just the cops,"
Jason said, relieved.
No!
Benny cut him off, eyes blazing.
"You don't know anything. Be quiet."
The 2 cops headed straight for the door to the little conference room and pushed it open without knocking. They were both young. Both looked formidable, and their expressions were identically cold and devoid of any kind of compassion or humanity. They swept the room with their gazes. Oddly, they didn't seem to notice or care that there were 2 people in the group who didn't look like the rest of them.
"Stand up, all of you," the older of the 2 cops said. "Hands where we can see them."
The vagrants shuffled to their feet slowly. The old woman helped Frank up. Lissy remained in her seat, rocking and moaning. After a moment, and a furtive glance from the old woman, Stone and Jason rose as well.
"We got a complaint about you people," the cop said, his voice dripping with contempt. "I can see why. You're stinking the place to high heaven. You can't just squat here all day and drive off the regular citizens."
"Sorry, officer," Hector said meekly. He appeared to have recovered from his episode. "We'll clear out. Don't want to cause anybody any trouble."
"Smart man," the other cop said. His voice was as cold and uncaring as his partner's. He laid a hand on his nightstick. "We don't like bums around here. We find you hanging out in this place again, it's not going to be so nice for you, you know?" The first cop was examining each of the vagrants' faces in turn.
"One more thing. We're looking for a guy. You guys squat on the street, maybe you've seen him. Maybe you tell us where you've seen him, we might look the other way, and you can stink up the library till tomorrow."
What does he look like?" the old woman asked.
"White, mid-20s, dirty blonde hair and a ponytail, athletic build, brown leather jacket," the cop said. "No picture, but if you know somebody like that, tell us now. He's wanted."
Jason's eyes came up for a second, in a frank stare of amazement, but he quickly looked back down at his hands. The cop's description, the one he'd uttered while staring straight at him, could have described his twin, or himself. What the— Next to him, Stone shifted his weight and nudged him almost imperceptibly. When Jason glanced at him, he shook his head once, his eyes still downcast.
"What's he wanted for?"
Benny asked.
"Murder," said the cop. "You seen him?"
The vagrants looked at each other, each one shaking his or her head.
"Sorry, but we haven't,"
Hector said in his slow, gravelly voice.
"We'll keep an eye out, though. We see him, we'll tell the nearest policeman. It's dangerous enough for folks like us out there without murderers running around."
That seemed to satisfy the first cop, though the second one still looked like he'd like nothing better than to have an excuse to clout some heads with his nightstick. He pointed at Lissy.
"What's with the nutcase chick there?"
"She doesn't know anything, officer," the old woman said. "She's not right in the head. We look after her."
The cop sneered. "Might as well drop her off at the nearest bug house."
He started to say something else, but his partner touched his arm and motioned him out. Reluctantly, he moved toward the door.
"I want to see you bums out of here by tonight," the first cop said, "and I don't want to see you back here any more. The good citizens of this area deserve to be able to read in peace without being stunk up and creeped out by you loonies. Got it?" "We'll be out, sir," Hector assured him.
The cop glared at him for a moment, as if trying to decide if he was giving any lip, then nodded once, turned on his heel, and followed his partner out. He tried to slam the door, but the pneumatic return prevented that. Instead, it closed with a soft click. For a long time, nobody moved. They barely breathed, except for Lissy and her moaning. Nearly 2 minutes passed in silence. Then, slowly, Lissy's moaning began to cease, along with her rocking. She hunched over the table, sobbing quietly into her folded arms. As if that were some kind of signal, the vagrant group returned to their chairs. Jason let his breath out.
"What the hell is going on here?" he demanded, spacing his words out with care.
Hector shrugged.
"Cops aren't safe. Never figured they are. Some of them are all right, but can never be sure.
Jason pointed at Lissy. She knew. She knew they were coming, and she knew they were bad. What the hell are you people? His gaze darted wildly around between them like a loose pinball. How did they not see us? That's me they're looking for. They described me perfectly, and they didn't see me? I was sitting right under their noses, and they didn't see me. He'd finally started getting his head around the fact that he was hanging around a guy who could shoot magical beams out of his hands, and now he had to accept weird psychic bums, too? Where was all this going to end? "You better get out of here," Benny said, ignoring his words. "Not safe for you either. I'd stay away from cops if I was you." Jason was in danger of imminent mental overload again, and Stone must have noticed, because he put a bracing hand on his shoulder. "He's right, Jason. We'd best be on our way." He reached inside his overcoat and withdrew the black kitten, who mewed sleepily in protest at being disturbed. He handed her back to the old woman. "I'm not sure exactly what you did," he said softly. "I'd like very much to have a chance to discuss it with you, but I doubt you'd be amenable to that. Besides, I think it would be prudent for all of us to be on our way." The old woman nodded, tucking the kitten back into a nest of blankets in one of her bags. She gathered them all up and arranged them on the table. The others were also rising and picking up their meager belongings. Deciding he wasn't going to get any straight answers, Jason gave up trying. "Are you guys going to be all right?" He realized, watching them, just how vulnerable they all looked. Even Hector, who still had the vestiges of a military bearing and physique, looked broken down and world-weary. "We'll be all right," the old woman said. She gave a wistful smile as she helped Lissy into her ragged coat. "We've been here too long anyway. I think we got a little settled, and that's never good. Time to be moving on." Behind her, Benny nodded. "Listen," Stone said. "I have no idea what you did or how you did it, but I suspect strongly that if you hadn't done it, Jason and I would be in a world of difficulty right about now. Whatever it was, we're grateful. I hope you won't think me rude or presumptuous, but—" He pulled out his wallet, withdrew several bills, and offered them to the old woman. "A bit of help for your travels," he said. "Or, if you prefer, something to help keep your little friend in the bag there warm and fed." Her watery blue eyes sparkled with tears as she accepted the bills. "Thank you," she whispered, holding Stone's hand in both of her wrinkled ones. She looked earnestly into his eyes, and then into Jason's. "Please, be very careful who you trust. There are dangers everywhere these days, sometimes where you least expect them."
"Where you least expect them,"
Lissy echoed dreamily. She reached out to pet the kitten, who was poking her head out of the bag. "Thanks," Jason said. "Thanks a lot, you guys. Listen, if there's anything I can ever do for you—" Yeah, Hector said. "Heard it all before. Come on, crew. Let's clear out before those guys come back. You two take care, and stay safe." Back in the car and heading toward Palo Alto, Jason was agitated. "Okay, so not only are we back to square one in our search, but things just got a lot worse. Apparently I'm wanted for murder. The only link we have to Susanna is heading away to who knows where. And what the hell was going on back there with those guys? What did they do?" He glared at Stone. "You said there weren't very many mages around, but it sure seemed to me like they hit us or something. Those cops didn't notice us. I'm damn sure of that." "That wasn't magic," Stone said. "At least not any kind I've ever had experience with." "What was it then?" "I don't know." Stone didn't look at him. He was busy watching the road. "But I'd give a hell of a lot to find out. It's obvious they, or at least one of them, did something to conceal us. And another one, the young girl, seemed to know that those policemen were coming before they arrived. How did she know that? Did you notice that she became more agitated as they got closer, and by the time they arrived she was nearly catatonic?" "And don't forget the other dude with the pencils," Jason said. He'd decided that there was no upper bound to the number of things that were going to freak him out today. He'd just have to roll with it. "What was that thing he gave you? You looked like you thought it was more than a page of scribbles." Stone rummaged in the pocket of his overcoat, took out the page, and handed it over. Jason smoothed it out and looked at it, perplexed. "It looks like Picasso exploded and started writing in Norse runes or Chinese or something. Weird little pictures and a lot of writing I can't read. Can you?" "Not specifically," Stone said, "but I don't think it's Norse or Chinese. It's more the intent I can sense, rather than actually reading the content. As strange as it might sound, and I'll have to study it a bit more to be sure, it looks like our artistic friend has given us, how do I put it, the essence of Susanna." "The hell?" Jason turned the paper in his hands, looking at it from different orientations. "I don't see anything here that looks like a woman or a name or anything. That might be an eye right there," he said, pointing. "Damned if I can tell." He glanced at Stone. "So let's assume you're right for a minute. What good is having the essence of Susanna? Does that mean you can, I don't know, talk to her or something, magically?" Stone shook his head. "No, but it might mean I can find her." That perked Jason up. He'd thought that avenue was pretty much lost with the exit of the vagrant group. "How?" Stone took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'll explain, but it will take some time. First, I need to go pick up a few things. I trust you've lost your desire to go to the police station to look for news?" Jason hadn't thought about that. "If I'm wanted, yeah. Walking in there might not be the best idea." "I rather wonder if you are, though," Stone mused. "Huh? That cop said I was, didn't he?" "Yes, but—" Stone shook his head. "For now, we'll be prudent and avoid the police." He paused, thinking. "I suppose if they're looking for you for murder, they must think that you killed those gang members at the warehouse." Jason nodded. "The newspaper said all they found was charred bodies, though, and it's not like they could find shell casings or anything. How would they even know? I doubt they've even identified the bodies yet. That kind of thing can take weeks, depending on how badly burned the corpses are." "You sound like you're speaking from experience," Stone said. "Yeah, cop family." Something had been nagging at the back of Jason's mind, and Stone's words finally triggered it. "You know, I think there was something wrong with those guys at the library." "Oh? How so?" Jason thought about it. "Well, this area's pretty decent, right? Even with things as crappy as they are now." Stone shrugged. "I suppose so, yes." "I've seen some bad cops in my time. It sometimes happens, especially for the low-level guys who don't make that much money, that they'll go on the take or fall a little too much in love with their power. You know, hassle the citizens, scare teenagers, that sort of thing." Stone nodded. "Yes, and? I'd say those two were throwing their weight around quite effectively." "Yeah, that's the thing. They were too nasty, especially since there were two of them. Bad cops, the ones who really like to bully people. You don't usually see 'em partnered up like that. Like I said, they're around, but they're not that common. And the chance of two being together is pretty low. Most police departments will look the other way for a certain amount of that kind of thing, but if they get too many reports of police brutality against the same guys, they have to investigate it. And that's especially true in areas like this. Poor people don't tend to report cops for brutality, but middle-aged rich white people? Hell yeah." Stone thought about that. "You might have a point," he conceded, "but I don't see what it—" "I don't either," Jason said. "I'm just thinking out loud, and I'm not going to call up the department and file a complaint or anything, but it just kind of reminded me of something Charles said. He told me it didn't used to be like this when he was younger. The whole area has just gotten meaner in the past few years. I guess that could apply to cops, too." "I guess it could," Stone agreed. "Where are we going, by the way?" "Stanford," he said. "I need to pick up a few things from my office, and then we're off to a little shop near downtown for a few more things." "What kind of things? I mean, no offense, but your dry cleaning can probably wait." Stone chuckled. "No dry cleaning," he assured him. "Just keep your head down and try not to look like a potential murderer, all right?" "Yeah,
I'll get right on that. Chapter 24. Stone's office was in an old, vine-covered building far off the main campus core. It was even more cluttered than his living room, filled from floor to ceiling with stacks of musty books, strange-looking items, and drifts of papers that nearly obscured the wooden desk beneath them. He rummaged around in a desk drawer, grabbed a bag from a nearby shelf, and started tossing items into it. There seemed to be some method to what he was doing, but Jason sure as hell didn't see what it was. He kept quiet, contenting himself with trying to take in as much of the place as he could. It wasn't every day you got to see the office of an occult studies professor, after all, even one that wasn't a real mage in his spare time. "Done," Stone said after 5 minutes. "Come on, I want to get going on this before it gets to be too late. It's not going to be quick in any case." This time he drove into downtown Palo Alto. "Never easy to park here," he remarked, as he negotiated the tight traffic and looked around for a space. "Sometimes I find myself wishing that magic could help me find a spot, but sadly it doesn't work that way." Yeah. Jason was getting hungry, but Stone hadn't mentioned anything about lunch, so he didn't either. "So, where are we going, anyway?" "Little shop near here," Stone said. "Let me pick up what I'm after, then we can grab a quick late lunch. There's a good noodle house next door, and then back home. I should be able to get everything set up in a couple of hours." Jason wasn't sure if Stone was being deliberately cryptic, or if his mind was just moving so fast that he'd forgotten that not everybody had boarded his train of thought. Either way, he decided he'd see soon enough. At least things were relatively normal for the moment. They found a parking spot after a few more minutes of cruising, and Stone led him up a block and then down another one to a row of shops that looked like they'd been around for a long time. Jason looked at them, perplexed. There was the noodle house he'd referred to, a dry cleaner, an insurance agent's office, and a clothing store that looked like it catered to ladies older than the old vagrant woman, whose fashion sense had stopped evolving 30 years ago. He said. Stone didn't answer, but headed for an unmarked door between the insurance agent and the noodle house. Waving at Jason to follow, he disappeared through it and descended a steep flight of stairs to another door. Carefully lettered on it was Juan's Antiquities, along with some Chinese script below. When he opened it, a soft bell tinkled somewhere in the distance. "What is this place?" Jason whispered, looking around. They were standing in a large, dimly lit room stuffed to the ceiling with things. He suspected this was where Stone shopped for all the weird junk in his living room and his office. He couldn't begin to take it all in at once. There was no order or apparent arrangement to the objects haphazardly scattered around. The place looked like the attic of someone who spent a lot of time at upscale garage sales. "This," Stone replied, "is the premier magical supply store for this part of the Bay Area. You won't find a finer one outside of San Francisco. But don't tell Madame Juan I told you that, or she'll raise her prices." Jason looked skeptical as he peered around, trying to make sense out of the eclectic items. Broken furniture was stacked next to dusty old lamps, toys from bygone days, books, sculpture, ancient rusting appliances. Everywhere he looked was something different. This stuff is magical? It looks like junk to me." Stone grinned. But this isn't where the good stuff is. Just wait, she should be out soon. You don't rush Madame Juan." Jason started wandering up and down the narrow aisles, and after a couple of minutes, he heard the melodious tinkle of a beaded curtain being swished aside. He hurried back to Stone in time to see a tiny Asian woman of indeterminate age moving toward him. "Well, well," she said, smiling. She didn't have a trace of an Asian accent. "Alastair Stone, I haven't seen you in a while." "Too long, Madame Juan," Stone said, returning her smile and allowing her to grasp his hand in both of hers. "What brings you to my store? And who's your friend? You haven't taken a new apprentice, have you?"
Stone chuckled. Hardly. No. He's a friend I met recently. He's caught up in some rather interesting business, part of which is that he's trying to locate his missing sister. I've agreed to help him, which means I'll be needing a few items I don't normally keep around the house. I see, she said. Well, come along then, and we'll see what we can find. She glanced at Jason. I'm afraid your friend will have to wait here, though. Stone nodded. I'll be back in a few minutes, Jason. I'm sorry, but... He spread his hands in an apology. Store policy. Sure, Jason said. He was a little disappointed that he wouldn't get to see the good stuff, but a few minutes of aimless wandering, and not encountering bins of Eye of Newt or a cauldron full of bats, buy one get one free or something, might be good for him. Stone nodded, and he and Madame Juan departed through the beaded curtain. They were back in 10 minutes, Stone carrying a large tote bag stuffed full of various lumpy items. Ready? That was quick. I knew what I was looking for. Come on, let's get some lunch and then get back. The sooner we get started, the sooner we can find Susanna. At least I hope we can. He bid Madame Juan farewell and exited the store. They grabbed a quick bite at the noodle house. Jason didn't say much until they were back in the car afterward. So, is she a mage too? Madame Juan? At Jason's nod, he nodded back. She is, but she specializes in more indirect, passive magic, like divination and psychometry. And of course, she both creates and imports magical items. She makes a very good living at that. So much so that she doesn't really need to do anything else. So, what have you got in the bag? He pointed to the back seat where Stone had stashed it. Some items to help with the location spell, and also a few other items that I can fashion into magical batteries, in case I need to cast some of the more tiring spells. You mean like spells that hurt people? Yes, it's not the sort of thing I prefer to do, but it's obvious something dangerous is going on, and I'd like to be in a bit better position to defend us if we encounter it again. I'd still rather have a gun, Jason grumbled. They got back to the house without incident. Mrs. Oliveira, who was puttering around in the kitchen, waved a greeting. "You've had lunch, I assume?" she called. "Got it covered," Stone assured her. "You can go on home if you like. We're going to be busy with some work for the rest of the afternoon. We'll call out for pizza if we get hungry later." "Unless you get so caught up in what you're working on that you forget to do it," she said cheerfully. Stone didn't answer except to chuckle. Obviously it was an old topic with them. "Stay here," he told Jason. "I need to grab a few more things from upstairs, and then we'll get started." He was back in less than 5 minutes, carrying the bag of items he'd brought from Madame Juan, and another bag that looked about half as full. Motioning for Jason to follow him, he moved off down a hallway and unlocked a nondescript door. He opened it to reveal a staircase leading downward into darkness. "Basement?" Jason asked, keeping his voice down so Mrs. Oliveira wouldn't hear. "You do magic in the basement?" Stone shrugged, flicking a light switch. "Magic takes room, and a lot of setup. It's easier to keep things cleared out and set up down here. And since Mrs. Oliveira doesn't have the key, she's not tempted to come down and see what's going on, or worse yet, tidy up." At the foot of the stairs was another door. Stone opened it and waved Jason inside. On the other side was a large, empty space featuring a bare concrete floor scattered with small rugs, simple furniture, and unpainted gray walls. Jason stared at it. "I kinda expected something a bit more magical," he said, grinning. "This place looks like where you'd stash kidnap victims." "Aha! And you've walked right into my trap, haven't you?" Stone returned his grin. "No, seriously, I can't really make permanent modifications since I'm renting this place. I've got access to a much nicer setup back home in England, but that won't help us much right now. And in any case, this will do fine. The magic doesn't give a damn about one's skill at interior decorating." He waved at a chair by the wall that was one of the few pieces of furniture here. "Might as well sit down. This is going to take a while, and you can't really help me with it."
"Wish you'd told me that before we came down here," Jason grumbled. "I'd have brought something to read."
Stone grinned again. "Watch and learn," he said. "Patience is a virtue," or something like that. Putting the 2 bags down on a small table and draping his overcoat over another chair, he opened the first one and began spreading the items around. Jason watched as he set down a series of candles in different sizes and colors. A small but elaborate incense burner, several sticks of strange-smelling incense, a compact brazier, a handful of multi-hued chalk, and a pocket-sized box of matches. Then he reached for the second, and withdrew 3 large leather-bound books.
"What are you going to do with all that stuff?"
Jason asked, curious in spite of himself. This whole business was so far outside the realm of his experience that he didn't even have a frame of reference for it. As a child, his reading had tended more towards sports, adventure, and gory true crime stories than anything about magic or fantasy. Stone picked up a piece of light blue chalk and one of the leather-bound tomes and moved to the center of the room. "Rituals, as I told you before, generally require setup before they can be implemented," he replied as he opened the book, consulted it, and then crouched and began drawing something on the floor, shoving the rugs out of the way as he went along. "This part is called casting a circle. You create a space to contain the energy you're going to summon."
"And that works?"
"Quite effectively, though you have to make sure you get it right, which is why I need to be careful. Nasty things can happen if you get them wrong."
"Nasty things like what? Big, evil, bug-eyed monsters coming through from the great beyond, rampaging through the countryside, killing women and ravaging people's house pets?"
Jason couldn't help it. It all just sounded so crazy. "Possibly," Stone said, dead serious. "Well, not the house pets bit, of course. But the whole thing is highly unlikely, especially in our case, since this ritual isn't designed to summon anything. Summoning rituals are notoriously tricky, and most mages who have any sense don't even attempt them anymore. That, and they usually require a large number of participants to get them right, and trying to get enough mages to actually agree on summoning something is next to impossible. Actually, getting that many mages to agree on anything is next to impossible. So no, you needn't worry about rampaging extra-dimensional beasties." He turned back to what he was doing, continuing to draw the large circle with the blue chalk. Jason decided not to push his luck. He sat back to watch, keeping his mouth shut. It took Stone about an hour to draw the chalk circle, moving with slow precision and pausing to consult the book twice in the process. It wasn't just a circle. When finished, it was actually one circle within another, with other shapes or cryptic sigils holding the 2 sections together at several points. He stepped back for a moment to examine his handiwork, then put the book down and carefully stepped out of the circle without touching any of the chalk lines. Still, Jason didn't say anything. Next, Stone moved back inside and placed the candles at 4 points around the circle, though he didn't light them yet. He placed the brazier in the center, where there were no chalk lines or figures. Then he stepped out again, grabbed a different book, and compared a page in the book to what he'd created. "That looks about right," he said, swiping his hair off his forehead. "Close as I'm going to get, I think." Jason examined it with interest. The whole thing was pretty elaborate now it was done.
"I guess mages who can't draw don't get very far, huh?"
Stone didn't favor that with an answer. "Now comes the interesting part," he said instead. "The actual ritual." He crossed the room again. It was harder now not to step on the chalk lines, and he almost had to jump to get out of the circle, and pulled out the sheet of paper Frank the scribbler had given them, looking it over. Jason looked back and forth between Stone and the circle.
"So, let me get this straight," he said. "You're going to do something with that paper inside that circle, and it's going to help you figure out where Susanna is? And hopefully Verity, too?"
"Hopefully," Stone said. "I won't get Verity, of course, since I don't have a tether object for her. You don't happen to have any personal belongings of her, do you? I probably should have asked you that before." Jason shook his head.
Nope, I haven't seen her for years, unfortunately. Right then, we'll work with what we have. He stepped back into the circle with the paper and leaned down to place the incense in the brazier. I have no idea how long this is going to take. It should be fairly quick, but don't be surprised if it takes longer. I've never worked with anything like this drawing before, and whatever you do, whatever you see, don't enter the circle, and don't break it. I doubt anything horrible will happen, but if you break it while I'm in the middle of the ritual, the backlash will give me a headache for a week, so don't do it, all right? Got it. Don't step on the pretty chalk outline while the mage is casting spells inside it. Jason sighed. You know, none of this is easy for me to swallow. Stone chuckled. Hang around me long enough, and you'll be encountering a lot stranger things than a magical circle. My pub-crawling friends have accused me of being what do they call it? A magnet for weird shit, I think it was. No, that I believe, Jason said with an emphatic nod. Stone turned away and lit the incense. Soon the room was filled with a strange but not unpleasant mixture of odors Jason had never smelled before. The wisps of smoke rose and began to dissipate through the room. He was reminded of his teen years, when his stoner buddies would sprawl in their bedrooms passing joints around and listening to progressive rock. The intermingling of the odors and the smoke made him feel oddly detached, like he was watching the proceedings from somewhere above his body. It felt good, though, so he didn't fight it. Stone stood inside of the circle, behind the brazier. His lips were moving. He seemed to be reciting something under his breath, but Jason couldn't make it out. Currently, he faced the candle that he'd placed at the circle's north side. Jason watched as he continued his soft chant, lulled into a relaxed, soporific state. This was so cool. He nearly fell out of his chair when the candle's flame suddenly flared bright blue, the same color as its candle, and grew to about 6 inches high. It continued burning that way as Stone turned, now facing the south candle. It too flared up after a time, its flame glowing red. Jason, the spacey feeling driven out of his head now, leaned forward and stared. Stone did this twice more, first east, then west. The east side candle's flame turned green, and the west side's flared bright yellow. For several moments he just stood in there, focused on the candles and chanting. Then he took out the paper full of scribblings, spread it out, and laid it inside the brazier. His voice rose a little louder. Jason could now tell for sure that whatever he was saying, it wasn't in English. Taking the matches from his pocket, Stone lit one and touched it to the paper, the chant rising louder. Flames, normal ones for the moment, flared around the paper. Stone watched them for a couple more moments, then barked out one sharp word that Jason couldn't understand, but that sounded like it didn't have any vowels. Instantly, nimbuses of golden light formed around the 4 candles, shooting beams across the circle to meet in the center, north to south, east to west, making a glowing golden cross through the circle converging on the brazier. Stone had already stepped aside, as if he'd expected it to be there. There was a soft whump as the paper was consumed by the flames, and then a shaft of bright, white light spiked up from the brazier, up through the basement's low ceiling. Stone reached out, no longer chanting, and cupped his hands around the light shaft without touching it. As Jason watched, forgetting to blink, forgetting to breathe, it looked to him like the mage was struggling, like he was trying to grasp something in the light, but it kept eluding him. His eyes closed, his face taking on a tight look of concentration as he fought to do what? Jason didn't know. And then, like someone flicked off a light switch, it was over. The candle flames went out, the little fire in the brazier went out, and the golden and white light beams extinguished. For a moment, Jason just sat there, aware that his mouth was hanging open, but not caring. "Holy shit," he whispered at last. Stone didn't answer, or even appear to notice he was there, for several seconds.
He was breathing hard, as if he'd just run a couple of blocks at top speed, but it wasn't anywhere near the level of exhaustion Jason had seen in the car the previous night.
"You okay?"
Jason asked, getting up. "Fine," Stone said. His breathing was already returning to normal. He stepped out of the circle, not worrying now that he was smudging anything. It was clear even to a complete magical imbecile like Jason that the circle at this point was dead and inert.
"So, did you find her? Do you know where she is?"
Stone sighed, looking defeated.
No.
"No?" Jason demanded. "But wasn't that the whole point of—" Stone cut him off with a raised hand.
"I touched her mind. I know she's out there somewhere, and I think she's still in the area, but she fought me. I've never seen anything quite like it. It was as if every time I got a bead on her, she slipped away into a fog."
He looked utterly perplexed and ran a hand through his hair again before gathering up the spent candles.
"This is getting more and more interesting by the minute."
"I'd say it's getting more frustrating by the minute," Jason grumbled. "How can she hide from you? Can people do that? I thought only other mages—"
"I thought so too," Stone said. "That's why it's so fascinating. Our elusive Susanna is either a mage, which I highly doubt, or else she's got some sort of magic-like abilities similar to those of our vagrant friends back at the library. And if you'll forgive me a little professional curiosity, encountering at least 4 homeless people with pseudo-magical abilities in less than a day is interesting enough that I'd like to get to the bottom of it."
Jason sighed. "That's all great, but it still doesn't get me any closer to finding Verity." He felt the old, familiar impatience rising in him again. He wanted to run outside and go do something, anything, just so he didn't have to feel like he was sitting here on his ass while his little sister was out there on the streets, dealing with God knew what.
"I wish I could call O'Reilly," he said.
"Who?"
"The detective assigned to Verity's case. Maybe he's found out something. But I'd be an idiot to call the police department if they're just going to pick me up if they get wind of me. Those 2 cops at the library."
He stopped as something clicked in his head.
Wait a minute.
"You're onto something, aren't you?" Stone asked, his gaze sharpening.
"Maybe. I want to test it out, but it could be dangerous. Is there a payphone around here? I need to make a call, and I don't want to do it from here in case they trace it."
"There might be a couple of blocks away at the park. I'm not sure I've ever noticed." "Come on, let's find out. I think I'm right, and if I am, then things are about to get even more interesting." Stone was right. There were 2 payphones near the edge of a small, grassy park a few blocks from his house.
"Wish me luck,"
Jason said, as he jumped out of the car and fumbled in his pocket for change.
"And get ready to get us out of here fast if I come running."
When he returned to the car a few minutes later, following a brief conversation, he climbed in with a sigh, shaking his head.
"Nothing. I'm not wanted for a damn thing. O'Reilly talked to me like nothing was up."
"All right, out with it," Stone ordered, starting the engine. "You obviously figured something out and took a chance on it. What was it?"
"Those cops at the library," Jason told him. "I've had it in the back of my mind ever since we saw them that there was something wrong about them, but I couldn't put my finger on it. It finally came to me. They weren't wearing name badges."
Stone looked confused.
"What?"
"Name badges. You know, the little gold pins cops wear on the front of their uniforms with their last name on it. They had their police badges, but no name badges. Couldn't they have just forgotten to put them on?" Jason shook his head.
"No way. Cops have inspection every morning. Their commanding officer would have noticed it instantly. Citizens don't like it when they can't see the name of the cop that's hassling them. They want to be able to report him, write letters to the editor, all that good stuff."
"So the fact that they didn't have them means—"
"I'd bet a lot of money it means they weren't real cops."
Jason blew air through his teeth.
"It also explains why they were so nasty."
"I still don't get it," Stone said. "Why would they impersonate policemen in order to turf a group of vagrants out of a library?"
"I don't know. I don't think that's what they were doing. That was just a side effect. Maybe my paranoia is in high gear right now. Not without reason, I might add. But I think they were looking for us. Or at least me.
Stone contemplated that, then finally nodded. You could well be right. It did appear that they were looking for someone, and they did have your description. Jason put his face in his hands, kneading his temples wearily. I don't know what the hell's going on anymore. It's like we've got a bunch of puzzle pieces, but we haven't got a fucking clue about how they go together, or even if they go together. He sighed. I don't know what to do next. It seems like all of our leads have dried up. You can't find Susanna, Aureli's got nothing, and we don't even know where the magic bums went since they got booted out of the library. Stone echoed his sighs. He looked troubled. I'm sorry, Jason, but I'm afraid I have to concur. I can't think of any other avenues to take at this point. Unless... He looked up. Do you have any way to get a hold of anything personal of your sister's? Clothing, a keepsake, even a photo?
I'm not sure. Why?
Well, Stone mused, we could always try the ritual again, only using an object of hers as the tether instead. Jason thought about that.
It's worth a try, he said. Although if she's with this Susanna person and she can block you, would she be able to do it to keep you from getting at Verity too?
We won't know until we try, but it's all moot if we don't have something to use. While it's possible to do a ritual without a tether, it's extremely difficult, has a much higher chance of failure, and I'd have to know the target personally and fairly extensively. They were pulling into Stone's driveway now, and Jason was thinking.
When I went to the halfway house, they showed me her room. There were a few of her things in there, but I don't know if they're still there. And since I'm still not convinced that all this shit with the fake cops and the fake murder rap aren't somehow connected to whatever's going on there, I'd be an idiot to show my face there again, even if they did agree to let me in.
Probably true, Stone agreed. But perhaps I can manage it. Jason stared at him.
You? How?
Leave that to me. He was back in an hour. Jason, sitting in the living room, leafing through the used car classifieds, tossed the paper aside.
Did you get it?
Stone grinned. My natural charm, coupled with a bit of persuasive magic, carried the day, he said, pulling something from his overcoat and tossing it at him. Jason caught it, and his eyes widened. It was the small teddy bear he'd seen in Verity's room.
How did you...
Easiest thing ever. I played the role of a worried and wealthy father who was looking for a good place for his emotionally disturbed son to live, where they could look after him and know how to deal with his bouts of extreme depression. I assured them I'd heard nothing but glowing reviews of the place and asked them for a tour. Dr. Delancey, you weren't kidding, he's a pompous prat, didn't want to give me one, said it was late and I should come back, but that's where the persuasive magic came in. I caused a small disturbance as we were passing Verity's door, and was able to slip in, grab the bear, and slip back out before anyone caught on. He chuckled. I even got to pretend to be American, he said, in a quite passable California accent.
And they just fell for it?
Like I said, I can be persuasive. I think I was helped a little by the fact they seemed a bit off their game today. I heard one of the workers talking to one of the kids who was asking where Charles was. He said he didn't know, and he actually looked quite concerned, as did the boy. Apparently Charles was popular around there. Jason sobered. He'd almost forgotten about Charles.
So, now that we have it, what now? Are you going to do another ritual tonight?
Stone shook his head. Can't. I need to pick up some more supplies tomorrow, and I have that meeting I need to attend. He hooked a thumb at the paper spread out over the couch. Find any likely prospects?
What? Oh, yeah. Actually, I did find a few cars in my price range.
He picked up the paper and waved it.
I called a couple of these guys, and they sound likely. One's in Sunnyvale, and one's in Mountain View.
Might as well do that now, then, Stone said. We can grab something for dinner, and that way, if one of them suits your fancy, you won't be stuck in the house tomorrow while I'm gone. Jason got another of his rare strokes of luck on his search. The first car he looked at, a 15-year-old four-door Ford with a dented fender and an interior that smelled of cigarette smoke and fast food, fit his criteria. He managed to talk the guy down $50 on the price, which he could just barely afford. "It's going to take some work," he told Stone, who'd hung back and stayed out of the proceedings. "But it runs, and it's not likely to break down this week, which is good enough for now. I'd rather have a bike, but after what's happening lately, I prefer to be a little more protected, and a little more anonymous."
"I call that prudent," Stone agreed. He followed Jason back to the house in the Jaguar, and they made it without any incidents. "I must admit I half expected to be dodging loose parts most of the way home," he teased when they arrived.
"Yeah, well, I'll change that when I can. Right now, all I care about is that it runs."
The next morning, Jason came downstairs to find Stone sitting at the breakfast bar in a black sport coat and collared shirt, sipping coffee and reading the paper. "Any plans for today?" the mage asked.
"Not really. I guess I should start seeing about finding a way to make some money. I can't stay here forever, and even if you do let me stay a while, I want to pay my way."
Stone shrugged. "You're a guest. I don't mind the company. This place is pretty quiet when I'm not working and Mrs. Oliveira isn't around."
"I know, but it feels weird. I'm not a mooch."
"Think nothing of it. You're providing me with a fascinating puzzle. If you knew any of my colleagues, they'd tell you that I consider that far more interesting payment than mere money." He glanced at his watch. "Must be off soon, though. The meetings go from 10 until around 1, after which I'll pop by Madame Juan's again and pick up some more materials. We should have our ritual going by 3 at the latest, so don't go too far. Good thing I left the circle up. A few modifications, and it should adapt nicely, especially since it's likely our last subject and our current one are together." Jason nodded. He hoped this would pan out, because if it didn't, they'd truly lost their last lead. Stone was gathering up a stack of papers and stuffing them into a battered leather briefcase. "Have fun, then, and be sure to lock up if you go out. Ah!" He rummaged in a cabinet and came up with a key which he handed to Jason. "This will get you in through the back door." Jason grinned as he pocketed it.
"You sure are trusting. For all you know, I could rob you blind and be out of here and halfway to Southern California before you get home."
"True," Stone admitted, returning the grin. "But remember, you've no idea if I've nicked some small, insignificant personal item of yours that I can use to track you down wherever you try to hide."
"Good point," Jason admitted. "I guess your bat skulls and old musty books are safe."
Stone chuckled. "See you in a few hours. Do try to stay out of trouble."
Famous last words.
Jason decided not to go out right away. He didn't have anything pressing to do other than trying to find a job, and that would be better served by spending some quality time with the classified ads again. He took a long shower, dressed in clean clothes, found the laundry room and put his dirty ones into wash, and perched at the breakfast bar with the paper spread out in front of him. There were a lot of jobs listed, but most of them he either wasn't qualified for or required a far larger commitment of time than he was willing to devote until he found Verity. Ideally, he'd have liked to find a part-time or occasional gig fixing cars or bikes, or something else where he could use his mechanical skills. He made a mental note to ask Stone. Maybe he could check the job board up at Stanford next time he was there and see if he could find anything. After he finished looking through the employment ads, he leafed through the rest of the paper, scanning the articles to make sure no headlines like "Body of Teenage Girl Found" jumped out at him. They didn't, though there were plenty of stories of murders, traffic fatalities, rapes, muggings, and other violent crimes. There were also a few horrific and inexplicable ones, like a man flinging himself in front of a train in full view of his wife and 3 school-age children, 2 teenagers who freaked out in the middle of their journalism class and decapitated the teacher with the blade from a paper cutter, and an old man running a friend through with an antique samurai sword.
The whole local section read like the police blotter from some blighted inner city, or in some cases, from hell, not from a relatively upscale collection of sleepy bedroom communities. Jason wondered what things must be like in places like San Francisco and Oakland if it was this bad here. Once again, Charles's words came back to him. It's like people just got meaner. After being here only a few days, he could definitely see that was true. Hell, it seemed like it had gotten worse since he'd arrived. If this was a movie, the hero and his plucky reporter girlfriend would probably discover that an evil mastermind had put something in the water or hit the whole area with a mean ray. Jason couldn't help chuckling at that, even though the real-life situation was anything but funny. He knew that a lot of tempers had been frayed for years after the economy had tanked a few years back, but it was nothing like this in Ventura. The phone rang when he was taking a break from the unending misery of the local news section by glancing over the sports page. He listened as it rang 3 times. Then the machine picked up. The voice spoke after the beep.
"This is Sergeant Yansky of the Mountain View Police Department. I'm trying to reach Jason Thayer. It's—"
Jason had already vaulted across the kitchen and snatched up the receiver. "This is Jason Thayer," he said in a rush, hardly daring to breathe. "Ah, Mr. Thayer, I'm glad I caught you," the voice said. It sounded tired and subdued. "I'm afraid we've found something." "Found what?" Jason yelled, unable to keep his voice level. "Well, we're not absolutely sure, but we think we might have found your sister. We need you to come and help with the identification." Jason's entire body froze. For several seconds he just stared at the phone, utterly numb. "You found her?" he finally stammered. "Where?" "Please, Mr. Thayer, I know this is terrible news, but as I said, we're not completely sure that it's your sister. We need you to help with that. Can you come?" Yes, of course I can come. Where?" Yansky gave him an address. "It's outside South San Jose, an old junkyard." The cop sighed. "We've found bodies there before. How long do you think it will take you to get there?" "I'll leave right now." Jason could barely force the words out of his mouth as the reality began to sink in. "I'll meet you there. Where's Lieutenant Arelli? Will he be there too?" "He's already there," Yansky said. "Just check in at the front gate and they'll let you in." "All right. Leaving now," he said again, and hung up. For several moments he just gripped the counter, his knotted knuckles turning white. "Can't lose it now. This ain't the time. Just get out there and hope to God they're wrong and it isn't her." Chapter 25. Jason was on the road 5 minutes later, heading south after checking the route on his map. It was several miles before he realized he hadn't left Stone a note telling him where he'd gone, but he was too numb to care. He was too numb even to remember that the freeways usually weren't safe, but this time of day there was quite a bit of traffic and he didn't run into any trouble. "Oh man, V," he whispered aloud. "How could I let you get yourself into this mess?" His hands thrummed on the steering wheel, trying to make the old car go faster by sheer force of will. He couldn't shake the vision of his sister, the little tomboy sister who used to keep him company while he worked on cars in their dad's garage so many years ago, laid out among the junked cars, bloody or burned or hacked up. His sister, covered by a white sheet on a slab in the morgue, her face gray, her eyes lifeless. On a slab, in a morgue. Wait a minute. Holy shit! The realization hit Jason so hard that he had to physically restrain himself from slamming on the brakes and stopping the car right there in the middle of the freeway. "Idiot!" he yelled, smacking the steering wheel hard with his right hand. "I am a fucking moron!" He whipped the car off at the next exit and pulled to the shoulder. his entire body shaking. They'd almost gotten him that time. They'd counted on his fear and emotional turmoil to drive out any rational thought, and it had almost worked. He'd almost driven full speed, both eyes open, into what was almost certainly a death trap. He leaned back in his seat, willing his breath to return to normal. How had he not realized it before? He was a cop's son, for fuck's sake. He'd grown up with this kind of thing all his life. How many times had he heard his dad's subdued voice on the phone, arranging to meet with a distraught parent or spouse or adult child to identify the body of their loved one who had met with some fatal misadventure? At the morgue. It was always at the morgue. They would never call up somebody and bring them to the crime scene to see their loved one in the kind of state in which they usually found dead bodies, especially dead bodies that had been dumped somewhere. What purpose could it possibly serve, other than to add to the person's emotional agony and possibly compromise the crime scene? If at all possible, they always waited until after the body had been cleaned, prepared, and wrapped in the white sheet. It was hard enough to look when someone you loved was being rolled out on a slab, but at least they'd do their best so you didn't have to see the worst of it. The bloody wounds, hacked limbs, missing eyes. Jason couldn't even imagine a police department that would call somebody to the actual crime scene. And he had fallen for it. Or almost had. So the question was, what did he do now? He could find a payphone and try to call Stone, though he doubted the mage would be home yet. He could turn around and drive back to Palo Alto, letting whatever ambush they had waiting for him down there at the junkyard stand around with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for a patsy who'd never show. The thought gave him some satisfaction, true, and it was probably the smartest course of action he could choose. However, the smallest of thoughts scratched at the back of his mind. What if you're wrong? What if they do it that way up here? What if it has something to do with the fact that they're strapped for cash and people? It would be easier to just call the relative and look at the body at the scene. Maybe they can't afford to care about things like compassion and niceties these days. And if he were wrong, Verity was lying dead down at the junkyard and he just turned around and left, what did that say about him? He'd already turned his back on her too many times in her short life. Sure, he'd never meant it. It had never been on purpose. Their lives just didn't intersect. But that wasn't an excuse. He had to know. He knew he was probably making a big mistake, but he didn't care. He had to know for sure. But he didn't have to be stupid about it, and he didn't have to be a patsy. He'd find out, but on his own terms. He only hoped that whoever was waiting for him down there hadn't planned for that contingency. He started the car again, got back on the freeway, and continued south. It was another 5 miles to the exit he wanted, and he spent them thinking, planning, trying to anticipate potential problems. He'd only get one chance at this. If he blew it, he'd be lucky if his body ended up dumped at a junkyard. More likely, he'd probably never be found, and Stone would be left wondering if he'd made good on his joking threat to take off for Southern California. Maybe he can look in the dryer and use my clean laundry to track down my charred remains. The thought almost made him grin, even in spite of it all. The thought of Stone, all serious and chanting incantations in the middle of a magic circle with candles, shafts of golden light, and a pair of plaid boxer shorts spread out in front of him like a sacred object. There was the exit. He was south of the southernmost part of San Jose now, in an area where the terrain looked more like dusty, abandoned farmland than urban sprawl. The address Yanksy had given him, he wondered if there even was a Sergeant Yanksy on the force, and mentally kicked himself again for not checking, was several miles off the freeway, at the end of a winding road that led into the hills. It seemed an odd place for a junkyard, but he was moving back into a more urban area now with old warehouses, truck yards, and farm machinery sales lots, so he supposed it wasn't that strange. About a mile from where the map showed the junkyard to be, he pulled off the road again and evaluated his situation.
He was sure now he'd been duped. If this were a real crime scene, there'd be more cars here. Still, though, the need to know drove him to investigate. He had to be sure. He couldn't trust any of his assumptions anymore. Examining the map, he saw that the junkyard was bounded by 4 different streets. The one that served as its actual physical address, and 3 more on the other 3 sides. Though the junkyard itself wasn't marked on the map, it looked to Jason like it took up a fairly large block's worth of space all on its own. That was good, especially since it was the middle of the day and he wouldn't have any darkness to hide him. He consulted the map again and decided the best way to do this was to go a few streets over and approach the place from the back. He wasn't sure he could sneak in if the junkyard had a perimeter fence, but maybe he could climb over, or maybe the view would be clear enough to know for sure whether anybody was there. As he pulled into visual range of the block where the junkyard was, he could see its contents rising up in large, untidy piles above the chain-link fence that bounded it.
Damn, he thought as he got closer. Razor wire. Not going over the top here. I'll have to find an opening somewhere.
After scanning the vicinity for a couple of minutes to make sure nobody obvious was lying in wait for him, he got out of the car and, leaving it unlocked, crossed the street to the fence. He still felt vulnerable, as there was no real place to hide. It helped that it was an overcast and rather chilly day. At least the sun wasn't blazing over his head. Creeping down the fence, he looked for an opening large enough to wriggle through, encouraged by the continued lack of any signs of people, hostile or otherwise. He found what he was looking for almost at the end of the block, a spot where somebody had snipped through the bottom part of the fence, probably with some kind of metal shears. It was neatly cut, neatly put back together so it was difficult for the oblivious passer-by to notice. For someone like Jason, though, who was actively looking, it was as good as a doorway. With a glance back to make sure nobody was bothering the car, he pulled aside the loose part of the fence and wriggled in, coming up behind a tall and still intact pile of crushed cars. Crouching low, he crept forward until he came to the intersection and quickly peeked around the corner. The aisle was still unblocked and accessible, and it was deserted. Where would they be if they were here? The more he thought about it, the more he thought that a junkyard would be an odd place to dump a body. It was much more common to dump them in landfills, where the smell of decay would be masked by the stench of thousands of tons of garbage. If she were here, it would either be because they'd found her in one of the crushed cars, or else they'd simply put her here for convenience. If she were here at all, of course. His doubts were growing. It was very quiet here, and so far he hadn't heard any sounds at all. No sirens, no crackles or tinny electronic voices coming from police radios, no crunch of tires as vehicles entered or exited the scene. It was as quiet as...
No, let's not think that. It's creepy enough out here as it is.
He crept forward again, still keeping low and occasionally glancing not only behind him, but upward. Charles had said that the DMW didn't use guns, but now he knew at least some of them used magic, and that was even worse. He wondered if they could magically tell he was there somehow, then reminded himself it would be easy to scare the shit out of himself if he kept making up things that magic could possibly do. Being able to kill people by making blood come out of their head holes was freaky enough, thank you very much.
She's not here, you idiot. Get out of here while you still can.
Good advice, he decided. There was no way the cops were here. Even from where he was, the place wasn't big enough that he wouldn't be able to hear the regular hubbub of a police presence anywhere inside. Better to go back in the car and get back to Palo Alto. Stone should be back home soon, and maybe they could finally locate Verity and get this whole business over with. Coming up from his crouch, he turned, with the intention of sneaking back the way he came as fast as he could. He wouldn't feel safe until he was back on the freeway, driving toward... Someone was standing behind him, not 6 feet away. He yelped.
He couldn't help it, and leapt back, eyes wide, crashing into a pile of scrap that teetered alarmingly but didn't fall, although he nearly did. Scrambling to get his balance back, Jason stared wildly at the person who had silently sneaked up on him. It was a teenage boy, maybe 14 at the most, and he hadn't moved. He returned Jason's stare, his eyes unblinking, his mouth stretched into a wide and unnerving grin. Fish-belly pale under a layer of grime, he wore a tattered navy-blue coat, a stocking cap pulled down low over his stringy hair and dirty jeans. His hands hung at his sides, limp and dangling. While he struggled to stop his heart from pounding, Jason looked all around to make sure nobody else was sneaking up on him too. So far it was just him and the boy. The kid didn't look like the DMW, but that didn't mean he wasn't a threat. That smile was enough to haunt his nightmares all on its own. And then the kid spoke. "Hi," he said. He was still smiling and still hadn't blinked. His voice was high, the voice of a boy, not of a young man past puberty. Hi," Jason replied, calculating how easy it would be for him to shove past the kid and run for it before his inevitable buddies showed up. "It's dangerous to play here," the kid said.
Yeah, I'm getting that feeling."
"You should go." Jason took a deep breath.
"That's what I'm trying to do. You, scared me."
"People say that a lot, that I scare them," the kid agreed. "I don't mean to."
I'm sure you don't."
Jason's weirdo-meter was going off the scale again, and he could not get any kind of read on this strange boy. He glanced left and right again. Still no sign of anybody else. He decided to take a chance.
I'm gonna go now, okay? But can you tell me if you've seen any policemen here?"
"I'm scared of policemen," the kid said.
Jason nodded. "But have you seen any? Today?"
The kid shook his head. "No policemen. You should go, though. They're waiting for you." Jason's blood chilled.
Who's waiting for me?"
"You should go," the kid said again. "I think they might have heard you yell. I have to go now, too. Bye." And he stepped backward and disappeared into a pile of junk. Jason blinked twice. He had not seen what he thought he'd just seen. It wasn't possible. Even after all the weird shit he'd witnessed in the past couple of days, this was the last straw. Freaky, grinning teenagers did not just disappear into piles of junk. "They're waiting for you." He clutched his head for a moment, as if squeezing it would pop all of this insanity out of his brain. It didn't work, so Jason did the next most logical thing that came to mind. He ran. Chapter 26. He didn't calm down until he was back at Stone's place. The area was parked up pretty good, so he had to find a space a few houses down. He hoped the neighbors in this tony little enclave didn't have a problem with this junky interloper in the midst of their solidly upper-middle-class vehicles, but at this point that was the least of his problems. He let himself in through the back door. Mrs. Oliveira was in the kitchen, cleaning the counters. She didn't look up from her work as Jason came in. Glancing at the kitchen clock, he noted that it was getting close to the time when Stone would be due back, so he was surprised to hear the mage's voice from upstairs.
"Is that you, Jason?"
"Yeah," he called. There was a moment's pause. Then he heard someone coming down. He walked to the hall to meet him. Stone must have been home for a while. He'd swapped his sport jacket for a black Queen t-shirt and jeans.
"You're home early," Jason said.
Stone nodded. "Meeting ran short for the first time in recorded history. Out job hunting? Any luck?" He waved Jason toward the living room, out of Mrs. Oliveira's earshot. Jason followed him. He took a deep breath, trying to decide where to start, and then, without any warning or preamble, He poured out the whole story of his morning as Stone listened with growing alarm. When he'd finished, Stone stared at him. "You're saying that they tried to lure you out there by telling you they'd found your sister dead?" he asked, incredulous. "Yeah, and they nearly succeeded. If I hadn't realized what a moron I was being in time, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation now." He was surprised that he was shaking a little now. Even the retelling was spooking him. "Hey, you mind if I have something to drink? This hasn't been one of my best days." "Go for it," Stone said, shooing him out. He followed him to the sitting room and peppered him with questions as he rummaged in the liquor cabinet and poured himself a generous measure of whatever he got his hands on first. "And this boy you saw?" "Fucking creepy boy," Jason corrected. "Nightmare fuel creepy." "Yes, creepy," Stone agreed, nodding. "But you say he warned you away and then disappeared into a solid wall of junk?" "Yeah." Jason nodded emphatically. "He just stepped back and poof, he was gone." He met Stone's gaze. "Do you think I'm going crazy? Do you think I've started seeing things? Because people don't do that in real life." He paused. "They don't, right? Can mages—" Stone shook his head. "No, we can't walk through solid objects." "So you're saying, what, that I was seeing things? That he was a ghost?" His gaze sharpened. "Are there ghosts? Do you know?" "No idea," Stone said, shrugging. "I've heard rumors of them. I've never seen one personally, but not believing that things are impossible rather goes with the job description in my line of work, so I'm not going to tell you that they don't exist." Jason tossed back his drink, set the glass down, and began kneading his forehead again.
"I don't know how much more of this I can take. Every time I think I've got my mind around it, something else weird and different happens."
"Indeed," Stone said, sitting down in his ratty leather armchair. "As I said, this is all very interesting, and obviously more than a little frightening, and it's bringing all sorts of questions to mind."
"Such as?"
Jason took a seat on the overstuffed couch and decided not to pour another drink. It wasn't even helping this time. His body still vibrated with nervous energy. "Such as? Who is it that's after you? Are they after you specifically? If so, why? Is there something about your sister that, whoever this is, they don't want you to find her?"
"The DMW,"
Jason started. "The DMW are a gang," Stone said. "A very dangerous and powerful gang, to be sure, but I'd wager a lot that they don't often instigate these sorts of things on their own. But it seems now like they're actively stalking you, and that troubles me." Jason stared at him.
"You think there's something about Verity?"
"I've no idea. I don't know her. I only know what you've told me about her, which hasn't been much. You said she's 17 and that she's mentally or emotionally disturbed. Has she always been this way?"
"No,"
Jason said, shaking his head.
"She was fine when she was a kid. Then something happened a few years back, and she just kinda—"
He spread his arms.
"Got strange."
"Strange in what way?"
Sometimes she'd just sit in the room and not say anything. She'd stare out the window and talk to herself. Sometimes she'd be afraid. She'd say that things were after her. She'd drink or smoke dope when she could get away with it. She said it made them go away."
Jason shrugged.
"None of us knew what to do with her. Dad really didn't want to put her in the hospital, but he couldn't handle her. I know the guilt about it ate him up."
"Did she ever have any lucid moments? If so, did she remember anything she spoke about? Did you ever ask her what she thought was after her?"
"No. Sure, she'd have lucid moments, but she never remembered any of what she said. When we'd ask her about it, she'd look at us like we were the crazy ones."
Stone nodded slowly. "And remember back to the time when she first started showing these symptoms. Do you recall if it came on over time or all at once?"
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, did she seem to grow stranger over a period of a few weeks or months? Perhaps having occasional episodes, but mostly fine? Or did she wake up one morning with this problem?" Jason thought back.
I'm not sure, he said. It wasn't overnight, but I'm pretty sure it came on fast. I was in the academy at the time, so I was away from home a lot. Academy? You were in the military? Police academy, Jason corrected.
He looked away, unable to meet Stone's eyes.
I got expelled a year later. I sort of let my temper get the better of me and got into a fight with one of the instructors.
I see. But getting back to Verity, so this came on fairly quickly, a few years back, he said. Do you remember how many years?
Around 5. She was 12 at the time. The doctors told Dad it might have something to do with puberty. We never really knew for sure, though.
He looked up at Stone.
Is there some reason you're asking me all these questions? Do you have some idea in mind?
No, not really. I'm just gathering data. I have some thoughts, but nothing concrete, and certainly nothing with enough backing to bring it to light yet. Let me mull it over for a bit and do some research. That's for later, though. Right now, I think it's best that we locate your sister and bring her back here before one of you gets in over your head. He looked Jason up and down. You look, quite understandably I might add, like a man who's just been scared out of his wits. Why don't you go upstairs and lie down for a bit, and I'll put the circle together and call you when it's ready. There's really no point in your sitting down there watching. It won't be any different from what you saw yesterday. In fact, it will likely be even less exciting, since most of it's already in place. Shouldn't take more than half an hour or so to get it sorted the rest of the way. Jason was all ready to protest, but he realized that he did feel pretty bad, and a chance to calm down a little wouldn't be such a bad idea. He nodded.
Okay, I'll do that.
He took a deep breath.
I sure hope this is the end of it. We've had so many false alarms.
Amen to that, Stone agreed. Jason went upstairs to the guest room, switched on the small portable TV for a healthy dose of 100% mundane background noise, and lay down on the bed. Staring up at the ceiling, he didn't know if he'd actually get any rest. He certainly wouldn't sleep, with his mind going a mile a minute. But maybe he could at least get himself calmed down enough that his fight-or-flight reactions weren't ready to launch him out the nearest window at the first unidentifiable sound. The TV was playing a football game. Idly, he rolled on his side so he could watch it for a few minutes. It seemed like it had been years since he'd done anything as normal as watching a football game, and it felt good to do it now, even if he was only halfway paying attention to what was going on. He wondered if Stone would be able to find Verity with the ritual. He hadn't been able to find Susanna, even with that page of scribblings he'd claimed represented her essence. Did the teddy bear contain Verity's essence? It was a strange concept, but magic in general, at least so far, was pretty damn strange. Every time he got away from Stone, it became harder to convince himself that he'd experienced any of it at all. He sighed and resumed looking at the ceiling. This wasn't working at all. Lying on the bed did not equate to resting, no matter how much he wanted it to. He gave it his best try for 5 more minutes, half listening as commercials droned on for a local Chevrolet dealership, and one of Gordon Lucas's glitzy charity shindigs. But all he could do was keep thinking about how much he hoped the ritual would work this time, and wonder how far along Stone was in getting things set up so they could start. Finally, he gave it up as a bad job. He decided he'd just go downstairs, grab a drink, and head on down to the basement. It might be boring, but it couldn't be any worse than this, and at least he'd have somebody to talk to. He left the bedroom and descended the stairs. Rounding the corner to the kitchen, the first thing that greeted him was the sight of Mrs. Oliveira's not insignificant posterior shining up at him like a polyester-clad full moon. He stared at her for a moment, confused. She appeared to be rummaging around under the stove with a broom handle.
Hi?"
he ventured. She started, turning her head to look up at him without getting up. "Oh, hello," she said, smiling. "I'm sorry. This must look strange. I dropped something behind the stove, and I was just getting it out."
"Okay,"
he said, still uncertain. "Need some help?"
"No, I'm fine," she said cheerfully. "I've got it already." Jason nodded, his mind still on the proceedings downstairs. He crossed to the refrigerator, quickly examined the contents, and decided on a soda. Stone's beer preferences were a bit too dark and British for his tastes. He grabbed it and headed out, waving.
"See you."
She didn't answer, but he, already halfway down the stairs to the basement, barely noticed. Stone's filtered voice answered his knock.
"Jason?" "Yeah, it's me. Give me a minute, I'm almost done with this part."
It was closer to 5 minutes before the door clicked open.
"How's it going?"
Jason asked, coming in.
Fine. I figure another 15 minutes or so to get everything perfect. I don't want this to fail because I placed the candle wrong."
Stone glanced at Jason, who had sat down with his soda in the same chair he'd used yesterday.
"Couldn't sleep?" Jason shook his head. "Mine's going too fast. I even tried watching TV, but no dice. I just want to get this over with."
"Quite understandable."
Stone glanced at the soda can. Good idea. I wish I'd known you were bringing that. I'd have asked you to bring me one too. It can get a bit warm down here."
Jason got up, glad to have something to do.
"I'll grab you one," he said. "Better than sitting here waiting."
He hurried across the room and out the door. Mrs. Olivero was nowhere to be seen when he got to the kitchen. That was a bit odd, since he hadn't been gone more than a few minutes. He'd reached the fridge and opened it when it occurred to him that there was something else odd about her behavior. She'd responded to his offer of help by telling him that she'd already retrieved whatever she'd dropped behind the stove. But if she'd already retrieved it, why was she still poking around under there with the broom handle? Had she found something else? Curiosity getting the better of him, Jason closed the fridge and grabbed a flashlight from its charger on the wall. He got down on all fours, ducking his head low so he could look under the stove. It was a nice one, massive and gas-powered, the kind of thing owned by people who really enjoyed cooking. There was only about a 3-inch gap from the bottom of the stove to the floor, so Jason had to put his cheek flush with the floor to be able to see underneath. He switched on the flashlight and shined its beam into the gap. The first thing he noticed was that it was very neat under there. No sign of dust bunnies or grease stains or any of the other things people often had under their stoves for lack of cleaning. He started looking on the left side, but almost immediately noticed something else out of the corner of his eye on the right. He moved the beam over, and it illuminated a small object, mostly cylindrical and about 2 or 3 inches in diameter. It appeared to have some kind of wire sticking out of one end that snaked around behind it, and a tiny red light blinked steadily at the other end. The thing was humming. Chapter 27. To his credit, Jason's brain only seized up and refused to act for a grand total of about 5 seconds. That was probably quite a bit better reaction time than the average civilian would experience when confronted with a similar situation. Then he was on his feet in one motion, flinging the flashlight aside and pelting toward the basement, barely touching the stairs on the way down. "Doc!" he screamed, pounding on the door with his fist so hard that if it had been a normal interior door, it would have buckled. "Doc! Get out here now!" There was a pause that seemed like it took about 20 years, and then the door swung open. Stone stood there, looking confused and a little freaked out.
"Jason, what is—"
Jason seized his arm.
"We gotta get out of here! Now! Right now!"
He was nearly babbling. "Jason, what's going on?" Stone pulled back as Jason tried to drag him up the stairs.
"Come on!"
Wild-eyed with terror, he met Stone's eyes before resuming his efforts to pull him up.
"There's a bomb in the kitchen!"
Stone stared at him, dumbfounded. Jason wasn't talking anymore.
He redoubled his efforts and had succeeded in getting Stone about halfway up the stairs before the mage's brain finally locked on to what he'd said, and he began moving under his own power. At the top of the stairs, he stopped.
"Wait, my books, my research."
"Fuck your research!" Jason yelled. He was a long way from rational now. "I don't know how long it's set to go before it blows. If you don't want them picking what's left of us up with a spoon, let's get our asses out of here." "Go on," Stone yelled, wrenching his arm away from Jason. "Get out. I'll follow you." "No way!" Jason lunged at him again, but missed. Glaring, he followed the mage into the living room, where he snatched up the notebook full of strange symbols he'd shown Jason and stuffed it into the waistband of his jeans.
"All right, let's go,"
Stone said grimly. Together they hurried to the front door. Stone flung it open. Then he stopped in the open doorway.
"Wait, Mrs. Oliveira."
He made as if to turn and run back into the house, but Jason grabbed him hard and restrained him, plucking up his leather jacket from the chair by the door and shrugging into it.
"Doc,"
he said, almost sobbing with frustration now. "I think she's gone. I'm pretty sure she's the one who set the bomb." What the hell? Stone glared at him as if he'd announced that sentient rabbits had taken over the world's governments and were scheduling mass executions. How? Never mind! Jason tightened his grip on Stone's arms and frog-marched him across the yard out toward the street. They made it halfway across the yard toward the street when a faint whump sounded behind them, followed by a massive explosion a couple of seconds later, as the flame from the small device contacted the gas from the line its initial detonation had ruptured. The blast blew Jason and Stone forward, tumbling them over a parked car. Jason saw something bright flare into existence around them just before they hit, then wink out. They rolled and came to rest in the middle of the street, where a passing pickup truck swerved to miss them and smashed into another parked car on the other side. All around them, car alarms were going off, each one adding its individual note of warning to the general cacophony. Jason must have blacked out briefly. When he came to, somebody was trying to drag him out of the street. He could hear screams now. People were coming out of nearby houses and running into the street. He struggled out of his rescuer's grasp.
"I'm okay,"
he breathed, taking quick inventory of his major systems. He discovered that his head hurt a little. He was bleeding from several minor cuts, and in general, his body felt like he'd gone several rounds with a bar gorilla from back home in Ventura. Nothing broken as far as he could tell. He looked around.
"Where's Dr. Stone?"
The man pointed. "He's over there. You sure you're all right?" Jason struggled to his feet.
"Yeah, thanks."
And then he was gone, heading over to where Stone lay on the grass in a neighbor's yard 2 houses down, surrounded by a small group of worried neighbors. Already the car alarms were stopping. Jason could hear the distant sound of sirens getting closer. He pushed his way past the neighbors and dropped down next to Stone. The mage was awake, though disoriented. He was covered in a collection of cuts and scrapes similar to Jason's. Jason touched his shoulder.
"You okay?"
He looked past Stone to his former home, appalled and shaking to see the towering orange flames and black smoke rising from it. "We were almost in that when it went off. We wouldn't have stood a chance down in that basement." Stone nodded wearily.
"Yes, I think so."
He fumbled at his middle and pulled the leather-bound notebook from his waistband.
"Here, take this. Put it in your pocket."
Jason did as he was told, stashing it in the inner pocket of his leather jacket. The neighbors, most of whom had gone back to staring at the fire now that it was clear Stone wasn't badly hurt, didn't notice. Jason leaned down close so he wouldn't be overheard.
"I saw some kind of bright thing show up around us right as the explosion went off. You shielded us somehow, didn't you?"
Stone nodded again.
"Not very effectively, I'm afraid," he said. "But at least we're still alive."
He moved to sit up, and Jason helped him. He stared at the burning house, letting out a long, slow breath. "Well, that's the house done for, then." Sadness flashed across his face. "I've been in that place for over 5 years now. I've gotten rather attached to it, not to mention my library, the artifacts." He looked around, but none of that is important now. "Was anyone else hurt?" "I don't think so." Fire trucks, 3 of them, were rolling up now, along with several police cars and a couple of ambulances. "Though I wouldn't be surprised if some of the nearby houses had their windows blown out, so I guess they'll probably be checking." Stone stared at him. "You got us out of there," he said, as if he couldn't quite believe it. "If you hadn't—" Jason nodded, still shaking. Despite the heat radiating out from the house fire, he felt cold. "Yeah," he breathed. "If I hadn't gone up to get that soda." That seemed to trigger something in Stone's mind. "Wait a minute. You said something about Mrs. Oliveira. Did I hit my head, or did you say that she set the bomb?" Jason was about to answer, but he noticed a couple of policemen and a pair of EMTs approaching the little crowd standing in front of them, watching the fire. "We can talk about this later, okay? I don't think I really want to talk to the cops right now." Stone nodded. "I understand. I'll talk to them. I'll see if I can distract them long enough for you to slip off into the crowd and disappear. Your car's still all right, yes?" "Yeah, I had to park it down the street. I guess the Jag is history." "Sadly, I fear so." Stone got to his feet with a little help from Jason. "I'll deal with this as best I can, and meet you at the 5th quarter later. It's a bar over on El Camino, near Page Mill. Just sit in the back and watch the games and no one will bother you. Don't be surprised if it takes a while. I suspect this sort of bureaucracy moves slowly." He pulled out his wallet and handed Jason a couple $20 bills. "Go to a gas station and get yourself cleaned up as well as you can. I'll be there as soon as I can get away, and don't lose that notebook." "Yeah, okay." Stone walked forward, swaying a little unsteadily at first, but recovering quickly. He moved through the crowd and intercepted the group of police and EMTs before they reached it. By this time, an even bigger crowd had gathered, so it wasn't too hard for Jason to mingle his way to the edge and then saunter to his car and get away before the whole street was blocked in. Score another little victory for dumb luck, I guess. As lucky as you could be when you'd just been nearly blown to bits by your friend's cleaning lady, anyway. Chapter 28. It was a little over 2 hours before Stone turned up at the 5th quarter. Jason sat in the dimly lit back room, as the mage had instructed. Several TV sets were stationed in various corners of the room, showing everything from football to soccer to auto racing. He'd parked himself in a booth in a far back corner where he could watch all the entrances, and was now working on his 2nd beer. Fortunately, his leather jacket, coupled with Stone's shield spell, had taken the brunt of the impact from the explosion, so most of his superficial cuts had been confined to his face and hands. He'd easily cleaned them up at a nearby gas station bathroom. There were still a few bloodstains on his jeans, but he rubbed some dirt over them, and hadn't thought they'd draw much attention in a bar. He was right. So now all he had to do was sit here feeling all the various aches and pains throughout his body, watch sports he didn't care about, and wait. By the time Stone came in, he was beginning to feel like he should instigate a bar fight just to have something to do. The mage still looked pale and shell-shocked. He'd gotten an overcoat from somewhere, but he was still wearing his ripped and blood-splattered t-shirt and jeans, and his hair was more disarrayed than usual. He dropped down into the seat across from Jason, and for a moment he just sat there, silent and staring at nothing. "You, got away okay, I see," Jason ventured. "Give me a sec and I'll get you a beer. You look like you could use one." Stone nodded. "Guinness, please." His voice sounded numb. Jason went off and returned a few minutes later with Stone's order. He set the glass in front of the mage and resumed his seat. He didn't speak either, willing to wait for Stone. He himself had had 2 hours to sit and contemplate what had happened. Stone had likely been given no such luxury. "I think I'm done with the police," the mage said at last, taking a sip. A long pause, and then, "I told them I smelled gas inside, and I'd left the house to go to a neighbour's and call the gas company when the explosion went off. They seemed to believe me." Jason nodded. "Did anybody else get hurt?" "Unfortunately, yes," Stone said. "The explosion blew out a plate glass window in the house behind mine, and the shards hit 2 young children playing in their family room." He sighed, staring down into his glass. "They think they'll recover, but both were badly injured. One of them might lose an eye." Jason closed his eyes for a second. "Did they make you go to the hospital?" Stone shook his head. "They tried, but I declined treatment. Oh, and I also called the university and arranged to take some leave. I had quite a bit of it saved up, and under the circumstances they had no objection." Jason nodded and glanced up again, not sure how to ask the next question. "Did you tell the police about Mrs. Oliveira?" "No. I wanted to talk to you about that a bit more, since you told me practically nothing. As far as I know, she was still in the house and died in the explosion." His gaze sharpened. "I sincerely hope you have something to back your claim. I might have been able to save her, though I did notice when I left that her car wasn't where I saw it parked when I got home." "I don't think she was there," Jason said. He told Stone about what he'd seen in the kitchen. Stone stared at him, jolted out of his numbness. "So she was poking under the stove with a broom handle after she said she'd retrieved whatever she dropped?" "Yeah. That's what finally registered to me as strange when I went back up. When I got down there to look myself, there was nothing there but the bomb. I don't know what else to think. If she saw something that weird under there and hadn't put it there herself, wouldn't she have said something about it? And why would she leave so soon afterward? I was only downstairs for 5 minutes or so before I went back up. It seems like she was getting out of there in a hurry." "So, if that's true," Stone said slowly, his gaze returning to his glass, "then it means that my housekeeper, the woman who's worked for me for the better part of 4 years, just tried to murder me." He sighed again. "You'll pardon me if that's a little hard to take, whether it's true or not." Jason didn't say anything. There wasn't much he could say at that point. He concentrated on his beer for a while, and the two of them just sat in an uneasy silence. Finally, he looked up. "What are we going to do now?" "I need to give that some thought," Stone said after a long time. "If it were ever in doubt that some very dangerous and powerful people want you, me, or both of us dead, I think that's been effectively removed by the latest events. I don't know about you, but I'm getting tired of running and not having a bloody idea what the hell is going on. I've always been much more comfortable on the offensive than the defensive." Jason stared at him. "What are you saying? That you want to go after them? We don't even know who they are. We don't know what they want other than to kill us, and we don't know why they want that. So where can we even start?" "Let me work on that," Stone said. "Right now I'm still shaking, and my concentration is buggered to hell. Our first priority is to find a place to stay temporarily, and set up an answering service so the police can reach me without having to know where I am. After that—" He spread his arms. "I don't know yet. I'll have some ideas, but give me a little time." "Yeah," Jason agreed with a sigh, nodding. "Guess it's all we can do." He looked up. "You didn't happen to save the teddy bear, did you?" Stone shook his head. "Sorry. No." "So you couldn't do another ritual to find V, even if you found a place where you could do it?" "I'm sorry, Jason. I'm afraid not." Jason nodded. He'd suspected as much, but he had to ask anyway. "Oh," Stone said. "That reminds me. Do you still have my notebook?" "Oh, yeah." He pulled it out of his pocket and handed it over. "What's so important about this thing anyway? It's the one that has all those symbols in it, right? But you don't even know what they mean." "That's not all it has in it by a long way," Stone said, stowing it away in an inner pocket. I take it you didn't succumb to temptation and have a look? Jason shook his head. Honestly, it didn't even occur to me. I forgot I even had it. I was a little freaked out, you know? Stone chuckled, but it was a mirthless sound. You wouldn't have understood it anyway, even if you could manage to decipher my chicken scratches. He stood, finishing his Guinness. We should get going, though. I'd like to have a place to stay before it gets dark, and we should pick up a few changes of clothes. Fortunately, unless whatever evil force is stalking us has access to my bank account, cash shouldn't be a problem for a while. I don't fancy holing up in a dump. Chapter 29. By 6 o'clock that evening, things were looking a little more sane. They picked up some spare clothes and other necessities, and Stone called in a favor from a fellow professor to secure them a small, rented house near the university. Remember, don't let anybody in, he told Jason. That means don't even call out for a pizza delivery. I don't want to get another place blown up. Don't worry about that, Jason said. At this point, I wouldn't tell my own mother where I'm staying. Stone went to his room to set up his answering service, so Jason switched on the TV to watch the news. The explosion was one of the top stories. The talking head reporter was saying that authorities suspected a leaky gas line as the culprit, but they were still investigating. The occupant, a professor at Stanford, got out with only minor injuries because he left the home to report a gas leak, the reporter said. But unfortunately we've just gotten word that one of the 2 young children in a neighboring home who were hit by flying glass has died of his injuries. The other child is in serious but stable condition. Damn, Jason whispered under his breath. There was another casualty, caused by whatever sickos were after them, and another innocent one. So far, at least 5 people had died because of whatever was going on. Charles, the unnamed kid who'd powered the ganger's spell, Melody Barnes and her friend Willow, and now this innocent kid, whose only crime was that he'd been playing in what should have been his safe living room at the wrong time.